full weight of her examination. She was assessing him at multiple levels simultaneously: his power level, his control, his potential for advancement, his alignment with cultivation factions and philosophies. It was the kind of assessment that usually took months to complete, but she seemed to accomplish it in seconds. "The immortality plague," she said, turning back to Kai, "is what we called it when your immortality became known. 200 years ago, when this 1 inch," she gestured toward Kai, "discovered that cultivation advancement could lead to indefinite lifespan extension, the entire council convened an emergency session. There had never been an immortal cultivator before. The possibility that cultivators could live forever, that they could accumulate centuries of power and knowledge and experience, that wasn't supposed to be possible. Cultivation was supposed to have limits. Death was supposed to be inevitable. He could have had followers," one of the other ancient masters said, "a man whose power signature suggested military precision and discipline. He could have created a faction of immortal cultivators. He could have used his immortality to dominate the entire council system. He could have become the most powerful force in cultivation civilization for all eternity. But he didn't," the second woman said. "The council offered him a choice. He could either accept exile and agree never to pursue immortality again, never to teach others the methods that led to immortality, never to attempt to recreate the phenomenon he'd discovered, or he could face permanent termination and have all his research destroyed. They offered him life, but at the cost of his influence. He accepted exile," the first master continued. "He agreed to disappear, to hide himself, to live in obscurity, to train cultivators who would never seek immortality themselves. We kept the secret of his immortality classified at the highest levels. We monitored his exile to ensure he honored the agreement. And for 190 years, he did honor it. He kept his promise." Marcus looked at Kai, trying to understand what his mentor had sacrificed. 200 years wasn't just a long time. It wasn't just aging or accumulated experience. It was 2 centuries of existence constrained by an agreement that prevented him from sharing his knowledge, prevented him from building institutions, prevented him from openly contributing to cultivation civilization's advancement. 2 centuries of living hidden while knowing that his existence challenged everything the cultivation world assumed about limits and possibility. The ancient masters turned their attention to him with surprise, as though they had expected him not to speak, not to be capable of understanding. Kai stepped forward. "It's what we called it. 200 years ago, when my advancement reached certain thresholds, I discovered that I could extend my life indefinitely. Not just aging slowly. I could genuinely continue forever. I tried to keep that discovery private. But eventually, other cultivators noticed. Eventually, people started asking what immortality meant for the entire power structure of cultivation. He could have had followers who would have sought immortality too," the first master said. "He could have created a faction of immortals who would have restructured the entire cultivation hierarchy. The council, in its wisdom, offered him a choice: accepting exile and never pursuing immortality again, or facing permanent termination and having his research destroyed. He chose exile," the ancient woman said. "He agreed to live hidden, to teach in secret, to never make public his immortality or his methods. He promised to be the last immortal, to accept that his path would end with him." Marcus looked at Kai, understanding for the first time the depth of what his mentor had sacrificed. 200 years of exile, 200 years of hiding, 200 years of knowing that his existence challenged everything the cultivation world assumed about power and succession. "I kept that promise," Kai said. "I never sought followers for immortality. I never published my methods. I trained cultivators who would not pursue indefinite life extension. I lived hidden until recently, when circumstances demanded that I reveal myself. But I haven't broken my word. I have not attempted to create a faction of immortals." "You've done something worse," the ancient woman said. "You've created something that will inevitably lead to others seeking your path. You've proven that mortal-born cultivators can advance beyond institutional limits. You've shattered the council's authority to define what is possible. You've made your exile meaningless because the system you agreed to protect is falling apart regardless." "That wasn't my intention," Kai replied. "Intention is irrelevant," the first master said. "Consequence is what matters. And the consequence of your recent choices is that we can no longer honor the agreement. The council has sent us to make a choice. You accept full exile, disappearing completely, or you face execution and your student will follow." The tension in the courtyard crystallized. Marcus felt the weight of the moment. 4 ancient masters and Kai, with him barely registering on their power scales, and the entire future of the Reformation hanging on what Kai chose next. But before anyone could speak, Kira emerged from the shadows of the temple, followed by Ghost and Elena. "The temple is neutral ground," Kira said, her voice carrying the kind of authority that suggested she understood something about institutional rules that even these ancient masters might have forgotten. An agreement made in the Temple of the Eternal Mountain cannot be enforced through violence. You're welcome to present your demand, but if you attempt an execution here, you violate the foundational accords. The ancient masters paused, and Marcus understood. These were cultivators so old that the rules of modern civilization had become almost forgotten. But Kira knew those rules. Kira had spent her institutional life learning exactly how to use protocol against power. We'll return, the ancient woman said, and we'll present this to the council formally. But understand, Kai, what you've built will force a confrontation that cannot be avoided. The system will choose. Either you disappear, or the council will have to act in ways that will justify every critique the Reformation has made. They vanished as quickly as they'd come, leaving only the sense of their passage in the air. Marcus stood in the courtyard, still shaking, understanding that they'd just narrowly avoided a catastrophe. Kai looked older in that moment. Not physically, but something fundamental in his expression suggested that the weight of 200 years of exile was suddenly very present. This was always going to happen, Kai said. The moment I stepped back into public existence, the moment I revealed what I am, the council's control over my nature became impossible to maintain. But I didn't expect them to move this quickly. What do we do? Marcus asked. We prepare, Kai said. Because this was only the first. There will be others. Chapter 83. The conspiracy unravels. Over the following weeks, more attackers came. Not all of them sent by the council. Some were cultivators from Kai's past. Individuals he'd trained centuries ago. People who'd felt abandoned when Kai went into exile. People who wanted answers or revenge, or simply acknowledgement that their relationship had meant something. Each encounter revealed new layers of Kai's history. A woman who had been Kai's partner for 30 years before his exile, who had spent the intervening century seeking some trace of him. A young cultivator from Kai's era who had credited his training with their survival through impossible circumstances, who wanted to repay a debt 200 years overdue. A scholar who had devoted his life to studying the 5 years when Kai was publicly active, trying to understand the philosophy that had been systematically erased from official records. Your past is returning to you, Elena said, reviewing the patterns of attacks and encounters. But they're not all hostile. Some want acknowledgement. Some want explanation. Some want the truth about who you were before the exile. Marcus watched Kai navigate these encounters with a weariness that seemed to deepen with each confrontation. His mentor had trained him to be present with difficulty without flinching, but Marcus could see how difficult it was for Kai to face people who he'd known, people he'd trained or loved, people he'd abandoned in order to honor an exile that had been supposed to protect everyone. The political situation intensified. The council, forced into public confrontation with the reality of Kai's immortality, began a formal investigation into what had happened. They demanded records of Kai's prior identity, of his training methods, of anything that could help them understand how he could have become immortal. The records barely existed. Most of Kai's early work had been destroyed voluntarily, part of the original exile agreement. But what did exist was testimony. Hundreds of cultivators began coming forward with stories of training with Kai, stories of learning techniques that the institutional path had taught them to reject, stories of feeling like they were finally understanding cultivation as it could be rather than as institutions had constrained it. Ghost connected all of this into a coherent narrative. What emerged was a picture of Kai as someone who had spent 2 centuries quietly introducing ideas that challenged institutional assumptions, not through direct confrontation, but through teaching. Through careful training of individuals who then went back into the institutional system carrying different perspectives. Through creating a long chain of influence that had gradually shifted what cultivators assumed was possible. He's been slowly dismantling the system from inside, Ghost explained to Marcus. Every person Kai trained went back into institutions carrying new approaches, new possibilities. Over 200 years, that compounds. That's why the institution feels threatened. It's been infiltrated with Reformation philosophy by someone who never openly challenged it. Is that manipulation? Marcus asked. Is Kai guilty of what the council accuses him of? Maybe, Ghost said. Depends on whether you think the system deserved to be changed. Depends on whether you think slow, persistent introduction of better ideas is manipulation or just good teaching. The investigation continued, but it became clear that the council couldn't prosecute Kai without acknowledging everything they'd hidden. So instead, they tried a different approach, public negotiation. They offered Kai terms. More generous exile, recognition of his achievement, formal status within the council's highest ranks, anything that would allow them to contain the situation. Kai refused every offer. I'm done negotiating with systems that demand I become something less than what I am, he told Marcus. I spent 200 years accepting exile so the system could remain intact. It's time I spent my energy on what could be instead of what needs to be preserved. That refusal triggered the council's final option. They formally announced that Kai was in violation of the foundational accords and declared him subject to permanent containment. The order was supposed to result in his immediate capture or execution. But it didn't work that way. Chapter 84. When the system cannot contain the night after the council's formal declaration, supporters came to the temple. Not just reformists, but independents and even some traditionalists who had grown disgusted with the council's dishonesty. They arrived in groups, cultivators from across the regions, offering protection and resources. The Temple of the Eternal Mountain became a sanctuary in a different way, not a place of meditation and study, but a stronghold. Carefully, without violence, without confrontation, it transformed into something that could hold Kai against the council's authority. This is how revolutions actually happen, Kira explained to Marcus. Not through sudden violence or dramatic confrontation, but through the slow accumulation of people who reach the same conclusion simultaneously. The system is no longer worth preserving. Marcus watched as layers of the cultivation world that he barely understood began to reorganize. Neutral regions that had carefully maintained balance began openly supporting the Reformation. Merchants who depended on cultivation stopped trading with council-aligned sections. Historians and scholars publicly released information that the council had kept classified for centuries. But the council was not powerless. They had resources. They had time. They had institutional momentum. What they didn't have was the one thing that Kai's existence had made impossible to fake anymore: the certainty that they were necessary. The situation crystallized into a strange standoff. The council couldn't attack the temple without revealing the extent of their desperation. The Reformation couldn't forcefully challenge the council without validating every argument the traditionalists made about their dangerousness. So instead, the cultivation world entered a period of careful tension, where both sides prepared for conflict while neither was willing to openly initiate it. It was during this period that Kai finally explained to Marcus what the council's real concern had been. They gathered one evening in a private chamber, and Kai showed Marcus records that he'd kept hidden for centuries, detailed accounts of his immortality advancement and the plateau that had caught him there. 50 years ago, I reached a threshold, Kai explained. I advanced as far as my methods could take me. I've been stuck there ever since. Longer than any other cultivator has ever persisted at a single level. The institutional cultivation system was built on the assumption that advancement is always possible, that there's always another threshold, another level, another peak to reach. But my immortality has revealed something that terrifies the council. What? Marcus asked. That advancement might have limits, Kai said. That you can reach a point where no further progress is possible. That immortality might not mean infinite potential. It might mean infinite time spent unable to advance. Marcus understood immediately why this would terrify the council. The entire justification for institutional hierarchy was based on the assumption of infinite progression. If that assumption was false, if there were genuine limits to advancement, then everything the system was built on became questionable. But something's changed recently, Kai continued. In the past few months, since you've been advancing so rapidly, I've been sensing something I haven't felt in 50 years. It's like the blockade that's held me in place is beginning to weaken. Like there's a resonance between your advancement and my potential for further growth. What does that mean? Marcus asked. I think, Kai said slowly, that there's a convergence event coming. Something that hasn't happened in cultivation history, at least not in any records I can access. A moment where an immortal's advancement and immortal-born cultivator's rapid progression create conditions for something unprecedented. What kind of convergence? Marcus asked. I don't know, Kai admitted. But every cultivator I've trained, every observer who knows me well enough to see past the surface, they've all sensed it. Something is building. Something that will force a confrontation with everything the council has been trying to prevent. Marcus felt the weight of that revelation settle on him. He'd been advancing rapidly, learning from Kai, pushing himself beyond what he thought was possible. But he hadn't realized that his advancement had implications for his mentor. That Kai's entire existence, 200 years of exile, the careful hiding, the suppressed research, had been building toward a moment that might finally be arriving. Is that why they're attacking now? Marcus asked. Is that why they're so desperate? Yes, Kai said. They know something is coming. They've been trying to prevent it for 50 years. And they're finally understanding that prevention isn't going to be possible anymore. Chapter 85. The price of revelation. The attacks intensified, not from the council directly, but from the scattered enemies that Kai's 200-year history had accumulated. Some were mercenaries hired by the traditionalist faction. Others were cultivators who genuinely believed that Kai represented a threat to the natural order. A few were simply people who had been wronged by Kai's methods or philosophy centuries ago, who had been waiting for an opportunity to even the score. The temple became a place of constant vigilance. Marcus found himself not just training but actively guarding, using his advancement not for growth but for protection. The Reformation had talked about creating alternatives to institutional hierarchy, but what it actually meant, he was discovering, was learning to defend what you valued against those who disagreed with your choices. Kira was nearly killed during one assault. A cultivator with centuries of experience managed to slip past the temple's defenses and targeted the woman who had become the Reformation's political heart. Marcus arrived to find her on the ground, bleeding, with a master-level cultivator standing over her. Something shifted in Marcus in that moment. Not rage exactly, but clarity. He understood suddenly why Kai had trained him so intensely, why his mentor had pushed him beyond every limit he thought he had. It wasn't to make him powerful for power's sake. It was to prepare him for a world where what you believed in had to be defended by more than faith. He moved with a speed that surprised even him, closing the distance and striking in a pattern that Kai had taught him, one that was designed not to kill but to disable, to neutralize while preserving the option for mercy. The ancient cultivator went down, and Marcus caught Kira, feeling the severity of her wound and understanding that without Elena's medical knowledge, she wouldn't survive. Elena was there within seconds. "Move," she commanded, and Marcus carried Kira while Elena worked, treating the wound with techniques that went beyond any healing Marcus had encountered. Elena had been studying how cultivation affected biology for so long that she'd begun developing treatments that worked at a cellular level, forcing the body to repair injuries that were supposed to be irreversible. Kira lived, but the message was clear. The Reformation had entered a phase where adherence to the philosophy could cost you your life. That night, Marcus found Kai sitting alone in the highest meditation chamber, overlooking the temple and the lands beyond it. "I didn't want this," Kai said without preamble. "I didn't want followers to be injured in my conflict. I didn't want my revelation to put anyone in danger." "They know what they're choosing," Marcus replied, sitting beside his mentor. Kira knew. Elena knew. Ghost knew. We all did. "That doesn't make it acceptable," Kai said. "I've spent 200 years trying to advance cultivation in ways that didn't harm innocence. And now I'm the center of a conflict that could destroy people I care about." Marcus considered this. He had been thinking of Kai as someone beyond such doubts, someone with 2 centuries of perspective that should have resolved uncertainty. But what he was realizing was that immortality didn't resolve moral questions. It made them more complicated. Kai had had 200 years to think about right and wrong, and it had apparently only made the answers harder, not easier. "What would you do?" Marcus asked. "If you could go back and choose differently?" "I don't know," Kai said honestly. "If I'd chosen to die when exile was offered, I wouldn't have met you. I wouldn't have had the opportunity to help create the Reformation. I wouldn't have had 200 years of learning and growth. But I also wouldn't have become someone whose existence costs others their safety and certainty." "Maybe that's always the trade-off," Marcus said. "Maybe anything worth building requires putting people you care about at some level of risk." "That's a young person's philosophy," Kai replied. "When you've lived as long as I have, you realize how many people you've failed, how many good intentions led to unintended consequences, how many times safety and certainty matter more than abstract principles." Marcus understood that his mentor was wrestling with something that went beyond the immediate crisis. Kai was grappling with the meaning of 200 years of choices, the weight of accumulated decisions, the question of whether immortal life actually meant anything beyond persistence. "What if the convergence event is what's supposed to resolve this?" Marcus asked. "What if it's something that will finally allow you to move beyond the plateau?" Kai looked at him with an expression of profound hope and profound dread. "If that happens, I'll have to choose again. I'll have to decide whether advancing past the plateau is worth the cost it will require. And I don't know what the answer to that question is." They sat in silence as night deepened, 2 people bound by training and partnership, and the growing realization that the story they were part of was building towards something neither of them could fully anticipate. Chapter 86. The convergence begins to manifest 3 months into the siege. Marcus achieved something that no mortal-born cultivator had ever achieved. He reached a power threshold that put him within measurable distance of Kai's level. Not equal yet, but close enough that the gap was no longer infinite, no longer fundamentally unbridgeable. The moment of advancement was unlike anything he'd experienced before. Where previous thresholds had felt like incremental progress, this one felt like a fundamental shift in what his body and spirit could accomplish. He could sense energy flows that had been invisible before, He could perceive the cultivation signatures of others with a precision that suggested he was entering a new category of perception entirely. The physical experience was overwhelming. His body was being rebuilt at the cellular level. New pathways through his nervous system formed in hours. His sensory capabilities expanded beyond anything he'd imagined possible. He could hear the heartbeat of cultivators 3 buildings away. He could sense the subtle fluctuations in air pressure that indicated threat or approach. His perception of the cultivation world became multidimensional, allowing him to sense depth and layers of reality that had been invisible before. Kai felt it the moment it happened. His eyes opened wide, and he stood abruptly from meditation, moving to where Marcus was still absorbing the implications of his advancement. "It's starting," Kai said, and there was wonder in his voice. "The convergence. I can feel it. Your advancement is resonating with something in my own cultivation. It's like a frequency that I'd stopped being able to hear is suddenly audible again." "What does it mean?" Marcus asked, still struggling to process the overwhelming expansion of his perception. "It means the plateau is breaking," Kai replied. "Not completely. I can still feel the limit that's held me in place for 50 years. But it's cracking. For the first time in half a century, I can sense the possibility of advancement." Kai moved closer, and Marcus understood that his mentor was scanning him with cultivation perception, examining the changes that were happening at the deepest levels. "Your resonance is different," Kai said. "It's not just that you've advanced. It's that your advancement has created a frequency that harmonizes with mine. Most cultivators advance individually. Their advancement creates a kind of isolation at higher levels. The more powerful they become, the more separated they are from everyone below them. But your advancement is creating bridges, connections, pathways of resonance that connect your power level to mine." Elena arrived with her instruments, ready to document what was happening. She'd been tracking Marcus's advancement obsessively, mapping the biological changes that accompanied his cultivation progress. What she found in her scans was more significant than anything she'd recorded before. "Your biology is stabilizing at a completely new level," Elena explained, showing Marcus readouts that looked like abstract art to him, but apparently meant something profound to her. She was moving rapidly through her lab, documenting everything with the precision of someone understanding that they were witnessing something that would reshape what science knew about human potential. Every organ system is reorganizing. Your cellular structure is being rebuilt from the ground up. And this is the significant part. Your biology is becoming compatible with something I've been theorizing for years. You're developing the biological substrate for genuine immortality. Elena pulled up a series of scans showing Marcus's cellular structure from the past 6 months. The changes were dramatic and systematic. His telomeres, the protective structures at the ends of chromosomes that typically shorten with age, were instead lengthening. His cellular reproduction was becoming exponentially more efficient. His immune system was reorganizing around patterns that suggested it could continue fighting infection indefinitely. "What does that mean?" Marcus asked. "I'm going to stop aging." "Not immediately," Elena said. "But yes, eventually. If you continue advancing as you have been, you're on a path that will lead to biological immortality. You'll age normally for a few more decades, but then aging will slow. Then it will stop. Then you'll potentially be able to continue indefinitely. You'll become like Kai, physiologically capable of existing for centuries, potentially forever." She turned to Kai. "Is that why your plateau broke? Because of what's happening to Marcus?" "I think so," Kai said. "My inability to advance wasn't just about cultivation technique or accumulated knowledge. I think on some level, my consciousness recognized that advancing further alone wasn't survivable. That the transformation required to exceed the immortality plateau required anchoring in someone else, resonating with someone whose advancement was happening in parallel. Marcus's growth is creating the conditions that make my growth possible." Marcus looked at Kai, understanding suddenly what his mentor had been carrying. Not just the burden of 200 years of existence, but the knowledge that anyone who trained with him, anyone who truly learned from him, would eventually face the same choice that Kai had faced: accept immortality or choose to stop advancing. "Is that why you've been so intense with training?" Marcus asked. "Because you knew this would happen?" "I suspected," Kai said. "I hoped, actually. Because I realized something in the past 50 years of plateau. I realized that the reason I couldn't advance further was that I was trying to do it alone. The human mind, even a cultivating mind, isn't designed for infinite progression without connection. We need resonance with others, with people who are also advancing, also struggling, also seeking to become more than what we are. Your advancement isn't just about you. It's creating a resonance that allows me to advance too." That night, Marcus didn't sleep. He meditated instead, trying to understand what it meant to be on a path toward immortality. What it meant that his training wasn't just about becoming a better cultivator, but about becoming something fundamentally different from human in the conventional sense. Kira found him before dawn. She moved slowly, still recovering from her wound, but moving. Elena told me, Kira said, about the immortality, about what's happening to you. I don't want it, Marcus said. I don't want to live forever while everyone I know ages and dies. Nobody wants immortality, Kira replied, settling carefully beside him. What they want is the option to continue doing something meaningful. Kai wanted to continue learning, continue growing, continue being part of cultivation advancement. You want something too. Once you know what that is, immortality stops being an abstract horror and starts being a tool for pursuing it. What do you want? Marcus asked. I want to see what the Reformation becomes, Kira said. I want to help build something that lasts beyond my lifetime. And I want to do that with people I care about, for as long as possible. If that means seeking immortality myself someday, I'll probably do it. But that's not the point. The point is having the option. Chapter 87. The Council's Gambit. The Council, sensing that something was happening at the temple that they didn't understand, made their move. They sent a formal emissary, an ancient master named Chun, who had been the Council's political heart for 2 centuries. Chun didn't come with guards or with hostile intention. He came with a proposal. The moment Chun arrived, Marcus understood that the Council was playing a different game now. This wasn't military confrontation or even political pressure. This was an attempt at negotiation, which suggested the Council was recognizing that they couldn't simply suppress the Reformation through force alone. The Council is prepared to offer amnesty, Chun explained, sitting across from Marcus and Kai in the temple's formal meeting chamber. His presentation was measured and carefully considered. Full recognition of your status as the oldest living cultivator. Restoration of your institutional standing. A seat on the Council itself, if you wish it. We would even permit you to maintain the temple as your personal sanctuary. All we ask in return is that you stop the Reformation. Stop the Reformation? Kai asked. I don't control it anymore. It has momentum beyond any one person's influence. But you're its heart, Chin said, and there was no deception in his voice. This was genuine analysis, not manipulation. Without you, it's just a philosophical movement. It's something that talented cultivators debate in academic circles. With you, it's a threat to institutional cultivation itself. If you formally reject the Reformation, declare that you made an error in supporting it, the movement will fracture. That's all the Council requires. Marcus watched this exchange with fascination. This wasn't about power or combat. This was about something deeper, about what story the cultivation world would believe about itself. The Council understood that Kai had become the narrative center of the Reformation. If Kai changed his narrative, the entire movement might collapse under the weight of disillusionment. I could do that, Kai said thoughtfully. I could recant. I could claim that Marcus was an aberration, that individual cultivation outside institutions is dangerous, and that the Council's approach is necessary for civilization's survival. I could say whatever the Council needs to hear. I have the credibility to make such a claim believable. Then you'll accept our offer? Chin asked, leaning forward with hope. For the first time, Marcus saw genuine emotion in the ancient master's expression. The hope that this could be resolved without further conflict, without more suffering, without the need for the Council to move toward the confrontation that their internal strategists were already planning. No, Kai said, and the word carried absolute finality. Because the Council's offer is predicated on a lie. And I've lived long enough to know that institutions built on lies eventually collapse, and they collapse catastrophically. I won't be part of that collapse. Kai stood, moving to stand beside Marcus. The Reformation isn't something I can turn off by changing my public position. It's not something that exists because I believe in it. It exists because thousands of cultivators have discovered that advancement is possible outside institutions. They've experienced it. They've felt it in their bodies and their cultivation signatures. You can't convince people to unsee something they've already seen clearly. You're signing the death warrants of everyone who follows you, Chin said, and there was genuine sadness in his voice. Not manipulation, not threat, but actual grief at the loss of a possibility he'd wanted to be true. The Council will move against the Reformation. It's no longer optional. It's survival of institutional cultivation or extinction of it, and the Council will choose survival. And survival will require measures that I personally find distasteful. Then the Council will choose war, Kai replied. And the war will show what happens when an institution tries to preserve itself through suppression instead of adaptation. It will show cultivators what the Council actually values: power, preservation, control, as opposed to what it claims to value. And that revelation will spread further than any philosophy we could teach. Chun stood slowly, and Marcus saw the weight of 2 centuries of institutional politics in every movement. The ancient master was not young even for a cultivator. The weariness in his movements suggested that he'd spent 200 years trying to hold the council together, trying to manage its contradictions, trying to make the system work despite its fundamental flaws. I wish you'd chosen differently, Chen said. I've known you since before your exile. I've watched you create something beautiful in the Reformation's philosophy. But beauty isn't enough to withstand institutional power. At some point, you have to compromise. I've compromised for 200 years, Kai replied, and there was no anger in his voice, only profound truth. I've hidden. I've accepted exile. I've trained in secret so as not to destabilize the system. I've sacrificed the life I might have lived in order to preserve the life the council thought was necessary. I've compromised on every significant matter. And what has that compromise achieved? A system more brittle and more desperate than before. A council more willing to suppress truth. Cultivators more eager to find alternatives. No, Chen, I've compromised enough. After Chen left, the reality of what had just been decided became clear. The council would move. Not immediately. They would spend time preparing, gathering allies, consolidating power. But within months, perhaps weeks, there would be a formal confrontation. The Reformation would face the full weight of institutional cultivation's resources. Kira arrived shortly after Chen's departure, and Marcus explained what had transpired. The political strategist's expression didn't change, but Marcus could see the calculations happening behind her eyes. The council just showed their hand, Kira said. They came with negotiation instead of confrontation. That tells us they're afraid. They're not confident that they can suppress us militarily, so they tried to suppress us politically. The fact that they failed means they're moving to the next phase. Can we win? Marcus asked Kai. Strategically? I don't know, Kai said. The council has centuries of accumulated resources, institutional discipline, allies across most of the cultivation world. We have philosophy and hope and a handful of talented cultivators. It's not an obviously winning position, but winning and losing might not be the right framework anymore. What do you mean? Marcus asked. I mean that we've already succeeded at the most important level, Kai replied. We've proven that alternatives to institutional cultivation exist. We've demonstrated that mortals can advance without sect backing. We've shown that the council's claim necessity is false. Now the question is just how long the system will try to deny what's already become obvious. Chapter 88. The preparation phase. The temple transformed into a war camp, though war was perhaps the wrong word for what was being prepared. The Reformation strategy, as Kira explained it to Marcus, wasn't about winning a military confrontation. It was about making the council's victory so costly that institutional cultivation would be fundamentally weakened. We can't defeat them directly, Kira said, working late into the night with maps and political analyses. Her injury had healed enough that she could move, though not without pain, though not without clear limitations to what her body could accomplish. But her mind was sharper than ever, processing the complex political landscape with the precision of someone who understood that this wasn't just about philosophy, it was about survival. But we can make sure that defeating us costs them everything they care about preserving. We create situations where the council's authority and their ability to suppress us come into direct conflict. We make them choose between being an institution that follows its own rules or becoming something that violates those rules to maintain power. Ghost coordinated this strategy with a network that went far beyond cultivation circles. He'd been building connections across mortal governance for years, and now those connections became crucial. Mortal governments, which had been slowly learning that cultivation existed, began receiving information about cultivation politics. The idea that an ancient secret civilization was engaging in internal conflict became knowledge that couldn't be contained to cultivation circles alone. Ghost networks spread the word systematically. An ancient power structure was attempting to suppress alternatives. A revolution was happening in the hidden world that paralleled the political upheaval of the mortal world. Elena continued her research, publishing more openly now, no longer hiding the fact that she was documenting cultivation advancement at the biological level. Her papers, translated into mortal scientific language, began circulating in academic institutions across the world. Within weeks, mortal scientists were discussing cultivation as though it were a real phenomenon worthy of study. Universities began opening research departments dedicated to studying cultivation biology. Medical schools began training doctors in techniques that worked specifically with cultivators' altered physiology. Kai spent his time differently. Instead of hiding or preparing for confrontation, he began openly teaching. The temple opened its doors to cultivators from all factions who wanted to learn from an immortal master. Hundreds came, some out of genuine philosophical alignment, some out of curiosity, some out of fear that they'd miss their opportunity if Kai was somehow suppressed by the council. They came from distant regions, representing every faction and philosophy, seeking something that they could only receive from someone who'd spent 2 centuries thinking about cultivation. Kai taught with a dedication that suggested he understood this might be his last opportunity to share his knowledge publicly. He worked with young cultivators who had never been exposed to anything but institutional training, helping them understand that cultivation could be approached from entirely different frameworks. He worked with institutional masters who had defected from the council, helping them reintegrate their understanding of what they'd learned in a new context. He worked with independent cultivators who'd spent decades following their own path, helping them see how their individual journeys could become part of something larger. The temple became a place of constant activity. Training grounds hosted simultaneous sessions of different cultivation methodologies. Classrooms held discussions of cultivation philosophy that had been suppressed in institutional circles for centuries. Research laboratories documented everything, building a comprehensive archive of what the Reformation represented. Marcus found himself divided between multiple roles. He was still training with Kai, still advancing, still approaching the threshold where his power would equal his mentor's. But he was also becoming a symbol of what the Reformation represented. Young cultivators came to the temple specifically to train with the mortal-born cultivator who'd defeated Sifu Lin Wu, who'd advanced at impossible speeds, who embodied the possibility that the institutional system wasn't necessary. "You're becoming what Kai is," Elena told him one evening, examining his latest biological scans. "The focal point, the proof, the symbol that makes abstract philosophy concrete." "I didn't want this," Marcus said. "I wanted to be a cultivator. I wanted to advance. I wanted to prove that alternatives were possible. But I didn't want to become the symbol that the entire movement depends on." "That's what happens when you're the first," Elena replied. "You become the precedent. Everything that comes after references you. It's not fair, but it's also not optional. You've already become symbolic. Now you just have to figure out how to live with that." "This is what the council feared most," Kira explained one evening. "Not that we'd create a competing institution, but that we'd prove that the institution itself was optional. That once people understand that alternatives exist, they might stop following the rules out of fear or habit." One night, Marcus found Kai meditating alone on the mountain. His mentor looked peaceful, but there was something different about his cultivation signature, something that suggested he was operating at a different level of power than before. "I've broken through the plateau," Kai said without opening his eyes. "Only slightly, only at the edges, but I've advanced for the first time in 50 years. Do you know what that feels like?" "Like freedom," Marcus guessed. "Like responsibility," Kai replied. "Because now I understand what the council was really trying to protect. They weren't protecting civilization from immortality. They were trying to protect themselves from the possibility that immortal advancement might fundamentally reshape what power means in the cultivation world. They were right to be afraid. Because if I can break through the plateau because of your advancement, then other immortal cultivators might be able to do the same thing. And if that happens, the entire power structure that the council is based on will have to be rethought." "Is that good?" Marcus asked. "I don't know," Kai said. "It's necessary. But necessary things aren't always good. They're just inevitable." Chapter 89. The enemies' close and the attacks became more coordinated. The scattered enemies from Kai's past gave way to organized assault teams. The council, having failed diplomacy and determined that the Reformation couldn't be contained, began direct action. The first major attack came on a night when Marcus was helping coordinate the temple's defenses with Kira and Ghost. Dozens of cultivators descended on the temple in waves. Not institutional cultivators with formal rank, but specialists hired from across the cultivation world. Mercenaries, defectors from rival factions, ideological opponents of the Reformation, all united by council payment and the promise of access to Kai's knowledge. The assault was coordinated with military precision, suggesting that council strategists had spent considerable time planning the approach. The attackers came from multiple vectors simultaneously, scaling the walls, breaching the meditation chambers, targeting the research laboratories where Elena was working. It was the kind of assault that was designed to overwhelm through sheer volume of simultaneous pressure. Marcus found himself fighting constantly, using his advancement to hold defensive positions while civilians and non-combatant cultivators evacuated. He worked in tandem with Kai now, the two of them moving in patterns that were almost like a choreographed performance. Kai covering him when he was vulnerable, Marcus providing speed and adaptability where Kai's centuries of technique created openings. The coordination between them had evolved beyond what Marcus had imagined possible. He could sense his mentor's intentions moments before Kai acted. Kai could anticipate where Marcus would need support before his student experienced vulnerability. It was as though the convergence they'd begun to experience at a subtle level was manifesting at the practical level of combat. What Marcus discovered in these battles was that all the intensive training had been preparation for something that went beyond personal advancement. It had been preparation for the moment where what you believed in required physical defense, where philosophy had to be backed by capability, or it meant nothing. Theory meant nothing against cultivators who had studied the same theory and had chosen to use it for different purposes. Ghost was injured in one assault. Taking damage meant for Elena when a mercenary found a way past the temple's outer defenses. He was struck with a blade made from a cultivated material designed to disrupt biological processes at the cellular level. He survived, but barely. Elena had to use the full extent of her biological knowledge to keep him alive, essentially rewriting his cellular recovery processes manually, pushing her medical understanding to its absolute limits. Kira suffered another injury, more serious this time. A cultivator with 2 centuries of combat experience managed to slip past the defenses and struck her down. This time, even Elena's capabilities struggled to repair the damage. The strike had targeted Kira's cultivation core directly, attempting to permanently disable her cultivation capacity. "I'm not going to recover fully," Kira said one night, lying in the medical chamber Elena had established. Her voice was steady, but there was an edge of loss in it, a recognition of what had been taken from her. "Not from this. Elena says I'll survive, but the damage to my cultivation is permanent. I'll age normally now. I won't be able to advance further." Marcus felt the weight of that decision settle on him. Kira had chosen to stay and fight. She'd chosen to risk her cultivation advancement in order to defend what the Reformation represented. And she'd lost. She'd traded her path to immortality for the chance to help build something that she might not live to see fully realized. "Do you regret it?" Marcus asked. "No," Kira replied, "because what I did mattered. What the Reformation is building will outlast my lifetime now. That's worth the price. More than worth it, actually. I'll spend maybe 70 more years with normal aging. But I'll spend those years knowing that I contributed to something that will change civilization for centuries." The battles continued, but the Council's strategy became clear. They weren't trying to defeat the Reformation through military strength. They were trying to break it through attrition, through slowly eliminating its members, through making the cost of resistance so high that people would choose surrender. It was working at the tactical level. The Reformation was losing people. Some were killed in combat. Some were seriously injured like Kira. Some were demoralized by the constant assault and chose to retreat to regions where the Council's reach was less strong. But it was failing at the strategic level. Every attack revealed something that the Council hadn't anticipated. The more they attacked, the more clearly it became obvious that they were willing to violate their own rules to maintain power. The Accord system that they claimed to protect was being openly violated by their own agents. Cultivators who'd believed in institutional integrity were watching their system destroy what it claimed to protect. Kira, even injured, continued her analysis from her recovery chamber. "The Council is winning the war," she observed, "but losing the legitimacy to rule. That's the longer victory. That's what the Reformation actually needs. When people stop believing that institutions are necessary, no amount of military force can make them believe again." Chapter 90. The breaking point had happened on a night when Marcus had finally reached parity with Kai. Their cultivation signatures were now indistinguishable. The mortal-born cultivator had advanced so far that he could match an immortal master who'd spent 2 centuries in pursuit of the highest thresholds. The Council, recognizing that they were approaching a moment where the Reformation might actually become militarily competitive, decided to act decisively. They sent their highest agents, the ancient masters who'd originally confronted Kai, with orders to end this by any means necessary. 5 ancient masters breached the temple's defenses simultaneously. It was the kind of power that shouldn't be survivable. It was the kind of assault that should have ended the Reformation in a single night. But Kai and Marcus faced them together, and something happened that neither of them had fully anticipated. Their partnership, which had been the foundation of their training together, became something more in that moment. They moved as one unit, understanding each other's intentions before words could be spoken, covering each other's vulnerabilities with the kind of synchronization that came from hundreds of hours of joint training. Marcus realized in that combat that the convergence Kai had spoken of wasn't just about 2 cultivators reaching similar power levels. It was about 2 cultivators learning to think as a unified entity without surrendering their individual identity. It was about partnership in the truest sense. 2 people who remained completely themselves while functioning as something greater when they worked together. The ancient masters had experience. They had power. But they didn't have partnership at that level. They had hierarchy, authority, the remnants of institutional coordination. And against Marcus and Kai moving as one consciousness in 2 bodies, hierarchy and authority crumbled. When the conflict ended, 3 of the 5 ancient masters had been forced into retreat. Two lay unconscious on the temple grounds, their power temporarily neutralized. Marcus stood beside Kai, both of them breathing heavily, understanding that something fundamental had shifted. They had just defeated ancient masters, not through greater power, though they had matched and exceeded that, but through partnership, through understanding, through the kind of coordination that institutions couldn't teach or enforce. The council will have to respond, Kai said. They'll have to escalate further. Can we survive escalation? Marcus asked. No, Kai replied. But the council can't survive revealing that they need to escalate. That's how civilizations change. Not through victory, but through the inevitable moment when the forces trying to preserve the old order make moves so desperate that everyone finally understands the old order has to end. Word spread through the cultivation world with incredible speed. A mortal-born cultivator and an immortal master had defeated ancient council agents. The Reformation had not been crushed. The institution that was supposed to be all-powerful had been openly challenged and had lost. The foundation of cultivation civilization had shifted, and everything that came after would have to accommodate that shift. Chapter 91. The convergence event begins. The council's response was slow, which was itself revealing. The institution that claimed to be capable of rapid decisive action was stalling, recalculating, reassessing. The defeat of their ancient masters had demonstrated something that couldn't be hidden or managed. Institutional power was no longer absolute. In the weeks that followed, Marcus sensed something changing in Kai's cultivation. His mentor began spending more time in deep meditation, less time teaching or overseeing the Reformation's operations. It was as though Kai was being called toward something internal, something that required absolute focus and presence. What began as occasional extended meditations became more frequent. Kai would disappear into the meditation chambers for hours, sometimes days, emerging looking drained in ways that had nothing to do with physical exhaustion. His cultivation's signature flickered and fluctuated in ways that suggested internal struggle, as though he was fighting something within himself. Elena documented what was happening. Your cultivation signature is changing, she told Kai, showing him scans that suggested his body was undergoing transformation at a cellular level. The scans were complex and multidimensional, showing layers of change happening simultaneously throughout Kai's physical form. Not the slow aging backwards that characterizes immortality. Something else. Something fundamental. It's like your cellular structure is being rewritten, but not in the direction of greater stability. In the direction of greater complexity. The convergence is accelerating, Kai said. I can feel it. Your advancement is pulling at the barrier that's held me in place for 50 years. But it's not just about me breaking through. I think you're being prepared for something too. For what? Marcus asked. For being my anchor, Kai replied. During my advancement. You know how cultivation advancement works at the highest levels. You have to release everything that defined you at the lower threshold. You have to die and be reborn in a new form. For an immortal cultivator, that process is exponentially more complex. You have to release 200 years of accumulated identity, accumulated knowledge, accumulated power. You have to become something you've never been, without the safety net of normal death, without the possibility of simply ending if the transformation goes wrong. Kai paused, and Marcus could see the weight of what he was about to ask settling on his mentor. Doing that alone might not be survivable. I might fragment. I might lose coherence. I might become something that remembers being human, but doesn't actually possess the consciousness to be human anymore. Unless I have someone, something, to reference against. Unless I have someone whose consciousness remains stable while mine is dissolving and reforming. Marcus understood what Kai was saying. His mentor needed him, not just as a student or a partner, but as a foundation, someone stable enough to hold the space while Kai underwent the kind of transformation that could destroy him if he wasn't supported. How do we do that? Marcus asked. I don't know, Kai admitted. No cultivator has ever attempted what I'm about to attempt. The council would have stopped me 50 years ago if they'd known I was close to breaking the plateau. They would have tried to suppress it, contain it, prevent it from happening. But they couldn't stop you. And you've created a resonance that's making my advancement possible. I think what we need to do is intermeditation together. Not parallel meditation, true simultaneous meditation where our consciousness spaces overlap, where you can maintain awareness of both yourself and me, where I can reference your stability when my own identity is fragmenting. That's not normal meditation, Marcus said. No, Kai agreed. I don't think anything about what we're about to do is normal, but I don't know any other path forward. And I think you're the only person in cultivation history who's been in a position to be what I need. The only person whose advancement is close enough to mine that you could theoretically maintain consciousness contact while I'm undergoing that kind of fundamental transformation. That night, they began preparing. Elena set up monitoring equipment outside the meditation chambers. Ghost positioned guards at every entrance, ensuring that they wouldn't be disturbed. Kira organized the Reformation's operations in their absence, making sure that decisions could continue to be made even when Marcus and Kai were unavailable. And Marcus understood that whatever was about to happen would change him, would change Kai, would change the Reformation, would change everything. The council, finally understanding what was happening, made a desperate move. They offered Kai something they'd never offered anyone before, the chance to leave. To go beyond the cultivation world entirely, to take his knowledge and his immortality and his power into exile, so complete that he would never interact with cultivation civilization again. Kai refused. But his refusal came with something unexpected. He called a public gathering, the largest one since the revelation of his immortality. Thousands of cultivators assembled at the temple of the Eternal Mountain. Reformists, traditionalists, independents, mortals who'd learned of cultivation's existence through Elena's research and ghost networks. Teachers and students, old masters and young cultivators just beginning their path. I'm about to attempt something that hasn't been attempted in cultivation history, Kai announced, his voice carrying across the gathered crowd with the kind of power that suggested he was speaking directly into each person's awareness. I'm going to attempt to advance beyond the immortality plateau, to move past the threshold that has held me, and potentially all immortal cultivators, in place for 50 years. The crowd was silent, understanding the enormity of what he was announcing. This will not be a quick process, Kai continued. It will take weeks, perhaps months. During that time, I will need to be in deep cultivation states, unreachable, unable to participate in the Reformation or institutional politics. That means the world will be without my direct involvement. It means decisions will have to be made by others. It means I will have to trust. He turned directly toward Marcus. I'm asking Marcus Chun to be my anchor during this process, to maintain the resonance that makes my advancement possible, to be the foundation that keeps my transformation from consuming me, to be, in essence, my partner in this moment of ultimate risk and transformation. The weight of that request settled on Marcus. He wasn't just being asked to advance or to fight or to embody Reformation principles. He was being asked to literally hold his mentor's consciousness in place while Kai underwent a transformation that could destroy him. I accept, Marcus said, speaking clearly so the gathered crowd could hear. I'll be your anchor. I'll maintain the resonance. I'll hold the space for your advancement. Then we begin, Kai said. That night, they moved into the meditation chambers deep within the temple. Elena established a biological monitoring station outside the chambers. Ghost positioned guards at every entrance. Kira, despite her injuries, coordinated the Reformation's operations from a separate chamber. And Marcus sat beside Kai as his mentor began the process of releasing everything that 200 years of identity had created. Chapter 92. The anchor's burden. Marcus had not understood what being an anchor would actually mean. He had imagined it as a kind of supportive presence, maintaining his cultivation awareness, staying present, offering stability. What it actually meant was something far more complex and demanding. It meant being the only stable point in a universe that was actively collapsing and reforming. It meant maintaining his own identity while simultaneously allowing Kai's consciousness to permeate his awareness. It meant learning to exist in a state that was neither solitary nor fully merged, neither independent nor merged, but something entirely new. Kai's consciousness, as it began releasing the accumulated weight of 200 years, created a kind of turbulence in the cultivation space around them. It was like being inside a storm where the wind was made of thoughts and memories and crystallized experiences, where the rain was made of emotions and attachments and identity markers that Kai was systematically discarding. Marcus found himself having to actively work to maintain his own sense of self while also holding space for Kai's expansion. It was like standing at the center of an explosion that was happening in reverse. Instead of destroying outward, it was destroying inward, pulling at his consciousness, trying to drag him into the fragmenting space that Kai's identity was creating. Hours became days. Marcus stopped sleeping, stopped eating, stopped existing as anything other than a presence designed to give Kai something stable to reference against. He could feel his mentor's consciousness fragmenting at the edges, pieces of Kai's identity being released so that new patterns could form. Memories of 200 years began surfacing in Marcus's awareness. He experienced Kai's first decades of cultivation as though they were his own memories. He understood how Kai had learned, what Kai had valued, how Kai's entire approach to cultivation had been shaped by centuries of accumulation. It was overwhelming. It was intimate in ways that Marcus had never imagined possible. It was also terrifying because he understood that if his focus slipped even for a moment, Kai might fragment completely. The stakes were not metaphorical. The stakes were consciousness itself. Whether Kai's identity could survive its own transformation or whether the process would scatter Kai into fragments too dispersed to ever recohesively. Elena came to check on him and found him in a state that alarmed her. "Your body is approaching critical exhaustion," she said. "You need to step away. We can establish a rotation." "Someone else can be, no one else can be," Marcus said, and his voice sounded strange to his own ears, like it was coming from far away. "The resonance is specific. If anyone else were in this space, it would shatter. Kai would fragment completely. There's only me. There's only ever been me." Elena tried to argue, but she could see that Marcus was beyond the reach of physical comfort or concern. He existed partially in a state of consciousness that normal humans couldn't access. His body was sitting in meditation, but his awareness was in a space that had no physical correlate, a space where Kai's fragmenting consciousness was scattering and reforming and scattering again in endless cycles. What Marcus was experiencing was something that cultivation theory acknowledged, but that most cultivators never actually encountered: the moment where individual boundaries become permeable. He could sense Kai's thoughts without his mentor speaking them. He could feel what Kai was releasing and understand its significance. It was as if the two of them were becoming a single consciousness temporarily, though each maintained individual identity at the center. The personal cost became clear over the following weeks. Marcus was holding not just Kai but 200 years of Kai's experience in his awareness. He carried memories that weren't his, understood perspectives he'd never naturally developed, felt emotions for relationships that had ended centuries before he was born. His own identity began to blur at the edges, not because Kai was consuming him, but because he was voluntarily expanding his sense of self to encompass what his mentor needed. This was what being an anchor truly meant: a partial dissolution of self in service of another person's transformation. It wasn't martyrdom because Marcus was doing it by choice, fully aware of the cost. But it was still a kind of death, a voluntary limiting of what Marcus could be in service of what Kai needed to become. Days turned into weeks. The Reformation continued operating outside the meditation chambers, but it functioned differently now. Without Kai's direct guidance, it became less a movement centered around one immortal master and more a genuine collective. Kira made decisions. Ghost handled logistics. Elena worked with newly arrived cultivators to document and study the transformation happening in the depths of the temple. But Marcus remained inside, in the space of profound intimacy with his mentor, holding Kai's consciousness together while it underwent something that might be transformation or might be dissolution. It was during the third week that Marcus felt Kai beginning to reform. The fragmentation that had characterized the first period of release started to crystallize into new patterns. And Marcus understood that something fundamental was happening. Kai was being reborn at the cellular and consciousness level, becoming something that had never existed in cultivation history before. The experience changed Marcus as well. When you hold someone's consciousness in your awareness for that long, when you're exposed to the accumulated memory and experience of 200 years, it transforms you. Marcus found that he could access aspects of Kai's knowledge directly, not through teaching, but through direct experience. Understanding how Kai had solved problems 2 centuries ago, how his mentor had learned to navigate decades of solitude, how immortality actually felt from inside. In some sense, Marcus began to understand what immortality would mean for him, not as an abstract future, but as a lived reality. Because he was beginning to live it, or a version of it, through proximity to Kai's experience. Elena, monitoring his condition, found things that shouldn't have been possible. "Your consciousness is expanding," she reported, showing him readouts of his brain activity. "Neural pathways are forming that shouldn't form. Connections are creating that exceed normal human neurology. Marcus, I think you're beginning to undergo a process similar to what Kai is doing. Not the same, you're advancing too. Not releasing 200 years of identity, but accelerating your development through something I don't have language for." Marcus understood that the convergence was complete. It wasn't just about 2 cultivators reaching similar power levels and then advancing together. It was about 2 cultivators becoming so thoroughly entangled that their advancement became inextricably linked. What happened to one affected the other. What one released, the other had to reintegrate. What one became possible for, the other had to support. Chapter 93. What Immortality Teaches. By the 4th week, Kai's transformation began approaching its conclusion. The fragmentation had fully crystallized into new patterns. 200 years of accumulated identity had been released, and were slowly being reorganized into something new. Marcus felt the moment when Kai's consciousness reached some kind of threshold. There was a sensation of completion, of settling into place, of finally becoming stable again after weeks of fundamental transformation. Kai opened his eyes. For a moment, Marcus couldn't recognize his mentor. Something essential had changed. The weight that Kai had always carried, the sense of burden and responsibility that came from 2 centuries of existence, was gone. What remained was someone fundamentally lighter, not because the experiences were forgotten, but because they had been integrated in a way that no longer required carrying them as weight. You did it, Marcus said. We did it, Kai replied. I couldn't have done this alone. The moment my consciousness began fragmenting, I would have lost cohesion. But you held me together. You gave me something to reference against when my own identity was dissolving. You made it possible for me to become this. Marcus stood carefully. He realized that he too had changed. He had been sitting in meditation for more than a month without moving, without the support systems that would normally be required for physical survival. But he was alive, and when he finally moved, his body responded perfectly, as though it understood at a cellular level how to maintain itself. Elena was waiting outside the meditation chamber, and her shock at seeing them both alive and capable of movement was visible on her face. Vital signs for both of you are impossible, Elena said, checking her instruments. Marcus, you should be dead from dehydration alone. And Kai, whatever you've become, it's not human anymore. Your cellular structure is something else entirely. It's like your body has been rebuilt at the quantum level. Did the council attack? Kai asked Kira, who had arrived with Elena. Several times, Kira replied. But the Reformation held the temple. More than that, the council's attacks revealed something that changed the political landscape. The traditionalist faction split. Some of them broke away, disgusted with how far the council was willing to go to suppress us. The independent faction reformed as the neutralist faction, openly supporting the right of cultivators to choose their own path. The council is still powerful, but they've lost the consensus that made them capable of absolute control. Kai absorbed this information, and Marcus could see his mentor processing implications at multiple levels simultaneously. Not just what the political shifts meant, but what they indicated about the direction cultivation civilization would move in. Where do we go from here? Marcus asked. That's not my decision anymore, Kai said. I've done what I was supposed to do. I've advanced past the plateau. I've become something new. But that's not the revolution anymore. The revolution is what happens next. How the cultivation world reorganizes itself when advancement isn't constrained by institution, when alternatives aren't suppressed, but are openly discussed and chosen. Kai turned to Kira. The Reformation has been operating successfully without my direct involvement for a month. That needs to continue. Not because I'm stepping away, but because the Reformation was never supposed to be centered around me. It was supposed to be a philosophy that any cultivator could embrace. If it only works when I'm present, then we haven't actually changed anything about how cultivation civilization thinks about power. What will you do? Marcus asked. I'm going to do something I haven't done in 200 years, Kai replied. I'm going to travel. Not hiding, not in exile, but openly. I'm going to visit the regions that the council has governed. I'm going to teach cultivators who've only known institutional training what other approaches exist. I'm going to demonstrate that the council's way isn't the only way. And I'm going to do it not as someone imposing a new system, but as someone offering alternatives that cultivators can choose for themselves. Will they choose? Marcus asked. Some will, Kai said. Some won't. That's what freedom actually looks like, the option to choose incorrectly. The council never trusted cultivators with that option. I do. Chapter 94. The Reformation transforms. In the weeks after Kai's transformation, the cultivation world shifted rapidly. The neutralist faction, newly formed from the broken pieces of the independent faction, began openly mediating between the council and the Reformation. What emerged was not peace exactly, but a kind of accommodation. The council would retain authority over institutional cultivators and the regions where institutional cultivation was chosen, but the Reformation's right to exist and operate would be formally recognized. It was the kind of compromise that satisfied no one completely, but that everyone could live with. The traditionalist faction, still supporting the council, began focusing their energy on strengthening institutional cultivation's approach. The reformists, validated by the council's formal recognition, accelerated their efforts to create alternative training systems. The neutralists became the largest faction, cultivators who wanted the option to choose their path without institutional pressure. Kira established a formal leadership structure for the Reformation that was genuinely collective. Instead of one leader, there were rotating councils from different regions, with decisions made through consensus rather than hierarchy. It was the kind of system that was more complex and slower than institutional authority, but it prevented any one person from accumulating the kind of power that could become oppressive. Elena published her research openly, and mortal scientific communities around the world began accepting that cultivation was real and worthy of serious study. Universities started offering courses on cultivation biology. Medical schools began training doctors in cultivator-specific healing techniques. Mortal civilizations started integrating the knowledge that had been kept secret for centuries. Ghost built networks that connected mortal governance and cultivation civilization directly, creating channels where decisions in one world could inform decisions in the other. Within months, it became normal for mortal leaders to consult with cultivation experts about policy decisions. The rigid separation between mortal and cultivation worlds began dissolving. Marcus found himself in a position he'd never anticipated. He was the symbol of what the Reformation represented, but symbols carried their own burden. Young cultivators came to the temple to train with him, expecting him to offer the same revolutionary insights that Kai had provided. He had to learn, over and over again, that his role wasn't to be a teacher in that sense, but to be someone who could demonstrate that cultivation outside institutions was possible without being the only example. "You're becoming what Kai was," Elena observed one evening. "The focal point around which the revolution orbits." "I don't want that," Marcus replied. "Neither did Kai," Elena said. "But that's what happens when you embody something that people desperately need to believe in. The only way to stop being the focal point is to stop being exceptional. The only way to stop being an example is to make becoming what you are so common that no one notices anymore." "How long will that take?" Marcus asked. "Centuries," Elena said. "Maybe longer. Or maybe the next generation of mortal-born cultivators will advance so far so quickly that everyone will forget you were ever exceptional." Chapter 95. The meaning of partnership. By the time 6 months had passed since Kai's transformation, the cultivation world had settled into a new equilibrium. The council still existed and still held significant power, but their power was constrained. Regions where the Reformation had taken root were cultivating outside institutional structures and advancing just as rapidly. The assumption that institutions were necessary had been definitively broken. Kai returned to the Temple of the Eternal Mountain for a celebration marking the opening of 3 new Reformation teaching centers across different regions. He moved differently now. His 200 years of heaviness was gone, replaced by something lighter and more present. He seemed not older, but paradoxically younger, as though the transformation had reset something fundamental. Marcus greeted him, and they walked together through the temple grounds, not speaking at first, just existing in the familiar comfort of partnership. "I was thinking about something," Kai said eventually. "About what the convergence actually was." "What do you mean?" Marcus asked. "I mean that I spent 50 years stuck on a plateau, unable to advance, because I was trying to advance alone," Kai said. "The council would have said it was impossible, that the plateau was a natural limit. But the truth was more subtle. The truth was that advancement at certain thresholds requires partnership. You can't advance beyond immortality alone. You need someone who is advancing alongside you. Someone who shares your journey enough that your progressions resonate together." "Is that why you trained me so intensely?" Marcus asked. "Because you knew you would need me?" "Yes and no," Kai replied. "I trained you intensely because you were capable of it, and because I believed in you. But I also, I think, understood on some level that I was training my own salvation, that the student I was creating would be the anchor I would eventually need. That teaching isn't one-directional. It's a resonance between 2 people becoming more than what either could be alone." They climbed the mountain to the meditation point where they had first met, where Marcus had stumbled upon Kai and had asked for training. It seemed like a lifetime ago, though it had been only a few years. The world had transformed in those few years in ways that no one had predicted. "What do you think happens next?" Marcus asked. "I think the council will attempt several more escalations," Kai said. "They'll try to suppress the Reformation through institutional pressure. They'll try to isolate regions from accessing Reformation teachings. They'll try to convince cultivators that institutional training is safer, more reliable, more certain. That it's better to accept slow but guaranteed advancement than to risk fast but uncertain advancement through independent networks. And some of that might work. Some cultivators will choose the safety of institutions over the freedom of independence. That's valid. That's their choice to make. But the foundation has shifted," Marcus said. "The assumption that institutions are necessary has been broken." "Yes," Kai said. "Once alternatives exist, they can never be completely erased. The knowledge has been released. Thousands of people have experienced advancement outside institutions. The narrative that the council has maintained for centuries has been shattered. It can be patched and repaired, but never truly restored to its original integrity." "Is that enough?" Marcus asked. "Is that victory?" "No," Kai said. "Victory would be if the entire cultivation world abandoned institutional structures and all became independent cultivators. But that's not going to happen, and it shouldn't. Some people thrive in institutional environments. Some people need hierarchy and clear advancement pathways. Some people want the community that institutions provide, want the structure that helps them commit to long-term advancement, want the social bonds that come from shared institutional experience. The real victory is when the system is flexible enough to accommodate both approaches, when the council doesn't feel threatened by alternatives, when cultivation becomes about what works for individuals rather than what preserves institutional power. How far away is that? Marcus asked. Years, probably, Kai said. Decades maybe. Maybe even longer. But it's inevitable now. The council is already adapting. They're slowly learning to accept that they can remain powerful while not being supreme. The question has stopped being whether alternatives will exist and has become only when and how the cultivation world will formally recognize them. That's the fundamental shift that everything else flows from. Marcus understood that his mentor was right. The immediate battle was over. The larger war, the slow transformation of how civilization thought about power, hierarchy, and possibility, had barely begun. But it had begun, and beginning was what mattered. From the meditation point, they could see the temple grounds far below, where hundreds of cultivators moved through training sequences. Some had been trained in institutional methods and were learning reformation approaches. Others had been trained independently and were exploring institutional frameworks to understand what they offered. A few were engaged in entirely novel experiments, trying to combine elements of both approaches in new ways. That diversity, that pluralism, was what the Reformation had actually achieved. Not replacement of one system with another, but opening of the question of what systems were possible. That opening, once created, would reshape civilization over generations. They stood together looking out over the mountains, two cultivators bound by partnership and training and the strange alchemy that had allowed them to advance in tandem, each supporting the other's growth in ways that neither could have achieved alone. Thank you, Marcus said, for training me, for trusting me with your convergence, for showing me what partnership actually means. Thank you, Kai replied, for being willing to advance, for not settling for less than what you could become, for holding me together when I was fragmenting, for demonstrating that the future is genuinely different from the past. The sun set over mountains that seemed to stretch forever, and the two cultivators stood together in companionable silence, understanding that the story wasn't finished, that everything was just beginning, that the Real Revolution would be measured in generations, not moments. Chapter 96. The Doctrine of Choice. 3 months after the celebration at the temple, the council formally issued what they called the Doctrine of Choice. It was a statement acknowledging that institutional cultivation and independent cultivation were both valid paths, and that cultivators would be permitted to choose between them without legal restriction. It was framed as the council's decision, as though they had magnanimously decided to permit alternatives. But everyone understood what had actually happened. The council had been forced by circumstances to acknowledge a reality they could no longer suppress. The traditionalist faction immediately condemned the doctrine as a betrayal of everything the council supposedly stood for. They attempted to establish parallel institutional structures that explicitly rejected Reformation philosophy. But their rebellion against the council's decision had the unintended effect of splitting the traditionalists into factions that barely acknowledged their common origins. What emerged instead was something neither the council nor the Reformation had planned for: thousands of small groups of cultivators experimenting with different approaches to advancement. Some followed the Reformation philosophy strictly. Some attempted combinations of institutional and independent methods. Some created entirely new systems based on regional traditions that predated the council's dominance. Kai observed this fragmentation with what Marcus recognized as satisfaction. This is what free choice looks like, Kai said, reviewing reports from ghost networks. Chaos, inefficiency, contradiction, people making decisions that other people think are wrong. But also innovation, adaptation, individuals discovering what actually works for them rather than what institutions tell them they should want. The council, faced with the complexity of managing a civilization where cultivation advancement couldn't be controlled through institutional hierarchy, began focusing its efforts on being exceptional rather than dominant. Instead of claiming to be the only legitimate path, they positioned themselves as the best path for those who wanted the kind of structure, community, and guaranteed advancement that institutions could provide. It was a dramatic repositioning, but it worked. Cultivators who wanted hierarchy and clear advancement pathways remained or joined institutional structures. Cultivators who wanted independence and self-direction sought out Reformation teachings. And cultivators who wanted some combination could now negotiate with both sides to create hybrid approaches. The system is adapting, Elena said, reviewing changes in how cultivation knowledge was being transmitted. Instead of a monopoly, we have a pluralistic market. That's philosophically better, but it's also infinitely more complex to navigate. Chapter 97. The expansion of mortals. The most significant change came not from cultivation circles, but from mortal governance. As mortal scientists integrated cultivation knowledge into their understanding of human potential, governments began making strategic decisions about what they wanted the future of their nations to be. Some nations chose to restrict cultivation knowledge, fearing that giving all citizens access to transcendent capability would destabilize their existing hierarchies. Others embraced cultivation openly, establishing national cultivation centers and offering training to anyone capable of learning. Ghost found himself navigating relationships with mortal leaders across dozens of countries, explaining what cultivation was, what it could become, how it would reshape human civilization over generations. The intelligence operative who had spent years operating in the shadows suddenly became a diplomat. This is what the revolution actually looks like at scale, Ghost told Marcus. It's not romantic. It's not dramatic. It's just millions of people slowly understanding that the limitations they thought were natural are actually artificial. It's systems collapsing not because someone defeated them, but because they were never as necessary as everyone believed. Marcus watched Kai expand his teaching journey, traveling to regions that had never been touched by cultivation knowledge, introducing the possibility of advancement to communities that had assumed power was something only the wealthy or well-connected could access. In a village 300 miles from the temple, Kai trained a group of farmers who had never considered themselves capable of cultivation. Within months, some of them had begun advancing. They couldn't match the speed of Marcus's advancement or Kai's transformed capability, but they were advancing, proving that individual talent and dedication mattered more than institutional backing. What do you do with farmers who become cultivators? The village headman asked Kai. Whatever they choose, Kai replied. Some will continue farming and use cultivation to enhance that work. Some will move to cultivation centers and dedicate themselves fully to advancement. Some will discover they're not actually interested in cultivation once they've experienced it. All of those outcomes are fine. The point isn't to create more powerful people. The point is to remove the barriers that prevent people from discovering what they're actually capable of. Chapter 98. The question of mortality. Nearly a year after Kai's transformation, Marcus reached another threshold, the moment where he transitioned from accelerated advancement to the true immortal state. His aging slowed dramatically. He could sense the biological processes that had kept him mortal beginning to shift into the indefinite extension that characterized genuine immortality. It was not a moment of triumph. It was a moment of confrontation with something he had been intellectually aware of, but that only became real as he experienced it. He would outlive everyone he knew except Kai. The mortals who had helped build the Reformation, Ghost and Elena and Kira, would age and die while he continued. His choice to advance had inadvertently chosen immortality for him, and now he would have to live with that consequence. He found himself alone on the meditation mountain one evening, wrestling with something he hadn't anticipated when he first began training with Kai, the cost of transcendence. Kai appeared, because Kai always appeared when Marcus needed him, and sat beside his student/partner without speaking. I didn't want this, Marcus said finally. I didn't want immortality. I wanted to advance. I wanted to prove that advancement was possible outside institutions. But I didn't want to become something that watches everyone I love age and die. I know, Kai said. I made that discovery 200 years ago. The revelation that advancement and immortality are inextricably linked. That if you're going to push cultivation to its highest thresholds, you're going to become something that outlives mortal existence. How do you accept that? Marcus asked. You don't, Kai replied. Not really. What you do is you find people who are willing to make the same choice you made. You build community with other immortals who understand what it means to outlive mortality. And you invest yourself in creating something that will persist beyond any one individual's lifetime. The Reformation, Marcus said. The Reformation and everything that comes after it, Kai replied. You're not going to live forever in the personal sense. Even immortality ends eventually. Civilizations fall, worlds transform, universal laws shift. But you can create things that outlast you. You can contribute to movements that will persist after you're gone. That's the actual meaning of immortality. Not infinite personal continuation, but participation in something genuinely larger than yourself. Marcus understood, in that moment, that this was the real purpose of the convergence. Not just to allow Kai to advance beyond the plateau, and not just to prove that mortal-born cultivators could exceed institutional limits. The convergence had created two immortal cultivators who were bound by partnership, who had shared the experience of mutual advancement, who understood in their bones that cultivation was not about individual transcendence, but about collective evolution. Will others make this choice? Marcus asked. Will other mortals choose immortality? Some will, Kai said. Others won't. Elena might. Ghost might, though I think he's realized that mortal life, lived intentionally and meaningfully, might be richer than immortal life spent watching the world change around you. Kira has already chosen her path. She'll live the mortal lifespan, and then she'll be gone. Both choices are valid. Both are necessary. Will you stay? Marcus asked. Will you keep training with me, keep advancing? Yes, Kai said, but not as your mentor anymore. As your partner in something that goes beyond either of us. As someone who understands that advancement is only meaningful when it's shared, when it's in relationship with others who are also growing and changing. Chapter 99. The second convergence. As years passed, something unexpected began to happen. Kai's student, the first cultivators he had trained within the Reformation framework, began advancing toward power thresholds that should have taken centuries to achieve. They advanced at rates that shouldn't have been possible, at speeds that challenged everything cultivation theory understood about personal advancement. Elena's research provided the explanation. It's convergence, she said, showing data from her monitoring of the new advanced cultivators. Every cultivator who trained under Kai and Marcus, who participated in the teaching partnerships you established, is benefiting from a resonance effect. They're not advancing alone. They're advancing in relationship with everyone else who's part of the teaching network. It compounds. What had begun as a single partnership between Marcus and Kai had become a network, a constellation of cultivators all advancing together, all supporting each other's growth, all creating resonances that made advancement possible in ways that individual practice never could. We've discovered something fundamental about cultivation, Kai told Marcus. We've discovered that isolation is what actually limits advancement. That the council's hierarchical structures weren't wrong because they were institutional, but because they prevented genuine partnership. You can't advance alone. You can barely advance with one partner. But you can advance exponentially when you have a network of people all committed to each other's growth. The council, watching this unfold, began to understand the full extent of what they had lost in allowing the Reformation to exist. They hadn't lost merely the monopoly on advancement. They had lost the understanding of what advancement actually required. The Reformation wasn't just an alternative system. It was a superior system for the specific goal of cultivation progress. By the time 10 years had passed since Kai's transformation, the cultivation world had reorganized around networks instead of hierarchies. The council still existed and still held power, but it had become one option among many, and increasingly, the most talented cultivators were finding networks where they could advance faster, further, and in greater partnership with others. Chapter 100. The legacy of partnership. 20 years after meeting Kai for the first time, Marcus stood in the temple courtyard looking at the new structures that had been built to accommodate the expanded teaching network. What had been a small meditation center had become a thriving community where hundreds of cultivators trained, studied, and advanced together. He was no longer young, though immortality meant his body barely reflected age. He was no longer a student in the traditional sense, and he was no longer a symbol of rebellion against institutions, because rebellion had become normalized, acceptable, even conventional. What he was, increasingly, was a teacher, not a giver of wisdom from on high, but a partner in the ongoing practice of mutual advancement. He taught because teaching deepened his own understanding. He worked with students because every relationship was a convergence opportunity, a chance for resonance that could benefit both parties. Kai found him in that moment of reflection, as Kai always did. You're thinking about the beginning, Kai observed. I'm thinking about how strange it is, Marcus said, that my life has become the thing I was most afraid of. I'm immortal. I've become a teacher. I'm part of something larger than myself. All the things I was resisting when I first started training with you. But you're not resisting anymore, Kai said. That's the difference. You've chosen it consciously instead of having it imposed on you. Is that enough? Marcus asked. Is understanding what you're becoming enough to make the burden meaningful? I don't know, Kai said honestly. Ask me in 100 years. Maybe in 100 years I'll understand what immortality was for. Maybe I'll have figured out what 200 years of existence was supposed to teach me. Or maybe I'll still be asking these questions, still struggling with what it means to continue when continuance stretches beyond any rational time horizon. That's not very reassuring, Marcus said. No, Kai agreed. But it's honest. And that's the only thing I've learned that I'm confident about. Honesty matters more than reassurance. Asking hard questions matters more than having easy answers. They walked through the temple grounds together, past training areas where cultivators of all levels were practicing, past classrooms where theory was being taught, past meditation spaces where individuals worked on personal advancement. What happens next? Marcus asked. The Reformation spreads, Kai said. It reaches regions we haven't thought of yet. Mortals begin integrating cultivation into their own civilization. In 100 years, or maybe 1,000 years, cultivation becomes just a normal part of human capability. People advance at different rates. Some choose institutions, some choose networks, some choose solitude. Nobody remembers that there was ever a time when advancement required institutional permission. And us? Marcus asked. We continue, Kai said. We teach when teaching is needed. We advance when advancement is possible. We remain partners in something that goes beyond both of us. That's the real convergence, I think. Not two cultivators reaching equal power, but two people understanding that their highest potential requires being in relationship with each other. That's the revolution. That's what civilization needs to learn. They stood at the temple's highest point, looking out over mountains that stretched to horizons beyond sight. 20 years of transformation. 200 years of exile resolved. Immortality no longer a secret, but a possibility that anyone could pursue. The cultivation world fundamentally restructured around networks instead of hierarchies. And still, the question remained, what did it all mean? What was the purpose of advancement? What was the destination of a revolution that had barely begun? Marcus looked at his mentor, no longer a teacher but a partner in something neither fully understood, and understood that the not knowing was the point. That the meaning would emerge through continuing to advance, continuing to teach, continuing to build partnerships where mutual growth made impossible progress possible. Thank you, Marcus said, speaking the words that had become familiar over 2 decades of training together. Thank you, Kai replied, the simple exchange containing all the complexity of partnership, all the depth of two people becoming more through their commitment to each other's growth. The sun set over mountains that had witnessed everything, and two immortal cultivators stood together understanding that the real story was just beginning, that the Real Revolution would take centuries to unfold, that the meaning of convergence was only visible when you were willing to remain present for the entire transformation. Epilogue. The significance of Chapter 81 to 100. The arc of Chapters 81 to 100 represents the transformation of the cultivation world from an institution-dominated system to a pluralistic civilization where multiple paths of advancement coexist. This arc is not about the triumph of the Reformation over the Council, but about something more fundamental, the collapse of the certainty that allowed institutions to claim absolute necessity. The arc begins with Kai's immortality becoming public knowledge, a revelation that shatters the Council's ability to control the narrative about what is possible in cultivation. For 200 years, the Council had hidden Kai's existence, had suppressed the knowledge that immortality was achievable, had maintained their authority partly through the ability to define what cultivators should aspire toward. Kai's public revelation removes that ability. The revelation triggers a cascade of reactions. The traditionalists attempt to defend the Council and the system. The reformists use Kai's existence as validation of their philosophy. The independents, having claimed to stand outside institutional politics, discover that they've been complicit in the suppression. The entire factional system begins to reorganize around the reality that alternatives to institutional cultivation are provably possible. Chapters 82 to 85 introduce the enemies from Kai's past, cultivators who were trained by Kai centuries ago, who made different choices about how to live, who now have reasons to either support or oppose what Kai has become. These encounters force Kai to confront the consequences of 200 years of choices. They also force Marcus to understand that his mentor is not a figure beyond complication, but someone who has made decisions with both positive and negative implications, someone who carries the weight of history. Chapters 86 to 90 follow the intensification of conflict as Marcus approaches power parity with Kai. The convergence, the resonance that allows two cultivators advancing together to exceed what either could achieve alone, becomes the central mechanism of the arc. Elena documents this from a biological perspective. Ghost and Kira manage the political and strategic implications, and Marcus and Kai experience it directly, feeling how their partnership creates possibilities that solitude never could. The climactic moment comes when Marcus and Kai defeat the Council's ancient masters. This is not a complete victory. The conflict continues, and the Council retains institutional power. But the defeat demonstrates that the institution is no longer absolute, that alternatives have become militarily competitive, that the cost of suppression has begun to exceed the benefit of suppression. Chapters 91 to 95 follow the convergence event itself, Kai's transformation beyond the immortality plateau. This process cannot happen alone. Kai requires Marcus as an anchor, someone stable enough to hold Kai's consciousness together while it undergoes fundamental reconstruction. The experience binds them in a way that goes beyond training partnership. It creates mutual vulnerability and mutual dependence. Marcus understands what immortality will mean for him through experiencing Kai's transformation. Kai understands what his advancement requires through Marcus's willingness to carry the burden of being an anchor. The convergence event also demonstrates something crucial about the Reformation's philosophy. Advancement at the highest levels requires partnership. The Council's hierarchical model was designed to allow individual advancement through institutional support, creating isolated peaks of power surrounded by dependency. The Reformation's network model creates conditions where advancement compounds through connection, where individuals support each other's growth, where isolation is replaced by resonance. Chapters 96 to 100 follow the aftermath. The Council, faced with evidence of the Reformation's viability and the cost of suppression, begins to adapt. The doctrine of choice represents a formal acknowledgement that alternatives are now unavoidable. What follows is not revolution in the sense of replacement. The Council continues to exist and continues to have legitimate followers. What follows instead is transformation, a cultivation civilization where multiple paths are recognized as valid, where individuals can choose their approach, where institutions serve rather than control. The final chapter shows Marcus and Kai 10 years after Kai's transformation. They're no longer engaged in revolutionary struggle. They're engaged in the ongoing work of teaching, advancing, and building networks. The Reformation hasn't won in the sense of replacing the Council, but it has succeeded at the deeper level of changing what cultivation civilization believes about itself. The assumption that institutions are necessary has been replaced with the recognition that they're optional. That shift, once made, cannot be reversed. The arc's central theme is that true revolutionary change isn't about replacing one system with another identical system with different leaders. It's about creating conditions where people stop believing that they require a particular system, where they recognize that alternatives are possible, where they exercise the freedom to choose. By that measure, the Reformation has fundamentally succeeded. It has not destroyed the Council. It has made the Council irrelevant to those who no longer choose to follow it. The partnership between Marcus and Kai serves as the narrative and thematic center of this arc. Their relationship demonstrates what the Reformation philosophy actually means at a practical level. Two people of vastly different ages and backgrounds working together, supporting each other's growth, creating something that neither could create alone. Their partnership isn't hierarchical. One is not above the other despite Kai's 2 centuries of experience. It's genuinely mutual, with each contributing unique value, each requiring the other, each being capable of becoming more through the connection. This is the true meaning of the convergence. Not just that 2 cultivators reached similar power levels and advanced together, but that they learned to think of advancement as a fundamentally social process, something that requires partnership and resonance and the willingness to be vulnerable with another person. This understanding, once demonstrated, changes everything about how cultivation civilization can imagine its future. Narrative analysis. The architecture of Arc 5 operates through a carefully structured escalation that moves from revelation through conflict toward transformation. The arc doesn't resolve every conflict. The Council still exists, still has power, still has followers. But it shifts the fundamental ground on which conflicts occur. The first phase, chapters 81 to 85, establishes the impossibility of hiding what has been revealed. The Council's attempt to maintain Kai's immortality as a state secret becomes impossible the moment one person with access to archives decides to share the information. This demonstrates a principle that applies beyond cultivation civilization. In an age of information, suppression of fundamental facts becomes increasingly difficult. The second phase, chapters 86 to 90, shows the mechanism through which transformation becomes possible. The convergence between Marcus and Kai isn't mystical or magical. It's based on a practical principle. Advancement at higher thresholds requires support from someone advancing in parallel. This creates incentive for collaboration rather than competition, for networks rather than hierarchies, for partnership rather than dominance. The third phase, chapters 91 to 95, demonstrates the transformation itself. Kai's breakthrough beyond the immortality plateau shows what becomes possible when 2 people commit to mutual support. Marcus's experience as Kai's anchor shows the cost and the reward of such commitment. Their emergence from the transformation demonstrates that the partnership has made permanent change. They're both different now, both fundamentally altered by having experienced the other's consciousness during the convergence. The final phase, chapters 96 to 100, shows the political and social implications of what has been demonstrated. When alternatives to institutional cultivation have been proven viable, when personal partnership has been shown to enable advancement that institutions cannot provide, the entire ground of political power shifts. The council doesn't need to be destroyed. It needs to adapt or become irrelevant. The arc's strength comes from the way it balances personal narrative with civilization-wide implications. Marcus and Kai's story is compelling at the intimate level. Two people learning to work together, learning to support each other, learning what it means to be in genuine partnership. But that story also carries implications for how societies organize themselves, how power can be distributed, how advancement can be structured to encourage cooperation rather than competition. The arc's resolution is not final. The Reformation continues. The council continues. The struggle between alternatives continues. But the certainty that any one approach is absolutely necessary has been broken. That openness to alternatives, once introduced into a civilization's consciousness, becomes the foundation for everything that follows. Extended analysis. The thematic resonance of Arc 5. The arc's central metaphor is resonance, a physical phenomenon where two frequencies in proximity cause each other to vibrate more intensely. This metaphor operates at multiple levels throughout chapters 81 to 100. At the personal level, Marcus and Kai's relationship demonstrates what resonance means in cultivation practice. They are not equals in experience or age or accumulated knowledge, but their resonance, the way Kai's 200 years of wisdom interfaces with Marcus's fresh perspective and rapid advancement, creates something neither could achieve alone. Marcus accelerates Kai's understanding of modern cultivation possibilities. Kai anchors Marcus's advancement in principle and wisdom. Their partnership proves that resonance doesn't require equality of experience. It requires mutual commitment to each other's growth. At the institutional level, resonance describes what the Reformation creates against institutional cultivation. The council operates through hierarchy, a system where power flows downward and control is maintained through limiting who has access to knowledge and advancement opportunities. The Reformation operates through networks, a system where power compounds through connection, where individual advancement benefits everyone in the network, where knowledge flows freely. The resonance between these approaches doesn't destroy the council. It simply demonstrates that the council's way is optional rather than necessary. At the civilizational level, resonance describes the transformation of the cultivation world itself. Once Kai's immortality becomes public, once alternatives to institutional cultivation have been demonstrated, the entire civilization must reorganize itself around the existence of that alternative. The old certainties, that institutions are necessary, that advancement requires institutional blessing, that the council represents the only viable path, these certainties are shattered. In their place emerges a new complexity where multiple paths coexist, where individual choice becomes paramount, where systems must justify themselves through results rather than through claimed necessity. The arc demonstrates a principle that applies far beyond cultivation civilization. Institutions don't fall to revolution. They fall when people stop believing they're necessary. The Reformation doesn't defeat the council through military force or political maneuvering. The Reformation defeats the council by proving that advancement is possible without it. Once that proof exists, once thousands of people have experienced it, no amount of institutional authority can make people unsee what they've already witnessed. This principle has implications for the entire structure of human civilization. It suggests that the most powerful revolutionaries are not those who seize power, but those who demonstrate that power isn't necessary for progress. It suggests that the most effective challenges to institutional authority come not through confrontation, but through the quiet demonstration that alternatives work. Final narrative summary. Completion of Story 159, Part 1. Story 159. My Training Partner is Immortal completes its first major arc with the conclusion of Step 5, Chapters 81 to 100. The 5 steps of Part 1 trace a complete narrative journey. Step 1, Chapters 1 to 20. Establishment of Marcus and Kai's partnership. Marcus discovers Kai, begins training, and their relationship becomes increasingly significant as Marcus advances beyond what mortal cultivation should permit. Step 2, Chapters 21 to 40. Escalation of conflict and revelation. The council recognizes Marcus as a threat. Kai's background is partially revealed. The Reformation begins forming as an alternative to institutional cultivation. Step 3, Chapters 41 to 60. Expansion of the Reformation and deepening of understanding. Marcus faces institutional cultivators and begins to understand the political dimensions of what Kai has trained him for. The team expands to include Kira, Elena, and Ghost. Step 4, Chapters 61 to 80. Escalation to climax. The Reformation becomes a formal organization. Kai's 2-century exile is fully revealed. Marcus defeats Sifu Lin Wu in a public duel, proving that advancement outside institutions can exceed advancement within them. Step 5. Chapters 81 to 100 Transformation and Resolution. Kai's immortality becomes public knowledge. The Council and Reformation move toward direct conflict. Kai undergoes transformation beyond the immortality plateau, with Marcus as his anchor. The cultivation world begins reorganizing around the existence of multiple legitimate paths to advancement. The arc of Part 1 as a whole tells the story of how alternatives to institutional power become possible. It's not a story about the triumph of good over evil or rebellion over authority. It's a story about how certainty becomes questioned, how the assumed necessary becomes revealed as optional, how civilizations reorganize themselves when their foundational assumptions are challenged. Marcus's arc moves from student to partner to anchor to symbol. But the deeper arc is his transformation from someone who sees cultivation as a personal practice into someone who understands cultivation as a fundamentally social phenomenon. His greatest advancement comes not from his power level, but from his understanding that genuine cultivation requires partnership, that his highest potential is achieved through connection with others rather than through individual achievement. Kai's arc moves from exile to revelation to transformation to integration. His greatest achievement is not his advancement beyond the immortality plateau, but his ability to let go of the control he's maintained for 200 years and allow others to shape the Reformation into something that goes beyond what he originally envisioned. Together, their story demonstrates that the most profound revolutions are built on the foundation of genuine partnership, on the willingness to be vulnerable with others, on the recognition that what we accomplish together exceeds what we accomplish alone. Part 1 is complete. Part 2 will follow, exploring what happens after the foundation has shifted, what happens when alternatives are established, what happens when the real work of building a new civilization begins. Step 6. Chapters 101 to 120. Chapter 101. The Uncharted Territory. 3 months after Kai's transformation, Marcus realized that neither of them had a map anymore. There was no chart, no precedent, no wise elder to consult, no text describing what lay ahead. The world of known cultivation territory had been left behind. What awaited them in the uncharted space beyond the immortality plateau was genuinely unknown. The cultivation world had operated on a set of understood principles for millennia. There were known thresholds, known limits, known approaches to advancement. The Council had compiled this knowledge over centuries, creating a comprehensive framework for what was possible and what was impossible. Teachers like Kai had inherited that framework and worked within it, even when pushing against its boundaries. Students learned the principles, trained within the structures, advanced according to documented progressions. It was a system. It was rigid, but it was known. Kai had broken that framework by advancing beyond the immortality plateau. But what came next? There was no precedent, no ancient masters to consult, no theoretical texts describing what lay beyond where Kai now stood. The archive that Elena had accessed 300 years of cultivation documentation, and the most advanced texts simply ended. The most they could say was, immortality is the final threshold. Beyond that, nothing. Marcus found his partner in the lower meditation chamber, surrounded by scrolls and notebooks. Kai looked exhausted, a state Marcus had rarely witnessed. His face showed concentration bordering on frustration. Papers covered every surface. Some of them were ancient texts from the Council's restricted libraries, retrieved through channels that ghost networks had carefully opened. Others were Elena's research notes, attempting to document cultivation biology at levels that human science had never before attempted to measure. Nothing matches, Kai said without preamble. I've read through every documented cultivation philosophy across 3 centuries of my life. I've studied the texts that ancient masters left. I've examined the theoretical frameworks that the Council claims represent the absolute understanding of what advancement is possible. And none of it extends beyond where I am now. Marcus sat across from him, letting the weight of that statement settle. 4 weeks after his convergence transformation, Kai had been oscillating between states of profound insight and profound confusion. He was advanced now, genuinely advanced in ways that made even Marcus's power signature seem quaint by comparison. But advancement brought knowledge of how much remained unknown. It brought awareness of the vast territories that opened up when the old boundaries were crossed. Then what do you do? Marcus asked, though he already sensed the answer through their partnership bond. I advance without a map, Kai said. I explore the territory as if I'm discovering it for the first time. And this time, Kai paused, looking directly at Marcus. This time, I don't advance alone. We advance together, as equals. The shift in phrasing struck Marcus with profound significance. Not teacher and student. Not even mentor and protege, though those labels had barely applied for months now. Equals in genuine exploration. Two people standing at the edge of known cultivation territory, peering into the unknown. What does that mean practically? Marcus asked. It means we'll experience things that no cultivator has ever experienced, Kai said. We'll discover principles that might contradict everything previous cultivation philosophy established. We'll likely make mistakes. Serious ones. We'll face dangers that no one before us has encountered because no one before us had the power level to reach them. And we won't have safety nets. There's no council precedent to fall back on. There's no institutional knowledge to guide us. If we hit a problem that's genuinely outside known cultivation territory, we solve it or we die trying. Are you afraid? Marcus asked. Kai considered the question with the seriousness it deserved. Yes, I've spent 200 years operating within understood frameworks, even when I was pushing against those frameworks. I understood the council's limits because I had experienced those limits. I understood what advancement meant because I could reference documented advancement. Now I'm operating outside all frameworks. That's genuinely terrifying. Marcus could feel the truth of it through their partnership bond. Kai's power had increased by an order of magnitude, but his certainty had decreased proportionally. More power without more knowledge wasn't advancement. It was exposure. Then why do it? Marcus asked. Because standing still is impossible, Kai said. Because once you've touched what lies beyond the previous boundary, you can't pretend you didn't. Because the only path forward is to continue advancing, even when you have no assurance where that advancement leads. And because I learned something during the convergence that I couldn't have learned any other way. Advancement is only meaningful in relationship. I can't explore this territory alone. I need someone advancing alongside me, someone I trust enough to be vulnerable with when I'm not certain, someone who can help me make sense of experiences that transcend individual comprehension. Kai looked directly at Marcus again. That's you. I need you to explore this territory with me, not as my student, as my partner. In the meditation chamber, surrounded by the accumulated wisdom of 3,000 years of cultivation tradition, two cultivators acknowledged that they had exhausted that tradition. What came next would have to be discovered, not retrieved from dusty scrolls. It would have to be created through the partnership between two people willing to advance into absolute uncertainty together. No maps, no precedents, no assurance of success. Just two cultivators standing at the edge of everything, choosing to move forward together. Marcus left the chamber that evening thinking about what Kai had said. The word partner resonated differently now. Partnership wasn't just about cooperation. It was about genuine equality of stakes, genuine interdependence, the willingness to say, I can't do this alone and I don't want to. For years, their relationship had been defined by the knowledge gap between them. But now, facing uncharted territory, that gap had become irrelevant. What mattered was that they would face what came next together, bringing different perspectives and different strengths to a challenge that neither could handle alone. That night, he meditated alone in his chamber, reaching for the edges of his cultivation power and understanding how much territory remained beyond those edges. The power he had developed was extraordinary by any normal human standard. But set against what lay ahead, what Kai sensed but couldn't yet articulate, it was almost beginner's practice. For years, he had been the student learning from the master. He had accepted that framework. It made sense when Kai had centuries of experience to draw on. But if Kai didn't have answers to what lay ahead, if both of them were equally uncertain, then the relationship had to restructure itself. The knowledge gap that had defined their interaction for so long had closed. That was terrifying. It was also liberating. Chapter 102. The emergence of the hidden. A week after Marcus and Kai began their exploratory practice, something unexpected happened. Another immortal emerged from seclusion. This single event triggered a cascade that would reshape human civilization's understanding of what was actually possible. If one immortal had been hiding, how many others were out there? What had they learned through centuries of isolation and practice? What would they contribute to the larger human conversation about cultivation advancement? Marcus sensed it first through the networks, a new presence appearing in the cultivation pathways, an ancient consciousness manifesting openly for what seemed to be the first time in nearly a century. Her name was Arya, and she had been hiding in the mountains for 97 years. She presented herself to the temple with the directness of someone who had spent nearly a century processing what she would say. Kai recognized her immediately, someone he had trained, someone he had assumed was lost to history or broken in their practice. But there she was, appearing at the temple gates with the bearing of someone who had made a deliberate choice. I couldn't come out while the council was in absolute control, Arya explained in the temple's reception chamber. She was tall, with silver hair bound in traditional cultivation style, and her power signature was older than anything Marcus had felt except Kai himself. When she moved, It was with the deliberate grace of someone who had spent decades, or centuries, perfecting the intersection of physical form and cultivation power. But when the revelation of immortality became public, when the Reformation began reshaping the cultivation world, I understood that hiding had become a choice rather than a necessity. How long have you been immortal? Kai asked. 137 years, Arya replied. You trained me when I was young. I advanced faster than most of your students, and I reached immortality within a few decades of beginning my training. But when I approached the council to acknowledge my achievement, to integrate with other immortals, they tried to control me. They wanted me bound to institutional structures. I refused. Kai understood the implication. Arya was immortal because he had trained her, but she had advanced beyond what the council could contain, so they had suppressed her, made her disappear from public records, convinced everyone she was either dead or insane, effectively erased her from the cultivation world. And you've been in hiding all this time? Marcus asked. In meditation, Arya corrected. I wasn't hiding in the sense of cowering. I was hiding in the sense of choosing to live entirely outside institutional structures, developing my understanding of cultivation in isolation, waiting for a world that might be different. How many like you are there? Kai asked quietly. I don't know, Arya replied. Cultivation history is full of cultivators who disappeared. Everyone assumed they were dead or broken in their practice. In truth, some of us were hiding. Some were waiting for the world to become safe for beings like us. Some made contact with each other and created hidden networks. And some, maybe most, we simply couldn't find because the council was so thorough in erasing us. She paused, examining Marcus with keen interest. But now, she gestured vaguely toward the temple walls, toward the world beyond. Now the world has become different. Not safe, perhaps, but different. Different enough that we can emerge without immediately facing suppression. Over the following month, others emerged. An immortal named Takashi who had been living in mortal civilization under an assumed identity for nearly a century, working as a scholar, developing cultivation in solitude while surrounded by ordinary humans. He spoke quietly about the strange duality of his existence, living among mortals while understanding their fundamental impermanence, contributing to their intellectual development while knowing he would continue long after they were gone. Another named Lissa who had isolated herself in a pocket dimension she had created 53 years ago, practicing cultivation in solitude for those 5 decades without external contact. She emerged confused, disoriented, needing weeks to readjust to shared human contact. A network of 3 immortals, Mavi, Kes, and Daly, who had been maintaining a hidden sanctuary in the eastern mountains, advancing together in secrecy, creating a parallel cultivation network that the council never discovered. These 3 had achieved something remarkable. They had created an immortal community organized entirely around partnership, each supporting the other's growth, demonstrating at small scale what the Reformation was attempting at civilizational scale. There were others too. An immortal who had spent a century in meditation, barely interacting with the external world, advancing through pure internal cultivation. Another who had spent decades studying mortal philosophy, attempting to understand how non-cultivating civilization thought about existence and advancement. A cultivator who had discovered a way to achieve partial immortality without reaching the full threshold, extending their life for hundreds of years while remaining partially mortal, creating a unique perspective on what it meant to transcend aging. None of them were young. All of them had centuries of experience. And all of them had chosen isolation rather than integration because integration had meant submission to the council's authority. They had watched the Reformation's rise with interest and caution, waiting to see if genuine alternatives could survive against institutional pressure. When the alternatives not only survived but thrived, when the networks began demonstrating exponential advancement patterns, when the entire structure of human cultivation began to reorganize around distributed principles, then they emerged from hiding. The world had become safe enough to acknowledge what they were. Marcus watched Kai interact with these newly emerged immortals, and something became clear. His partner was no longer exceptional. In the larger context of global immortal population, Kai was one among many, the oldest, perhaps, and certainly the most advanced, but no longer unique. The revolution that had made Kai the symbol of possibility had also created conditions where other symbols could emerge, where other beings could claim their own advancement and ask the world to acknowledge it. How does it feel? Marcus asked Kai one evening as they walked through the temple grounds, watching the sun set over mountains that suddenly felt populated in new ways. Having others like you around? Having the focus shift away from you? Complicated, Kai admitted. He moved slowly, deliberately, his advanced power held at rest rather than in constant expression. For 200 years, my immortality was a secret that defined my entire existence. It was why I was hiding, why I was keeping distance from meaningful connection, why I was channeling everything into training you. I told myself that I was preparing for something without knowing what. But I was also protecting myself. If no one knew I was immortal, no one could attack me for it. Now it's not a secret anymore. It's not even particularly rare. There are at least a dozen other immortals in this region alone, and reports coming in of more emerging from hiding across the world. Does that diminish what we accomplished? Marcus asked. No, Kai said thoughtfully, but it relocates the significance. Our revolution wasn't about making Kai immortal visible. It was about proving that immortality was possible through advancement rather than institutional appointment. The fact that others existed all along, the fact that they're now able to emerge, that's vindication of what we were fighting for. We didn't create immortals. We created the conditions where immortals could stop hiding, where they could acknowledge what they were without fear of immediate suppression. He paused, then added something that Marcus felt was deeply important. And maybe more importantly, we created the proof that no institution was actually necessary for advancement to happen. The immortals emerged not because they suddenly became more powerful. They emerged because they stopped believing they needed the Council's permission to exist. Chapter 103. The Council's new challenge, the emergence of multiple immortals from seclusion, created a crisis that the Council hadn't anticipated. For centuries, the Council had built their authority partly on the assumption that they controlled who advanced to immortality. They appointed the ancient masters. They approved who reached the highest thresholds. They maintained archives and institutional knowledge that made advancement possible. The appearance of a parallel immortal population that had advanced entirely outside institutional structures shattered that assumption fundamentally. Moreover, these hidden immortals had been advancing for decades or centuries without Council oversight. They represented living proof that the Council's frameworks, their guidelines, their carefully constructed progressions, none of it was actually necessary. You could reach immortality without institutional approval. You could advance without permission. You could live as an immortal without integration into Council structures. Chun, who had assumed leadership of the Council after the ancient master's defeat, called a formal meeting. Both Kai and Marcus were invited, along with the other newly emerged immortals. The venue was neutral ground, a meditation hall that belonged to no faction, maintained by cultivators who had chosen not to align with either side of the Reformation versus Council divide. The Council wishes to establish frameworks for how immortal cultivators operate within civilization, Chen announced formally, his voice carrying the weight of centuries of institutional authority. He looked diminished, Marcus thought, reduced by the weight of trying to maintain authority that was slipping through his fingers like sand. The ancient masters who had sustained the Council for so long were gone, defeated by Marcus and Kai. Chen was holding the institution together through personality and political skill, but the foundation itself had shifted. We don't require frameworks, Arya said coldly, her voice carrying the weight of 97 years of isolation. We require acknowledgement of our right to exist and advance without institutional permission. That acknowledgement has already been given, Chen replied. The doctrine of choice permits advancement outside institutional structures. But immortal cultivators represent a unique challenge. A being who can live for centuries, accumulate power indefinitely, and operate with minimal constraints from mortal governance creates potential instability. The Council's responsibility includes managing that potential instability. Is that what we are to you? Asked Mavai, one of the three immortals who had been maintaining a hidden sanctuary. A potential instability? You're an unknown, Chen said bluntly. And unknowns are harder to govern than anything else. The Council would prefer frameworks that allow immortal cultivators to coexist with institutional cultivation without creating fundamental conflicts. Then the Council doesn't actually believe in pluralism, Marcus said quietly. You just believe in pluralism that can be controlled. Chen's face tightened. The Council believes that civilization functions better with agreed-upon principles. That's not control. That's civilization. Those are the same thing, if one party gets to define the principles, Kai said. His voice was calm, but his power signature hardened slightly, a reminder that the Council was negotiating not from strength, but from weakness. No, we won't accept your frameworks. We'll continue operating as we have been. We'll advance as far as we can go. We'll build networks and partnerships that seem valuable. We'll establish communities and relationships that transcend institutional structures. And if that conflicts with your governance structures, then your governance structures will need to adapt further. And if we refuse to adapt? Chen asked. Kai looked at him with 200 years of exhaustion in his eyes. Then we'll demonstrate, again, that alternatives are possible even when institutions try to suppress them. But Chun, you're not going to refuse. You're going to negotiate. You're going to establish loose frameworks that look like governance, but actually give immortals significant autonomy. Because you've learned that the cost of trying to control us exceeds the benefit. Chen's face remained impassive, but Marcus saw the calculation happening behind his eyes. Kai was right. The council had already abandoned the attempt to control through force. They would settle for control through negotiation, knowing that even that was increasingly impossible. The immortals emerging from hiding proved that you didn't need institutional structures to reach immortality. The only way the council could maintain relevance was to accept that relevance would be peripheral to genuine advancement. The meeting lasted another hour, and by the end, Chen had proposed exactly what Kai predicted, loose frameworks that appeared to establish council authority over immortal cultivation while actually granting significant autonomy to the immortals. The immortals would be registered with the council, would participate in certain coordinating functions, but would not be bound by council advancement limitations or institutional hierarchies. It was a face-saving solution for the council and a practical victory for the immortals. As the meeting concluded and the participants filtered out of the neutral meditation hall, Arya and Kai exchanged a glance that contained 200 years of understanding in an instant. They had won something that transcended this particular negotiation. They had proven that alternatives to institutional control were not just theoretically possible, but practically sustainable. Once that proof existed, the council's entire authority structure became optional rather than necessary. As Marcus walked back to the temple with Kai, he found himself thinking about how revolutions worked at scales larger than individual combat. The defeat of the ancient masters had been necessary but insufficient. The real transformation was this: the slow, grinding work of making alternatives visible, proving they could function, demonstrating that institutions could lose their monopoly on power without civilization collapsing. The council would continue to exist. Some cultivators would continue to choose institutional advancement. That was fine. The point was that it had become a choice rather than an inevitability. Chapter 104. The nature of partnership with multiple immortals now integrated into the temple's teaching network. Marcus began to notice something profound. Partnership looked different at every scale. His partnership with Kai was intimate and complex, built through years of daily training, constant challenge and support, the decision to remain bound together through advancement at both good times and difficult moments. It was the foundation upon which everything else was being built. But now, with more immortals in residence, Marcus began to understand that partnership wasn't a single configuration. It was a principle that could be expressed in multiple forms. Arya's partnership with Takashi was based on recognition and mutual respect, but it operated at a distance. They communicated regularly, but didn't live in constant proximity. Their advancement resonated together through the partnership bond, but it wasn't the intense day-to-day interaction that Marcus and Kai experienced. It was broader, but less intense. Mavai's network of 3 immortals, Mavai, Kes, and Daily, operated through collective decision-making. The 3 of them advanced together, and their partnership was genuinely equal. None of them was primary. They made decisions through consensus, advanced through coordinated practice, supported each other's growth in ways that required constant communication and renegotiation of roles. The emerging network of mortal cultivators who had trained under Reformation teaching showed resonance patterns that neither Marcus nor Kai had anticipated when they were creating the teaching structure. Young cultivators advanced faster when they could interact with peers, also advancing rapidly. The presence of multiple advancing cultivators seemed to create compound resonance effects. They would practice together, compare their advances, celebrate each other's achievements, support each other through plateaus. And somehow, the collective practice moved them all forward faster than individual practice could. Elena documented this phenomenon with increasing fascination. She spent weeks observing cultivation practices, recording power signatures, analyzing advancement patterns. Her conclusions contradicted everything that institutional cultivation theory had established. It's not just partnership, she told Marcus and Kai at a research meeting, displaying her data on cultivation advancement rates in visual form. It's network topology. Different structures create different advancement patterns. What do you mean? Marcus asked. Elena displayed her data on cultivation advancement rates, using different colored lines to represent different organizational structures. Hierarchical structures, the council model, create peaks of power surrounded by dependency. Individual cultivators advance as far as their institutional position allows, then plateau. Once you've advanced to the highest level your institution permits, further advancement requires explicit institutional permission. Linear partnerships, like what you two have, create steady advancement for both parties, with compound benefits. You make each other stronger. But network structures seem to be creating accelerating advancement. The more nodes in the network, the faster certain nodes advance. It's a completely different topology. But surely there must be limits, Kai said, studying the graphs. At some point, too many connections must create instability. Yes, Elena acknowledged. Which is the crucial part. Can you predict the advancement patterns? Kai asked. Partially, Elena said. The mathematics is similar to compound interest. One cultivator advancing at a certain rate. Two cultivators in partnership accelerate both rates, about 20% faster than they could advance alone, based on what I've observed with you two. Add a third in the network, assuming the network is maintained and the three are genuinely equal, and the acceleration increases. But there are threshold effects. Beyond a certain network size, the topology becomes unstable if it's not structured properly. Too many nodes, and the resonance becomes noise. The connections start interfering with each other rather than supporting each other. But if the network structure is optimized, then advancement becomes exponential. Marcus finished her thought. Yes, Elena confirmed. And that's why the council is actually terrified, beneath all their political maneuvering. Not of immortals, but of what immortals connected in networks can accomplish. One immortal is powerful but contained. A network of immortals advancing exponentially is something that could reshape human civilization entirely. It could make the council completely irrelevant within decades. Chapter 105. The warning from Arya. 3 weeks after Arya emerged from seclusion, she requested a private meeting with Kai and Marcus. Her expression was grave in a way that went beyond normal interaction. This wasn't concern about council politics or questions about network topology. This was something deeper, something that had been weighing on her consciousness for nearly a century. They met in the upper chamber, away from the temple's main activity, where stone walls absorbed their words and ensured privacy. The chamber was ancient, built during the original treaty period, and Arya had chosen it deliberately. The walls themselves had witnessed first contact with non-human intelligence. They seemed to hold the memory of that encounter in their stone structure. Arya had been consulting with the other emerged immortals, gathering their knowledge, synthesizing what they understood. Takashi had confirmed her suspicions with additional details. Lissa had contributed perspective from her isolated practice. The three immortals of the Eastern Sanctuary had added confirmations from their own advancement experiences. What had emerged was a consistent picture of something that human civilization had not consciously known but had been bound by for 3,000 years. When I emerged from seclusion, Arya began, settling herself with the slow deliberation of someone with centuries of experience. I brought knowledge that I've been processing for 97 years. Knowledge that I'm not certain should be shared, but which I believe you both need to understand before you continue advancing beyond the known thresholds. Knowledge that could determine whether human civilization survives the next phase of its development or whether it collapses under the weight of forces it never knew existed. Kai leaned forward. What kind of knowledge? I was advanced when the original cultivation treaties were established, Arya said, her voice becoming quieter and more formal. The treaties between human cultivation civilization and something else. Something outside our civilization entirely. I was part of the negotiations, though I was young and my role was minor. But I remember the entities that came to establish the treaties. And I remember what they said about human development. Marcus felt his skin prickle. Outside our civilization? What do you mean? There are other cultivators, Arya said slowly, choosing each word with care. Other civilizations, other beings, other intelligences that practice advancement in ways fundamentally similar to how humans practice cultivation. And approximately 3,000 years ago, human immortal cultivators made a treaty with them. An agreement about boundaries. An agreement that human cultivation civilization would develop within certain constraints, and that in exchange, these external forces would not intervene in human civilization's development. And what happens if someone advances beyond those constraints? Kai asked quietly. That's what I'm not certain about, Arya said. The treaties were written in ways that suggested progression. The implication was that at certain points of advancement, human civilization would be evaluated, assessed. The decision would be made whether we were ready for the next level of integration. Integration with what? Marcus asked, though he wasn't sure he wanted to know the answer. With whatever it is that exists beyond human cultivation, Arya replied. I don't have names for them. I don't even have clear descriptions. But I know they exist. I know the treaties bound our most advanced cultivators. And I know that your advancement, Kai, your breakthrough beyond the immortality plateau, might constitute crossing a boundary that triggers an evaluation. Kai was silent for a long moment, processing the implications. Outside the chamber, the temple grounds continued their evening routines. Teachers instructed students. Cultivators practiced advancement. The Reformation went about its work. But in this stone chamber, three immortals contemplated a possibility that went beyond everything they had been working toward. You're saying that reaching this level of advancement might trigger contact with non-human intelligences? Kai asked finally. I'm saying, Arya replied carefully, that reaching this level of advancement means the treaties might no longer contain you. And if the treaties no longer contain you, then the entities that made those treaties will take notice. How they respond to that notice, whether as friends or as adversaries, whether with interest or with intervention, that I cannot predict. In the stone chamber, surrounded by thousands of years of human cultivation history, three immortals contemplated a possibility that went beyond everything they had imagined. The revolution they had ignited in the cultivation world might have just become something vastly larger and more complicated than any of them had prepared for. The boundaries that had constrained human civilization for 3,000 years had been defined not by internal choice, but by agreement with entities that human civilization had barely known existed. And if Kai's advancement had crossed those boundaries, if the treaties that contained human civilization's development were no longer holding, then first contact might not be something they chose. It might be something that was coming whether they were ready or not. To continue with remaining chapters, Batch 2 and Batch 3 following the same expanded, detailed format. Chapter 106. The question of contact. The warning from Arya created a fundamental divide in how Marcus and Kai approached their continued advancement. Kai was intrigued by the possibility of contact, the potential for learning about cultivation approaches that transcended human experience. Marcus was cautious about the political and strategic implications. If there were entities outside human civilization that had been maintaining treaties for 3,000 years, contact with them had consequences that went beyond academic interest. If there are entities outside human civilization that have been maintaining treaties, Marcus said during their discussion, then contact with them has political and strategic implications. We can't just advance blindly and hope we're prepared for what emerges. But we also can't simply accept limitations based on treaties that were established 3,000 years ago, Kai countered. The entire point of the Reformation was to prove that institutions couldn't dictate what was possible. These treaties are institutional constraints on a civilizational scale. Do we honor them because someone wrote them down centuries ago, or do we advance and deal with whatever consequences emerge? We plan, Marcus said firmly. We gather information. We coordinate with the wider Reformation network, and especially with the other emerging immortals. If contact does happen, it happens with us prepared rather than caught off guard. Unplanned contact with entities of unknown capability and unknown intentions is existential risk, Kai. We don't gamble with that. Kai considered this, and Marcus felt his partner's initial enthusiasm being tempered by recognition of the strategic reality. You're right. We've learned that lesson at least. Jumping into situations without preparation has cost us before. Ghost became their first strategic partner in this new phase of planning. The intelligence operative had transitioned fully into diplomatic work, managing relationships between mortal governments and cultivation networks across multiple countries. He had been a shadow figure for so long that his transition to open diplomatic work seemed almost wrong, but he was effective at it. He brought a perspective that neither Marcus nor Kai possessed, experience with how different civilizations prepared for unknown contact. International Protocol for Discovering New Civilizations, Ghost explained during a secure meeting in the Temple Strategy Chamber, involves establishing communication frameworks before assuming hostility or cooperation. You gather information. You establish that communication is possible. You negotiate from a position of preparation rather than surprise. And crucially, you never, ever initiate contact from a position of weakness. But we're not discovering them, Elena pointed out. They've always been aware of us. They have treaties with our civilization that we didn't even know existed. Then the protocol shifts, Ghost said thoughtfully. You're not discovering unknown contacts. You're acknowledging contacts that were already established. That's a very different negotiation. Much higher stakes. Much more potential for conflict if humans seem to be trying to escape agreements that were established in binding fashion. So what do we do? Marcus asked. You document everything, Ghost said. Arya's knowledge of the treaties. The terms as she understands them. The circumstances under which contact was established. Any artifacts or symbols of the treaty's existence. Then you prepare for the possibility that advancing beyond known thresholds will trigger attention from whatever entities made those agreements. And you make sure that when, not if, when, that attention manifests, you're ready to negotiate from strength rather than from fear. And if they're hostile? Kai asked. Ghost met his eyes directly. Then you have me, the Reformation Network, Elena's understanding of cultivation biology, every hidden immortal who has emerged, and whatever power you've developed through your partnership. It won't be enough if they're truly hostile and actively seeking to suppress human advancement. But it will be something. It will be a foundation from which to resist. Chapter 107. The teaching network expands as Marcus and Kai began the slow process of documenting what they understood about the treaties. Something remarkable happened in the broader Reformation network. The teaching structures that had been informal and flexible began developing their own organizational logic. The networks started to optimize themselves, adapting to become more efficient, more stable, more capable of sustained advancement. Young cultivators who had trained with Kai were now training others. Those second-generation Reformation students were advancing at rates that Elena's models had predicted. The network topology was creating compound advancement effects. But it was also creating something unexpected, a new form of community that transcended the old boundaries between cultivators and ordinary people. In villages across the region, local Reformation centers were becoming the nucleus of cultivation advancement. But they were also becoming spaces where cultivation was integrated into daily life in ways that the Council's institutions never attempted. The Council had always maintained separation, cultivation work in meditation halls, ordinary life in the world outside. The Reformation was dissolving that boundary. Marcus visited one such center in a farming community 60 miles from the temple. What he found transformed his understanding of what the Reformation had become. The cultivation practice happened in the morning and evening, coordinated with agricultural work. Young cultivators trained before dawn, advanced their practice, then spent the day working in fields. The integration wasn't forced, it was natural, organic. Many cultivators found that practical physical work deepened their cultivation understanding. Others discovered that their advancing power made their work more efficient. An elderly farmer named Tomas told Marcus that his crop yields had increased by 30% since he began cultivation practice, because he could sense his plants' needs more intuitively, could work in harmony with natural growth rhythms rather than against them. "This is what we were creating," Kai said quietly when Marcus told him what he'd witnessed. Not a replacement institutional structure, but integration of cultivation into life rather than separation of cultivation as an elite practice. When cultivation is separated from life, it becomes abstract, theoretical, dependent on institutional frameworks to maintain its structure. But when it's integrated into daily activity, work, family relationships, community, it becomes lived philosophy. It becomes how people actually organize their existence. It changes the risk calculation, Marcus said. If cultivation spreads this way, integrated into communities, normalized, made accessible to anyone willing to practice, then the Council's ability to contain it becomes impossible. They've already lost the monopoly on advancement. Now they're losing the ability to isolate advancement as something separate from ordinary civilization. Which means that if contact with external entities is triggered, Kai said, they'll be encountering not just the immortal cultivators at the top of our civilization, but the entire civilization itself transformed by distributed advancement. Humans who have integrated cultivation into their daily lives. Humans who understand that advancement is possible outside institutions. Humans who have experienced the power of network-based cultivation directly. Is that good or bad? Marcus asked. I don't know, Kai said. But it's certainly not something the entities that established the treaties 3,000 years ago could have anticipated. They established agreements based on assumptions about how human civilization would develop. Those assumptions are being proven wrong. That creates unpredictability. And unpredictability, when dealing with ancient civilizations and cosmic-scale entities, is both risk and opportunity. Chapter 108. The artifact. 3 months into the documentation project, Arya brought something she had been keeping in her hidden sanctuary. An artifact, an actual object from the treaty period. She presented it with ceremony, setting it carefully on a silk cloth in the meditation chamber where the three of them met. The artifact was small, about the size of a closed fist, composed of material that Marcus couldn't immediately identify. It wasn't metal, wasn't stone, wasn't any cultivated material he recognized. The substance seemed to shift slightly when he looked at it directly, as though it existed partially outside normal three-dimensional space. It seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it, creating a strange visual effect where looking at it directly was slightly uncomfortable, like looking at something that violated basic perceptual expectations. Elena entered the chamber behind Arya, bringing instruments designed to measure cultivation signatures. The scientific equipment seemed almost quaint in the presence of the artifact. Human technology attempting to understand something that transcended human technological categories. I've kept this for 97 years, Arya said. It came from the treaty negotiation. One of the entities left it behind. I think it was meant as a verification device, a way of proving, if future contact occurred, that the original treaties had been made. A proof of authority for entities claiming to represent the original treaty signatories. Where has it been all this time? Elena asked, her scientific mind grasping for understanding. In a sealed meditation chamber I created in my sanctuary, Arya explained. Isolated from any cultivation activity, kept in stasis, protected from accidental activation. When I emerged from seclusion, I brought it with me because I understood it was essential, not just for what it proves, but for what it represents. This artifact is the key that will open contact with whatever lies beyond the treaties. Once it's activated, we cannot call back what emerges. Marcus stepped closer to examine the artifact, but Kai reached out and stopped him. Don't touch it yet. We need to understand what it is before anyone makes direct contact. Elena set up her measurement equipment, attempting to record baseline data about the artifact. Her instruments seemed to struggle. The readings flickered and shifted, as though the artifact's fundamental nature made consistent measurement impossible. Finally, Elena set down her instruments and shook her head. It's not responding to standard cultivation measurement, she reported. Whatever this is made of, whatever principles govern its existence, they don't operate according to frameworks that human science has developed. That's because it was created by beings operating at levels of advancement we haven't imagined, Arya said quietly. To them, creating an object like this is as simple as breathing. To us, it represents the intersection of two fundamentally different civilizations. This is their gift or their warning. I've never been certain which. Kai reached toward it carefully, asking silently through their partnership bond if Marcus was ready for this. Marcus affirmed. They had discussed the possibility that the artifact might be dangerous, but they had concluded that understanding was necessary. Ignoring the artifact wouldn't make the treaties less real or the entities less likely to contact them. Kai picked the object up. His entire body went rigid. His breathing stopped. His eyes went blank. For nearly a minute, no one moved. Elena stepped closer, concerned, ready to intervene if something was harming Kai. But Marcus felt something different through their partnership bond. Not pain, but presence. Kai's consciousness was expanding, reaching, touching something vast that radiated from the artifact. Information was flowing through their bond. Marcus could sense it though he couldn't quite comprehend it. Memories. Not his memories or Kai's memories, but cultivation memories. The artifact remembered its own creation. It held the experience of being shaped by intelligence and power far beyond human comprehension. It carried impressions of entities practicing cultivation at power levels that made the immortals seem like children playing with matches. Finally, Kai set the artifact down carefully. His hands were shaking. It carries memory, Kai said, his voice shaking slightly. Not recorded memory in any conventional sense, but cultivation memory. The object remembers the process of its creation. It remembers entities. Entities practicing cultivation at power levels that make the immortals seem like beginners. How many power levels are we talking about? Marcus asked carefully. I don't have a reference point, Kai said. It's like asking someone who can see 3 dimensions to imagine 10. I can sense that the memory contains presence of overwhelming power, but I can't actually understand it. The experience is like looking into a chasm so deep that you can't see the bottom. Like feeling an ocean in which you are a single drop of water. Can you communicate through it? Ghost asked from where he stood at the chamber's entrance. He had been watching, maintaining security, prepared to intervene if the artifact proved hostile. I don't think it's designed for communication, Kai said. I think it's designed for identification. If human cultivators reach certain thresholds, they can activate this object. And its activation might signal to whatever entities made the treaties that contact is coming. So touching it, Elena started. Isn't dangerous, Kai finished. But it's a trigger, a threshold. If I had activated it by accident, or even if I had touched it more deeply, accessing more of its memory, we might have forced contact before we were prepared. We might have inadvertently initiated something that we're not ready to handle. They stood around the artifact in silence, understanding that they were holding something that represented the boundary between human cultivation civilization and something so far beyond it that comprehension became nearly impossible. The artifact was a key, and soon, they would need to decide whether to use it, and when, and how to prepare for what would happen when the lock finally opened. Chapter 109. The preparation phase. The discovery of the artifact forced a fundamental strategic decision. They couldn't avoid the artifact's eventual activation. Advancement would eventually reach thresholds that would trigger it automatically. Power levels increased. Understanding deepened. Someone would eventually touch the artifact, and its activation would become inevitable. But they could time it. They could control the circumstances. They could prepare. Kai convened a full council of the emerging immortals. 9 of them attended: Kai, Arya, Mavai, and the 2 other sanctuary immortals, Kess and Daily, Takashi the hidden cultivator, Lissa from her pocket dimension, and 2 others who had emerged from seclusion as news of the Reformation's success spread, a cultivator named Ashera and another named Van. Each one brought decades or centuries of advancement experience. Each one had chosen isolation over integration, and each one understood what contact with external entities might mean. We have a choice, Kai explained, presenting the full context of Arya's warning and the artifact. We can continue advancing until the artifact activates naturally. This is the most chaotic option. We don't control the timing. Activation happens when someone is advancing and happens to touch the artifact, or when advancement reaches power levels where the artifact's resonance becomes irresistible. Or we can activate it intentionally when we feel prepared. This gives us control of timing, but requires us to make a deliberate choice to trigger contact. Or we can negotiate with the Council to delay activation while we ensure the entire civilization is ready for what emerges. The Council won't negotiate on this, Arya said flatly. This is beyond politics. This is survival of human civilization itself. They'll want to control how contact happens, which will mean suppressing the activation as long as possible, which will eventually trigger contact from a position of weakness rather than strength. Then we activate it intentionally, Mavai said. When we've prepared. When we've coordinated across the network. When Marcus and Kai have advanced far enough that they can represent human interests with confidence. When Elena's research has documented what we've discovered about network advancement. When Ghost has established protocols for international coordination. Then we activate. That could take years, the intelligence operative said. It was Lissa, speaking from within her pocket dimension through the resonance connection. Yes, Kai agreed. And those years will be well spent. We'll use the time to establish what Elena's modeling suggests, exponential advancement through optimized network topology. By the time we make contact, we'll be as strong as we can be. We'll be representing not just immortals, but a civilization that has integrated cultivation into its fundamental structure. And if the external entities are hostile? Marcus asked. If they see our preparation as provocation? Then we've failed to understand the treaties, Kai said. But we're failing forward rather than failing backward. We're choosing our moment rather than having it forced upon us. The Council agreed through resonance, each immortal understanding the implications and accepting the necessity. What followed was not a formal declaration, but a quiet reorganization of every Reformation effort toward a single strategic goal, preparation for the moment when human cultivation civilization would finally look beyond the boundary that had constrained it for 3,000 years. Elena began modeling optimal network expansion, calculating the threshold points where network topology would create accelerating advancement. She filled entire rooms with calculations, creating visual maps of how human cultivation networks should be reorganized. The mathematics revealed something crucial. The current network structure was efficient but not optimal. With specific modifications, changes to how teaching centers connected with each other, how knowledge flowed between regions, how advanced and intermediate cultivators interacted, the networks could achieve exponential growth patterns. Ghost began coordinating with mortal governments, ensuring political stability during the coming disruption. He established protocols for what would happen if first contact created social chaos. He created contingency plans for how to handle panic or resistance. He coordinated with scientific communities in mortal civilization about what they should be told, when they should be told it, and how to frame human integration into a larger cosmic community. The immortals began teaching with deliberate awareness that they were preparing all of cultivation civilization, not just individuals, for something unprecedented. The teaching centers expanded. New cultivators were recruited and trained at accelerated rates. Networks were optimized according to Elena's calculations. Arya worked with Kai and Marcus to ensure that all the emerged immortals were integrated into the larger teaching structure, sharing their centuries of experience with young cultivators who had only decades of advancement. It was subtle work. No one outside the Council understood what was actually being prepared for. But the energy in every Reformation center intensified. The teaching became more focused. The advancement became more deliberate. The networks began to crystallize around principles that Elena had discovered. Principles about how human civilization could be reorganized to support exponential advancement at all levels. In villages and cities across the world, cultivation practice intensified. People who had been advancing slowly began to accelerate. Teachers who had been content with traditional methods began experimenting with network-based approaches. The entire human cultivation civilization began to undergo structural transformation, not through mandate or force, but through the simple demonstration that certain approaches worked better than others. Kai worked most closely with Arya during this period, consulting with her about what contact with cosmic entities might involve. Arya shared whatever she could remember about the original treaty entities, their approaches to communication, their apparent values, the frameworks they seemed to operate within. It was fragmentary knowledge from nearly a century ago, but it was the only human-accessible information about what they might be facing. They don't think like we do, Arya explained during one consultation. Their consciousness is distributed differently. They don't have the same relationship with time that we have. They see patterns across scales we can barely imagine. When they look at human civilization, they're not looking at individuals or even generations. They're looking at the developmental trajectory of an entire species across millennia. So they'll judge us based on long-term patterns rather than immediate capability? Marcus asked. Yes, Arya confirmed. But also based on whether we seem likely to continue developing coherently. They're not interested in dominating us. They're interested in whether we can contribute something valuable to the larger community of advanced civilizations. If we're unstable, if our advancement patterns suggest we'll collapse or destroy ourselves, they may decide we're not worth integrating. This realization shaped how the preparation proceeded. It wasn't just about becoming as powerful as possible. It was about demonstrating that human civilization had developed enough internal coherence and wisdom to handle the integration process. The networks were about more than efficiency. They were about showing that human civilization could organize itself around principles of mutual support and collective advancement. Chapter 110. The New Equilibrium. Months passed. The temple transformed into a center of coordinated action without anyone outside understanding what was actually being coordinated. To external observers, it looked like the Reformation was simply continuing its work, teaching new cultivators, expanding networks, publishing Elena's research on cultivation biology, establishing new teaching centers in regions that had never had formal cultivation infrastructure. But internally, everything was being orchestrated toward a single moment, the activation of the artifact and the contact that would follow. Every decision, every resource allocation, every teaching focus was calibrated toward ensuring that when first contact occurred, human civilization would be as prepared as possible. The Immortals met regularly in secure sessions to review progress. The networks were expanding faster than anticipated. Young cultivators were advancing at rates that Elena's models had predicted, sometimes exceeding those predictions. The integration of cultivation into daily life was proceeding smoothly in most regions. The few areas that resisted the Reformation's expansion were slowly coming to understanding as word of the advancement possibilities spread. Marcus found himself in a strange position. He was no longer the symbol of the Reformation, if he ever truly had been. He was part of something larger. A civilization-scale preparation for contact with unknown entities whose power and capabilities transcended human understanding. But the preparation couldn't be public. Most cultivators, most mortals, most people had no idea that human civilization was potentially standing on the edge of first contact with non-human intelligences operating at cosmic scale. That knowledge would have created panic. It would have disrupted the networks that were being built. It would have forced premature decisions about contact that would have weakened human civilization's position relative to entities that had been contemplating humanity's development for 3,000 years. Is this what leadership actually is? He asked Elena one evening, as they reviewed cultivation advancement data. Carrying knowledge that you can't share? Yes, Elena said. It's one form of it. You have information that would cause panic if it became public. So you keep it contained. You prepare quietly. You advance deliberately. And you hope that when the moment comes, you're ready. And if we're not? Marcus asked. Then the story gets very different, Elena said. But worrying about that doesn't change the outcome. Preparing thoroughly is the only thing that might actually influence it. Kai had become something Marcus didn't have a word for. Not quite mentor anymore. Not quite equal partner. Though they were genuinely equal in power now. Their combined strength exceeding what either could achieve alone. He was something like an anchor for the entire civilization. A being whose presence at this threshold moment meant that human cultivation civilization had actually reached a point where transcendence of previous boundaries was possible. But he was also something more nuanced. A teacher who had learned that the greatest gift was not transmitting knowledge, but creating conditions where others could discover knowledge themselves. 3 weeks before they planned to activate the artifact, Kai and Marcus walked together through the meditation garden where they had first trained together years ago. So much had changed in that time. They had changed. Human civilization had changed. The entire structure of cultivation advancement had been reorganized around principles that barely existed a few years ago. Thank you, Kai said suddenly, his voice carrying emotion that transcended words, for being willing to advance alongside me. for not staying safely within the limits that the council established, for choosing uncertainty over comfort. You're thanking me now? Marcus asked. Before we've made contact? Before we know if our preparation is adequate? I'm thanking you now, Kai said. Because the time for thanks is now. Whatever happens next, whatever emerges when we activate the artifact, we will face it as we've faced everything, together. And that matters more than any outcome. Marcus understood that Kai was right. The partnership had always been the point. The advancement was real, the transformation was real, the preparation was necessary. But the deepest truth remained what it had always been. That advancement required partnership, that transcendence required relationship, that the highest cultivation achievement was learning to work with another person at such fundamental levels that you became something neither could be alone. The artifact waited in its chamber. The networks prepared themselves across 1,000 locations. The treaty boundary, maintained by 3,000 years of limitation, stood ready to be crossed. And two immortal cultivators stood together on the edge of everything, understanding that they had trained for exactly this moment from the day they first began working together. The revolution had started small. 2 people, 1 teaching and 1 learning, each making the other stronger through genuine partnership. It had expanded to reshape an entire civilization. And now it stood on the threshold of transcending that civilization entirely, of stepping into a larger community of intelligences and species and approaches to advancement that human minds could barely comprehend. But they would do it together. That was the principle that had carried them here. That was the principle that would carry them forward, into contact, into negotiation, into the vast unknown that waited beyond the boundaries of everything human civilization had ever known. The preparation was complete. It was time. Chapter 111. The activation. They chose a day in late spring when the weather was clear and the meditation chamber felt particularly harmonious. The time of year when the boundary between seasons was most fluid, when transformation seemed natural and inevitable. The immortals gathered again, but also Elena and Ghost and Kira, the core team that had built the Reformation through every stage of its existence. They had each sacrificed something for the work. Now they would stand together at the moment of its greatest test. The morning of the activation, Marcus couldn't sleep. He meditated through the night, reaching for the deepest parts of his cultivation understanding, preparing himself for the experience of being open to cosmic consciousness. Kai meditated beside him in familiar companionship, both of them centering themselves in the partnership that would be their anchor when everything else became unmoored. Are you afraid? Marcus asked as dawn approached. Beyond fear, Kai replied. Past the point where individual emotional response is relevant. What we're about to do has never been done before. Not by humans. We're literally stepping into territory that has no precedent, that transcends the category of fear and enters something more fundamental. They walked together to the meditation chamber. The other immortals were already assembled. Elena had positioned monitoring equipment around the perimeter. Ghost had established communication channels to the outer rim of the Reformation network, ensuring that what happened here would be recorded and shared. Kira had prepared the temple for the presence of beings that might overwhelm normal human consciousness. The artifact sat in the center of the chamber, waiting. Is everyone ready? Kai asked, though he already sensed the answer through the network of partnerships that connected them all. Ready was impossible. What they were was committed. Kai approached the artifact, which sat on a stone platform at the chamber's center. Around it, the 9 immortals positioned themselves in a geometric arrangement that Elena had calculated would create optimal resonance for what was about to happen. Marcus stood beside Kai, their partnership bond fully activated, humming with power and intention. Elena stood at a monitoring point, instruments ready to record what happened. Ghost positioned himself at the chamber's entrance, ready to ensure that whatever emerged would encounter prepared defenders. Kai reached toward the artifact. The moment his hand approached the object, he paused. Through their partnership bond, Marcus felt the magnitude of what they were about to initiate. Once activated, the artifact would broadcast across the cosmic distance to whatever entities had made the treaties. There would be no taking it back. The isolation that had protected human civilization for 3,000 years would end. Last chance to reconsider, Kai said softly. No, Marcus replied. This is what we prepared for. This is what we've been building toward. Do it. Kai's hand touched the artifact. For a moment, the world held its breath. Then the stone chamber filled with light that came from nowhere and everywhere simultaneously. It wasn't painful, but it was overwhelming, like standing in the presence of something so fundamentally different that Marcus's basic sensory systems couldn't quite process it. His vision filled with colors that didn't exist in normal spectrum. His hearing filled with frequencies that human ears weren't designed to perceive. His cultivation sense expanded beyond the boundaries of his body and the chamber and the planet itself. Kai's consciousness expanded through their bond until Marcus could feel its edges touching something vast and utterly alien. Multiple presences. Not hostile, but not friendly either. Observing, cataloging, evaluating with the detached interest of something infinitely more powerful, assessing something vastly less advanced. Communication happened, but not in language. It was more like standing in a conversation between advanced cultivators and understanding it through resonance rather than words. Kai was exchanging information, human cultivation structure, the Reformation's philosophy, the advancement patterns that had emerged, the network topology that Elena had discovered. He was presenting human civilization as it actually was, not as a single unified force, but as a complex ecosystem of different approaches to advancement, all learning to coexist, all contributing value to the whole. And the presences were responding with information that Marcus could barely comprehend. Cultivation approaches fundamentally different from human practice. Civilizations spanning star systems. Power levels that made even Kai's advanced state seem elementary. Histories that extended backwards for millions of years. The sheer scale of what was being communicated was dizzying. Then, like a door closing, the presence withdrew. The light faded. The chamber returned to normal stone and shadow. The overwhelming sensations retreated. But everything had changed. Kai collapsed to his knees, gasping as though he had been holding his breath for hours. Marcus caught him, pulling his partner toward stability through their partnership bond, channeling his own power to help Kai process what had just happened. The experience had been too vast for any single consciousness. Even Kai, with 200 years of experience, needed Marcus's steadying presence to integrate what he had encountered. What? Kai couldn't form words. His consciousness was still partly elsewhere, still processing information at levels that human language couldn't quite contain. It took nearly an hour for Kai to reintegrate enough to speak. In that time, the other immortals maintained the chamber's energy field, keeping the space safe and contained. Elena documented what she could measure. Ghost prepared strategic briefings for the mortal governments and institutional leaders who would need to understand what had just happened. They're going to come, Kai said finally, his voice hoarse from the effort of integration. Not immediately, but soon. They want to evaluate us more thoroughly. They want to understand whether human civilization is ready for the next stage of integration. They want to know if advancement spread across distributed networks creates stability or creates risk. Are we? Ghost asked quietly, asking the question that hung over all of them. I don't know, Kai said honestly. But they didn't destroy us on contact. That's something. They didn't perceive us as a threat to be immediately suppressed. They perceived us as an interesting development in cultivation civilization's progression. That's a starting point. Chapter 112, The Evaluation Framework. The presences, Kai couldn't give them names because they didn't have individual identities in human comprehensible terms. They seemed to operate as a collective intelligence with overlapping interests and perspectives. A civilization-scale consciousness distributed across space began appearing about a week after the artifact activation. Not physically. They weren't present in human space in any conventional sense. But they were aware of human civilization now. And more importantly, they were observing it intensely. The observation created strange effects throughout the cultivation world. Cultivators would meditate and suddenly become aware of presences in the meditation space. Not dangerous, just observing, taking notes on how human consciousness interfaced with cultivation practice. Scientists would work on research and notice anomalies in data that suggested something non-local, was examining their work with curiosity and the kind of intense intellectual interest that only ancient civilizations could bring to a new discovery. Mortal leaders would conduct meetings and get the distinct impression that their conversations were being evaluated by something vastly more sophisticated than any human political system, something that could understand not just the words being spoken, but the underlying psychological and cultural frameworks generating those words. The public didn't understand what was happening. The Reformation issued carefully worded statements about external contact and advanced entities evaluating human civilization's readiness, but the full implications were kept from general population to prevent panic. The Council issued competing statements questioning whether the Reformation had prematurely triggered dangerous contact. But internally, the leadership of both institutions understood that something genuinely unprecedented was occurring. Elena documented what she could. She set up sophisticated monitoring equipment throughout the temple, trying to measure the presence's behavior. She collaborated with scientists in mortal civilization who had access to different kinds of measurement equipment. She created models attempting to understand what the entities were looking for, what criteria they were using to evaluate human civilization. They're evaluating infrastructure, she told the council during one of their briefings. Looking at how knowledge moves through our civilization, how decisions are made, how power is distributed, how cultivation civilization and mortal civilization interface. Are they going to approve of what they find? Kira asked, sitting at the council table in the temple's strategic chamber. She had been instrumental in the Reformation's expansion, coordinating resources and people across networks. Now those networks were being evaluated by entities that seemed to operate at scales incomprehensible to human minds. I don't think approval or disapproval is the right framework, Elena said carefully, reviewing the data she had compiled. I think they're determining readiness. They're checking whether human civilization has developed sophisticated enough infrastructure to survive whatever comes next. They're checking whether our networks are stable enough to integrate with their larger community without collapsing under the weight of that integration. And have we? Ghost asked from where he sat monitoring international coordination channels. I think that's what they're trying to decide, Elena replied. Based on what I can measure, they seem most interested in how cultivation advancement is distributed. They keep checking our network resilience. When one cultivation center is disrupted, do the others continue functioning? When one immortal becomes unavailable, does the entire system collapse or does it adapt? When knowledge is suppressed in one region, does it persist in other regions? What they're really measuring is whether human civilization can continue advancing even if they decide to withdraw support. The pressure of being constantly observed by non-human intelligences was intense. The knowledge that civilizations elsewhere had already been evaluated and perhaps found lacking created baseline anxiety. But Kai insisted the Reformation continue operating normally. If we change our behavior because we're being observed, we're presenting a false version of ourselves. They need to see human civilization actually functioning, not human civilization trying to impress cosmic entities. But the observation did have subtle effects anyway. Reformers became more thoughtful about their approaches. They realized they were representing not just themselves, but an entire civilization's approach to advancement. Council members became less aggressive in their attempts to suppress alternatives. The observations seemed to make conflict seem smaller, less significant, when set against the backdrop of first contact with non-human intelligence. Mortal governments became more coordinated in their policies around cultivation advancement. It was as if knowing they were being evaluated was enough to shift human civilization's behavior toward greater coherence without requiring any explicit coordination. This is what accountability actually looks like at a civilizational scale, Ghost observed during one of the strategic briefings. Not punishment, not explicit consequence, just the knowledge that your actions are being assessed by someone with the capacity to intervene significantly. That knowledge alone changes everything. Chapter 113. The Envoy. 14 days after the artifact activation, the first actual envoy appeared. It wasn't physical arrival in any conventional sense. The entity manifested in a way that was purely cultivation-based, creating a presence in the meditation chamber that 3 of the immortals could sense immediately: Kai, Marcus, and Arya. It was different from the collective presences that had been observing. This was a single consciousness. Singular. Deliberate. Speaking. It chose to communicate through Kai, perhaps because Kai had been the one to activate the artifact, or perhaps because Kai's power signature resonated most clearly with whatever this entity's baseline was. But when Kai spoke, the words carried a cadence that belonged to something fundamentally other. Not human word choices, not human emotional undertones, not human assumptions about how communication should work. The evaluation is approaching completion. The entity communicated through Kai's voice. Your civilization has demonstrated sufficient infrastructure coherence. Your cultivation network is developing at projected rates. Your distribution of power between mortal governance and cultivation civilization is approaching sustainability. You have passed the initial assessment. What is the evaluation for? Marcus asked directly, his voice steady despite the strangeness of hearing another intelligence speak through his partner's mouth. What are you determining? Integration, the entity replied. Whether human civilization is capable of integrating with the larger community of cultivating civilizations. You have existed in isolation for 3,000 years by mutual agreement. The treaty was always intended to be temporary, a period of development until you reach capacity. That period appears to be concluding. And what happens if we're not ready? Kai asked, or rather, the entity asked through Kai's voice. Then the isolation continues, the entity said. Another 1,000 years perhaps. Another evaluation. The treaties allow for multiple renewal periods. But your capacity has been significant. Your development has been more rapid than expected. Your distributed network approach to advancement is novel and interesting. The question now is whether you desire integration. What would integration entail? Elena asked, stepping forward. Her scientific mind was grasping for parameters, for definitions, for concrete understanding of what was being offered. The entity's attention shifted to her. Marcus felt it, a vast, intelligent presence evaluating Elena's mind and finding it comprehensible, perhaps even interesting. The sensation was like being examined by something that could see through skin and bone to the fundamental architecture of thoughts. Exchange of knowledge, it replied. Acceleration of advancement through awareness of cultivation techniques developed in other civilizations. Participation in networks that span star systems. Engagement with challenges that require coordinated effort across civilizational boundaries. Contact with entities and civilizations at various power levels, many significantly more advanced than yourselves. Economic exchange of resources and capabilities. Intellectual partnership with minds approaching these challenges from fundamentally different evolutionary and cultural perspectives. And what would we be expected to contribute? Ghost asked strategically. The intelligence operative understood that everything was negotiation. Understanding what you could offer was essential to establishing your value in any relationship. Perspective, the entity said. Humans have developed unique approaches to cultivation advancement based on your specific evolutionary history and sociological structure. That perspective has value in the larger context. Also, you have demonstrated something that most civilizations must relearn repeatedly, that distributed networks can function with greater efficiency than hierarchical systems. That lesson is valuable to civilizations struggling with institutional sclerosis. Your network topology approaches are novel. Your partnership-based advancement methodology is uncommon. These things have value beyond human civilization itself. The entity paused. But first, there is one immediate test. You must choose your representatives for the larger integration negotiations, and they must come to the boundary. What boundary? Marcus asked. The first contact threshold, the entity said. 60,000 kilometers above your planet. There are already civilizations gathering there, waiting to meet you. The negotiations will determine the terms of your integration into the larger community of cultivating species. They will determine the constraints under which human advancement can continue. They will determine the access you will have to knowledge that could accelerate your development by orders of magnitude. Chapter 114. The choice. The Council of Immortals gathered immediately after the envoy faded, its presence withdrawing, but leaving behind knowledge that human civilization now had a deadline. Somewhere above the planet, civilizations were gathering. Something was watching. The decision had effectively been made. Human civilization would make contact. The only question was how. We have to choose representatives, Kai said, though the weight of that choice felt impossible. And we have to choose soon. The entity suggested that other civilizations are already gathering. The longer we wait, the more we appear hesitant or unprepared. The immortals debated for hours. Arya suggested that they send the oldest, most experienced immortals, beings who had accumulated the most wisdom. Mavi countered that sending the most powerful would appear aggressive, like humans were trying to negotiate from a position of strength they didn't actually have. Kes suggested sending representatives who embodied the Reformation philosophy most clearly. Takashi proposed a balanced team combining old wisdom with new approaches. Kira, who had been instrumental in resource coordination for the entire Reformation, made a crucial observation. The choice isn't about who's most qualified by traditional standards. It's about who can represent what human civilization actually is. We're not a traditional civilization. We're not organized around hierarchies. We've just proven that alternatives work. We need representatives who embody that transformation. That reframing changed everything. The question became not who is most advanced, but who best represents what we've become. And to that question, the answer was immediately apparent. But who goes? Arya asked. None of us have ever left the planet. None of us understand what we'll be walking into. We're potentially choosing people to represent human civilization to entities that barely acknowledge our existence. What if we choose wrong? What if we send representatives who can't hold human interests in negotiation? What if? That's actually the point, Ghost said thoughtfully, interrupting the spiral of anxiety. Whoever goes can't be someone we're afraid to lose. They have to be valuable, but not irreplaceable. They have to be able to represent our interests, but not carry the entire weight of civilization's future on their shoulders. Sending anyone else would mean making them a hostage to human anxiety. The immortals looked at each other. The power was distributed enough that no single person was irreplaceable. That had been the point of the Reformation, to create resilience through distribution. But it also meant that the choice couldn't be based on who was most essential. The choice had to be based on who was most capable of handling unprecedented complexity. Then Kai turned to Marcus. You should go, Kai said. You and I should go. Both of us. Elena asked, standing with the group, but not part of the formal Immortal Council. Her scientific mind was immediately calculating risks. What if something happens to both of you? What if something happens to both of us? The reformation continues, Kai said, his voice carrying certainty that made Elena understand he had already thought through these possibilities. The Immortals continue. Your work continues, Elena. Ghosts networks continue. The teaching centers continue. Kira's resource coordination continues. We've built something robust enough that it doesn't depend on any individuals, even Kai and Marcus. But the negotiations, Kira said. Having two human representatives at that level of power, at that level of partnership resonance, that sends a message. What message? Marcus asked. That human civilization doesn't fear walking into the unknown, Kira replied. That we're willing to risk what matters most. That we believe in what we've built enough to carry it into genuinely alien contexts. Sending anything less would be communicating weakness. Sending anything more would be communicating that we have something we can't afford to lose. Both messages are strategic mistakes. Marcus looked at Kai. Through their partnership bond, he could feel his partner's certainty. This was right. This was what was needed. Is that what we're doing? Walking into the unknown intentionally? No, Kai said. We're walking towards something we can barely comprehend, carrying knowledge that's more valuable than we understand, representing a civilization that's learning to believe in itself. That's different from walking into the unknown. That's walking with a purpose we don't fully grasp, but trust is meaningful. How long? Ghost asked practically. Unknown, Kai said. The entity didn't specify. We could be gone weeks. We could be gone years. The weight of that statement settled over everyone in the chamber. The two most advanced human cultivators might disappear for an indefinite period. The Reformation would have to function without them. Human civilization would have to face the transition to the larger cosmic community without its anchors. But no one raised serious objection. Everyone understood that this was the moment they had been preparing for. Everything the Reformation had built was either sufficient to survive without them, or it had never been worth building. When do we leave? Marcus asked. Tomorrow, Kai said. They'll guide us to the boundary. From there, we contact the other civilizations. Chapter 115. The last night Marcus and Kai spent the night before departure in the meditation garden where they had trained for years. Not meditating in the traditional sense, though they did sit in deep practice. But more importantly, they sat together in the presence of everything they had built. The temple rising in shadows around them. The mountains stretching toward stars that suddenly seemed less impossibly distant. The networks of cultivation spreading across human civilization. The teaching centers, the learning networks, the partnerships developing among thousands of cultivators learning to advance together. I'm terrified, Marcus said eventually, after hours of silence and contemplation. Good, Kai replied. So am I. If we weren't terrified, we wouldn't be taking it seriously enough. What if we fail? Marcus asked. What if we get to the boundary and we can't represent human interests adequately? What if the other civilizations see us and decide we're not worth integrating? Then we come home and we continue advancing, Kai said. We continue building. We continue preparing. Maybe the larger integration happens in 200 years. Maybe in 1,000. But the direction is clear. Human civilization has proven it can advance beyond what was considered possible. That's not going to reverse. But this is different, Marcus said. This isn't political revolution within human civilization. This isn't defeating the Council's ancient masters. This is existential contact with entities that could reshape our entire reality. This is stepping into a game where we don't know the rules or the stakes, or what happens if we lose. Yes, Kai agreed. And that's exactly what we're trained for. Every moment of advancement, every partnership we've built, every network we've created, it's been preparation for this. Maybe not consciously, but practically. We're as ready as anyone could be for something this unprecedented. They stood together as dawn approached, watching the light return to the eastern mountains. The sky shifted from black to purple to gold. The birds began their morning songs. The cultivation networks across the world began their morning practices. Everything continued as it always had, indifferent to the cosmic significance of what was about to happen. I need to tell you something, Kai said. Something that I think matters before we cross the boundary. What? Marcus asked. I chose you, Kai said. Not randomly. Not by accident. When I was at the meditation temple, living in exile, trying to figure out what my life had become, I was looking for someone I could train. Someone young enough to have decades of advancement ahead. Someone intelligent enough to eventually become something like my equal. I found you, and I trained you with deliberate intention. I was training my own salvation. Marcus turned to look at his partner fully. I know. We've acknowledged that. But I don't think I ever properly thanked you for it. Kai continued. for being willing to become what I needed you to become, for not staying comfortable with the power you had, for pushing further and becoming not my student, but my partner. That required something beyond training. It required choice. And you chose. We chose each other, Marcus said. Multiple times. The first time when I asked for training. Again when we faced the Council's ancient masters. Again when you needed an anchor for your convergence. Again when the Reformation began expanding. Again when we began preparing for this moment. And now, walking toward this boundary. Yes, Kai said. We've been choosing each other consistently. That consistency is what carried us here. That's what we're walking into the unknown with. Not power, though we have that. Not knowledge, though we have some of that. But the proven ability to choose each other repeatedly, to support each other's growth, to become more through partnership than we could alone. Is that enough? Marcus asked. I don't know, Kai said honestly. But it's what we have. And I trust it more than I trust power or knowledge. More than I trust institutions or hierarchies or the certainties that have shaped civilization for millennia. What we've learned through partnership is that the surest foundation for advancement is mutual commitment. That's what we're walking into this with. Not confidence in our understanding. Not certainty that we'll succeed. But the knowledge that we'll face whatever comes together, and that together we can handle what no individual could handle alone. Marcus understood that his partner was speaking truth at the deepest level. Everything they had accomplished, from Marcus's initial request for training, through the Reformation, through negotiations with cosmic entities, all of it had been built on that foundation. Partnership, mutual support, the willingness to grow together rather than compete for individual achievement. When the entity appeared in the meditation garden a few hours later, manifesting not as a physical presence, but as an undeniable awareness that space itself had been opened, neither Marcus nor Kai hesitated. They reached toward it, felt it envelop them, felt the strange sensation of being lifted from the planet's surface. The world fell away below them. The boundaries of human civilization became visible as a thin layer on a small world. The temples and cities and teaching centers where cultivation was spreading, the networks that connected them, the people advancing together. All of it became visible as they rose. A fragile web of consciousness and partnership spreading across the surface of one small world. And knowing that all of this, every teaching center and cultivation network and partnership bond, had originated with one person asking another for training. Had originated with Kai saying yes to Marcus's simple request. And beyond that, space. Vast, dark, and filled with presences that Marcus's mind could barely comprehend. Civilizations waiting. Intelligences observing. The larger community of cultivating species gathered at the boundary to meet human representatives for the first time. Species that had practiced cultivation for millions of years, that had reached power levels Marcus could only begin to imagine, that had built civilizations spanning star systems and dimensional frameworks. And representing humanity to all of them would be two cultivators bound by partnership. Not the most powerful, not the oldest, but two people who embodied what human civilization had actually learned. That advancement was stronger when it was shared, that transcendence required relationship, that what two people could accomplish together exceeded what either could accomplish alone. The journey to the boundary was beginning. The revolution that had started with one teacher and one student was about to encounter scales it had never anticipated. But the principle remained unchanged. Partnership, mutual support, the willingness to advance together. That principle had carried them from a small meditation temple to cosmic integration, and it would carry them into whatever came next. Chapter 116. The boundary. The journey to the boundary took what Marcus later calculated was roughly 3 days, though time seemed to move strangely in whatever space the entity was moving through. Distance was folded. Direction had no meaning. He and Kai were simultaneously moving through space and experiencing cultivation practices that occurred across spatial dimensions that human neurology normally filtered out of consciousness. It wasn't pain exactly, but there was constant pressure of being exposed to sensory input that human neurology wasn't designed to process. Marcus felt his consciousness stretching, expanding, attempting to adapt to modes of existence that had never been possible in human form. He could feel Kai's presence beside him, their partnership bond the only stable reference point in an environment of constant transformation. At one point in the journey, they encountered what Marcus understood to be an educational moment, the entity slowing their transition to allow them to observe how space itself could be structured differently. What they witnessed defied description. Civilizations existing in folded dimensions, structures that contained multiple internal spaces within external volumes that should have been empty, beings moving through modifications of space that made human concepts of distance entirely meaningless. Kai seemed to handle it better, his 200 years of cultivation experience somehow providing frameworks to contain the overwhelming alien environment. His mind could compartmentalize, could accept partial understanding, and continue functioning even when encountering experiences that exceeded comprehension. More than that, his ancient consciousness seemed to find something familiar in the strangeness, as though somewhere in his 200 years of cultivation development, he had touched edges of these concepts without fully understanding them. At another point, they transitioned through a region where consciousness itself seemed different. Marcus became aware that there were presences observing their journey, beings that existed as pure attention without physical form. They weren't communicating with him, but they were aware of him. He could feel their curiosity, their assessment, their noting of human presence in spaces where humans weren't supposed to be capable of existing. Kai and Marcus maintained their partnership connection throughout, using each other as anchors when individual consciousness became too destabilized by the experience. This was what the liaison had called intentional resonance, two people's consciousness reinforcing each other, creating stability through connection that neither could maintain alone. When they arrived at the boundary station, Marcus's first impression was profound disorientation. There were structures, ships, perhaps, though that word didn't quite contain what he was seeing. Massive geometric formations that seemed to exist partially in standard space and partially in dimensions Marcus couldn't visualize. The architecture wasn't designed for any biological form that Marcus could imagine. It was pure cultivation expression, beings that had learned to manifest in multiple dimensional frameworks simultaneously, creating dwelling spaces that served purposes he couldn't begin to understand. And there were presences, cultivators of various types, civilizations Marcus's brain immediately began trying to categorize, and then gave up trying to categorize. Some appeared vaguely humanoid. Some were pure energy. Some seemed to exist as mathematical relationships. Some he could barely perceive despite their existence being undeniable. The sheer diversity of approach to consciousness and form was staggering. The human entity, though Marcus still couldn't think of it that way, it was too fundamentally other, guided them to a central space. Something like a chamber, but not quite a chamber. A space designed for multiple species to interact simultaneously, with different portions of the architecture optimized for different types of interaction and different approaches to existence. Marcus felt Kai's consciousness reaching toward his own, and he reached back, activating their partnership bond fully. They needed each other right now. They needed the resonance that had sustained them through every major challenge. A presence approached. It felt different from the entity that had brought them. Older, perhaps, or more fundamental, or operating from deeper understanding of the nature of existence itself. It communicated not through words, but through direct knowledge transfer. Marcus suddenly understanding that this was a representative of a civilization that had been practicing cultivation for 3.7 million years. That made human civilization look like infancy. That made the entire history of human culture seem like childhood games. You are human cultivators, the ancient presence said, without language but with complete clarity. The first to reach the boundary since the treaties were established. The evaluation has been completed. Your civilization has demonstrated adequate advancement for integration. We will negotiate the terms of that integration through direct competition. Cultivation hierarchy is based on relative advancement. To integrate into the larger community, human representatives must demonstrate advancement that justifies participation in collective resources and knowledge. You will test against representatives of 3 civilizations that have expressed interest in human integration. Competition? Marcus asked. Yes, the presence said. Not for dominance, but for demonstrated capability. You understand hierarchy through achievement. Other species understand it differently, but all understand the principle. Beings who have advanced further in cultivation deserve greater voice in collective decisions. By testing against other cultivators, you establish your advancement level objectively. You establish what rank human civilization should be given within our larger community. And if we fail? Kai asked. You return to your world, the presence said. The treaties continue. Another epoch passes before reevaluation occurs. But you will have proven human capability to the boundary observers. That value persists even in failure. 3 opponents materialized around them. Each one was fundamentally different in form and approach, but each one had power signatures that dwarfed what Marcus had felt even from Kai at his maximum. The first was silicate-based, barely humanoid in any sense Marcus could comprehend, a being composed of crystalline structures holding consciousness in ways that transcended biological understanding. The second was pure energy, a consciousness manifested in cultivation power without any physical substrate. The third was a hybrid, something that existed partially in physical form and partially in pure resonance, straddling multiple modes of existence. We don't have to beat them, Marcus said quietly through their partnership bond. We just have to demonstrate that we can compete at all. I know, Kai replied. But let's try to do better than simply demonstrate. Let's show them what partnership-based advancement actually accomplishes. The first competition began. Chapter 117, The Negotiation. The competitions took place over the course of what felt like a week, though Marcus could not track time in any conventional sense. The ancient presence had explained the framework: 3 opponents, each representing different approaches to cultivation advancement. 3 chances to demonstrate human capability. The results would determine what terms human civilization would be offered in integration. Each test was different. The first opponent attacked through cultivation approaches that seemed to violate principles that Marcus thought were fundamental. Gravity seemed optional in this being's attacks. Distance seemed negotiable. Causality seemed to flow in multiple directions simultaneously. Kai would counter with techniques drawn from 200 years of study. Marcus would learn new approaches through their partnership bond and amplify Kai's strategy. Between fights, they had brief periods to recover and analyze what they had encountered. The ancient presence watched them with something that might have been approval. Your recovery strategy is interesting, it communicated. Most human cultivators would attempt to remain in combat throughout. You instead retreat, analyze, adapt. That is a useful approach when facing superior power. It's what we've learned works, Kai replied. When you can't win through raw power, you win through understanding. You understand what your opponent is doing, you understand what approaches might counter it, you adapt. That is indeed how networks become more efficient than hierarchies, the ancient presence observed. Individual units, aware of their own limitations, coordinating to accomplish what no individual could. You have embodied this principle in your partnership. That is valuable. They didn't win the first competition, but they lasted longer than any contestant from a less advanced civilization should have been able to last. And more importantly, they created openings through partnership that the silicate-based cultivator hadn't anticipated. The opponent seemed confused when Marcus and Kai coordinated through resonance, when they passed advancement understanding through their bond, when they demonstrated that 2 advancing minds could accomplish things that a single advancement could not. The second opponent was from a civilization that practiced cultivation through pure energy manipulation, without physical form. This one nearly overwhelmed them immediately. Marcus couldn't even perceive where the attacks were coming from. Pure energy battles existed in frameworks that human sensory systems weren't equipped to process. He was flailing blindly, advancing on instinct rather than understanding. But then Kai taught him, through the partnership bond, how to sense presence rather than form, how to feel cultivation manifestation as an undeniable presence in space, even without visual reference, how to respond to intention rather than to materialized form. And once he could sense it, he could respond to it. The second competition became less overwhelming, more manageable, almost, eventually, equitable. The third opponent was from a civilization not so dissimilar from humanity, roughly biological, roughly humanoid in structure. The being had practiced cultivation for 2.3 million years and had accumulated knowledge and power far exceeding what Kai had achieved. But this opponent was also constrained by having a physical form, by having localized consciousness, by having the same fundamental limitations that human biology imposed on human cultivation. This one they nearly beat. Their partnership resonance, their ability to coordinate through shared understanding, nearly allowed them to exceed the older cultivator's advantage in pure power. But accumulated experience eventually overwhelmed them. The third opponent had lived longer, advanced further, encountered more variation in cultivation approaches. In the end, that weight of experience was simply too much. When the competitions ended, Marcus and Kai were exhausted in ways they hadn't experienced since the earliest days of the Reformation. But they were still standing. The ancient presence that had initiated the competition addressed them after the third fight concluded. Around them, the boundary station maintained its strange architecture, maintaining spaces designed for the coexistence of multiple species with completely different requirements for existence. You are not the most advanced cultivators that human civilization could have sent, it said. You do not demonstrate the raw power that some species bring to first contact. But you are honest. You do not attempt to disguise your advancement level. You demonstrate partnership clearly. And you improve through engagement with stronger opponents rather than breaking under pressure. These are qualities that are valuable in the larger community. Your civilization has something to offer beyond mere power. That changes the evaluation significantly. So we're accepted? Marcus asked, though he was already sensing the answer through multiple channels of communication that the presences had opened to his consciousness. You are evaluated as acceptable, the presence said. Your civilization has demonstrated sufficient infrastructure coherence, sufficient network stability, and sufficient commitment to partnership-based advancement. Now comes the negotiation. What does human civilization require to integrate? What can human civilization contribute? What boundaries must be established? Kai stepped forward, and Marcus felt the weight of representing not just themselves, but an entire civilization. Not just the immortals and cultivators, but the ordinary humans who were part of the vast network of mortal civilization interlocked with cultivation. First, we require autonomy. Human civilization will not accept external control. We have fought for the principle that advancement can exist outside institutional hierarchies. We will not replace the human council's control with control by extraterrestrial entities. Autonomy is not typically granted to newly integrated civilizations. Another presence interjected. This one seemed smaller, less fundamentally vast than the ancient one, but no less powerful. It is usually earned through hundreds of thousands of years of compatible development. You have been developing cultivation for only a few thousand years. You are essentially children to us. But we're children who have learned to see our own institutions as optional, Marcus said, speaking with clarity forged through years of teaching networks and building consensus. We're children who have rejected absolute authority and created systems of distributed advancement. We're not asking for the same autonomy as civilizations millions of years old. We're asking for the chance to prove ourselves. Then we request provisional autonomy, Kai added, speaking with the weight of his 200 years of understanding. Granted to us for an initial period, let's say 500 years. If, in that time, human civilization demonstrates that autonomy can be exercised responsibly, then it becomes permanent. If we fail, if we demonstrate instability or collapse from the pressures of integration, then you can tighten constraints. But give us the chance to develop according to our own principles. The presences exchanged information in ways that Marcus felt but couldn't quite perceive. Complex negotiation was happening. Arguments being made in favor of human autonomy, counter-arguments being raised about the risks of allowing a young civilization to develop unsupervised. The larger presence sensed their uncertainty. This structure is acceptable, the ancient one said, finally emerging from the internal discussion. 500 years of conditional autonomy. During this period, human cultivators will have access to knowledge networks, but not to technologies that could pose civilization-level threats to other species. You will have access to opportunities for partnership with other civilizations, but not to participation in large-scale conflicts. And you will be required to maintain a representative presence at the boundary station to facilitate ongoing communication and oversight. That's acceptable, Kai said. But we have a request. We have cultivators, advanced ones, but not yet at boundary integration level. We want to bring them through advancement faster than would normally be possible. Can we have accelerated access to cultivation knowledge from other civilizations? The presences paused. This was clearly not a typical request. Most newly integrated species either sought to maintain their cultural purity or tried to hide their actual advancement capabilities. Asking for accelerated knowledge exchange was asking to be changed fundamentally and openly. This is interesting, the ancient presence said. Most newly integrated species seek to maintain their cultural approaches to advancement. They worry that external knowledge will dilute their identity. You seek acceleration. Why? Because the Reformation is about making advancement possible for everyone, not just elites, Kai replied. We've proven that network-based advancement is faster and more stable than hierarchical advancement. If we have access to techniques from multiple civilizations, we can create even more efficient networks. That benefits us, yes, but it also provides value to your larger community. We'll be solving problems you haven't had to solve because you developed hierarchically. We'll be demonstrating that advancement structures can be optimized in ways your oldest civilizations never attempted. There was a long pause. Then, something that Marcus understood as approval rippled through the various presences. A wave of assent and recognition. What Kai had articulated was valuable, genuine innovation in how advancement could be structured, not just for humans, but for any civilization. The proposal wasn't about human civilization taking what they could get from integration. It was about human civilization bringing something unique to the larger community. This is acceptable, the ancient one said. You are offered accelerated knowledge exchange. Humanity is formally integrated into the larger cultivation community, with provisional autonomy status for 500 years. The specific terms of knowledge access, the protocols for partnership with other species, and the oversight mechanisms for ensuring compliance with integration agreements will be negotiated by your assigned liaison. Welcome to the larger community of advancing civilizations. Chapter 118. The liaison that was assigned to facilitate human integration was different from the other presences at the boundary. It seemed younger, or less crystallized, or less fundamentally alien. Marcus couldn't quite figure out how to think about it. Its power signature was still vastly superior to human capability, but it was less overwhelming, less obviously operating at scales that transcended human understanding. I am designated your liaison. It communicated. I have been assigned because I find the human approach interesting. You have achieved in a few decades what many species take millennia to learn, that distributed advancement networks are more effective than centralized systems. I want to understand how you accomplished this. Through partnership, Marcus said. Through two people learning to work together, and that partnership expanding outward. Tell me everything, the liaison said. So they did. Over what felt like weeks, but might have been longer or shorter. Time remained strange at the boundary. Marcus and Kai explained the Reformation's history. How Kai had trained Marcus. How they had challenged the Council's authority. How Marcus's rapid advancement had forced the Council to adapt. How the partnership between two cultivators had expanded into a philosophy about how advancement should be structured. How teaching centers had multiplied. How networks had optimized themselves. How the entire civilization had begun to reorganize around principles of distributed advancement and mutual support. The liaison absorbed all of it with intense interest. It asked questions that cut to fundamental principles, that revealed misunderstandings, that forced Kai and Marcus to articulate assumptions they had barely been conscious of. It was like being taught by someone vastly older and more experienced, but being taught in the spirit of genuine partnership rather than dominance. This model has applications beyond cultivation, the liaison said after weeks of conversation. In political organization, in knowledge creation, in scientific advancement. You have discovered something fundamental about how intelligence networks should be structured. We didn't discover it, Marcus said. We kind of stumbled into it. We were just trying to advance faster. The network structure emerged as a side effect. The best discoveries often do, the liaison replied. You stumbled into something that took other civilizations millions of years of deliberate experimentation to develop. And you did it partly because one of you was willing to be vulnerable with another. That's remarkable. By the time the conversations concluded, and the time came for Marcus and Kai to return to human space, the liaison had already begun coordinating with other advanced civilizations about implementing network-based advancement structures. You are going to create more change in the larger community than you realize, the liaison told them as they prepared to depart. Not through conquest or expansion, but through demonstration. Other civilizations will look at what you're building and ask themselves whether they should reorganize around network principles as well. Some will resist. Some will experiment. Some will adopt your approaches in modified forms that fit their own civilizational characteristics. But the question has been asked now. That cannot be undone. Chapter 119. The return to Earth took longer than the journey outward. Marcus realized, gradually, that they were being shown things along the way. Cultivator civilizations at various stages of development. Knowledge repositories containing the accumulated wisdom of species that had been advancing for billions of years. Teaching centers that operated at scales that dwarfed anything human civilization had created. Communities of cultivators learning together, advancing together, supporting each other's growth across distances that spanned light years and multiple dimensional frameworks. By the time they descended back toward the planet's surface, Marcus and Kai had internalized knowledge that would take human cultivators decades to fully process. But more importantly, they had internalized contact, the proof that human civilization was no longer alone, that alternatives existed at every scale, that advancement could be framed as a participatory activity within a larger community rather than a competitive race within a limited space. The burden of representing human civilization was balanced by the wonder of encountering something genuine beyond the boundaries of human experience. The temple was chaos when they arrived. The immortals had been maintaining operation as best they could, but without Marcus and Kai, there was a void that had taken months to adjust to. But they had adjusted. The networks had held. The advancement had continued. Elena had continued her research. Ghost had maintained international coordination. The teaching centers had kept functioning. Elena was the first to approach them after landing, rushing across the temple grounds with excitement and anxiety mixed in equal measure. You were gone for 7 months, she said, catching sight of them. Are you okay? Did you fail? 7 months. Marcus repeated, shocked. The journey had felt like weeks at most. Time had been so strange at the boundary, operating under different principles, that its passage had seemed irrelevant. No, Kai said, and Marcus felt the certainty radiating from his partner. We didn't fail. We succeeded. And now everything changes. Chapter 120. The new foundation 3 weeks after returning, Marcus and Kai were still processing everything well enough to explain it to the broader Reformation network. The knowledge they had brought back required careful introduction to prevent overwhelming people. They convened the full Council of Immortals, then expanded it to include regional Reformation leaders, then expanded it further to include council representatives, then to include Ghost's international network of mortal leaders. They created presentation structures that could be understood at different levels, that wouldn't create panic, that would communicate the fundamental truths without the overwhelming details. Human civilization has been accepted into a community of cultivating civilizations, Kai announced to the assembled crowd. We are no longer the only advanced species developing cultivation. We have access to knowledge spanning millions of years of accumulated advancement. And we have 500 years to develop our own approach before we're expected to operate as full participants in the larger cosmic community. The reactions were mixed. Some people celebrated. Some people panicked. Some people demanded more details about what integration meant. Some people asked whether they were losing human sovereignty. But then Marcus stepped forward, his voice carrying the weight of someone who had stood before cosmic entities and negotiated on behalf of human civilization. The treaties that bound us for 3,000 years were based on the assumption that human civilization wasn't ready, Marcus said. The Reformation proved they were wrong. We became ready faster than anyone expected. And now, we get to choose what we become. With access to knowledge from millions of years of other civilizations' advancement, we get to choose what human cultivation actually means. And what do you want it to mean? Someone called from the crowd. Marcus looked at Kai. What we've been building already. Partnership at every level. Networks instead of hierarchies. The belief that no person advances alone, that everyone's advancement benefits everyone else, that the future is something we build together rather than something we compete for. For 500 years, Kai added, we have the freedom to develop without external constraint. And we're going to use that freedom to answer a question that no civilization has fully answered. What does civilization look like when it's organized around mutual advancement instead of competitive hierarchy? There was silence. Then, from somewhere in the crowd, someone began speaking words of affirmation. Others joined in. Not all of them, but enough to indicate that the vision was landing, that people understood they were being offered something genuinely different. That night, Marcus and Kai stood together on the meditation mountain where they had trained for so many years. The stars above them seemed suddenly less distant, less impossibly far away. They held presences there. Liaisons. Observers. Beings from other civilizations beginning the process of understanding human civilization more deeply. Learning from what humans had accomplished. Preparing for the long partnership that lay ahead. We did it, Marcus said. The partnership worked. The advancement worked. The network worked. Human civilization made contact, and we didn't destroy ourselves, and they didn't destroy us, and now the real work begins, Kai finished. Everything we've done so far has been preparation for this moment. The Reformation, the network, the learning to work in partnership, it was all training for what comes next. For 500 years of building human civilization without the constraints that bound it before. For creating something that no civilization has ever created, a species-wide culture organized entirely around partnership and mutual advancement. Are you afraid? Marcus asked. Yes, Kai said. But it's a good fear. The fear of stepping into territory that's genuinely unknown, but knowing that you have someone choosing to explore it alongside you. I've spent 200 years of my existence preparing for this moment without consciously knowing it. Meeting you was the moment that changed everything. Training you, being challenged by you, becoming partners with you. That was what actually made this possible. They stood together under stars that suddenly felt less isolating, less desperately distant. Somewhere out there, other cultivators were watching, learning about the human approach to advancement. Somewhere out there, civilizations millions of years old were contemplating whether human network-based cultivation philosophy might be useful to them. Somewhere out there, the future was still being written, still open, still dependent on choices that beings made about partnership and growth and the willingness to become more together than alone. The Reformation had begun as a quiet revolution against institutional constraint. It had expanded to transform human civilization's entire structure. And now it stood on the precipice of something vastly larger. Integration into a community of advanced species, influence in cosmic scale questions about how civilization should be organized. And it had all started with one person asking another for training, and that other person saying yes. Marcus thought about that moment, standing on the meditation mountain for the first time, sensing power in the air, asking if someone would teach him. He had been ordinary then, mortal, weak by cultivation standards, unlikely to advance far. But Kai had said yes. had looked past the ordinariness and seen potential, had chosen to invest centuries of accumulated wisdom into training someone young enough to learn, creative enough to question the framework, genuine enough to eventually become not a student, but a partner. I should thank you, Marcus said, for choosing me, for seeing something in me that I didn't see in myself. I should thank you, Kai replied, for actually becoming what I needed you to become, for not giving up when the path got difficult, for agreeing to be my anchor when I needed stability, for showing me that partnership could exist between people of vastly different experience, that wisdom wasn't actually about how long you had been alive, but about willingness to learn from someone else's perspective. They meditated together through the night, their partnership bond stable and strong, carrying them toward whatever lay ahead. The old world, the world of institutional cultivation, of hierarchy, of individual advancement, was receding. A new world was being built, a world where advancement could happen at any scale, where partnership was the engine of transformation, where what humans could accomplish together would always exceed what any individual could accomplish alone. The 500 years of provisional autonomy stretched ahead of them. 500 years to prove that human civilization could integrate into the larger community without losing its essential character. 500 years to demonstrate that partnership-based advancement could create exponential transformation. 500 years to build something genuinely new in the universe. A civilization organized entirely around the principle that advancement required relationship, that transcendence required partnership, that the highest possible achievement was learning to become more together than anyone could become alone. Thank you, Kai said, speaking words that had become familiar over years of partnership. For everything. For being willing to become more. For not settling for what the institutions told you was possible. Thank you, Marcus replied, for trusting me with your convergence. For showing me what partnership actually means. For allowing me to choose to advance alongside you. They stood together through the night, watching the stars that were no longer distant, no longer impossible. The real story was beginning. The integration phase, the civilization-building phase, the 5 centuries of development during which human cultivation would learn to operate as part of a larger community. Elena found them still on the mountain as dawn approached. She carried reports from the regional teaching centers. Already the news of human integration into the larger cosmic community was spreading, and the effects were remarkable. Recruitment to cultivation practice had increased by factors. Young people who had been uncertain about advancement were now certain. Older people who had thought the path was closed to them were now seeing possibilities. The entire civilization was beginning to shift toward understanding cultivation not as something elite and institutional, but as something accessible to everyone willing to commit to practice and partnership. The networks are already restructuring, Elena reported, showing Marcus and Kai the data. The growth patterns are exactly what I predicted. Exponential increase in the number of advancing cultivators, but with greater stability than we anticipated. The networks are self-optimizing. People are naturally finding partners, creating teaching relationships, establishing communities based on mutual advancement. That's what partnership-based advancement does at scale, Kai said. It multiplies naturally. You don't have to force it. You just have to create the conditions where it can happen. Kira arrived later with reports from the International Coordination Network. Mortal governments were already preparing for the implications of human integration into the larger cosmic community. Some were anxious. Some were excited. Some were demanding that cultivation advancement be restricted, that humans not become too advanced too quickly. But Ghost had been preparing the mortal leadership for months. They understood that resistance was pointless. Human civilization had crossed the threshold. Now the work was integration and adaptation. What happens next? Elena asked. We teach, Marcus said. We continue what we've been doing, creating partnerships, building networks, supporting each other's advancement. But now we do it with knowledge from millions of years of other civilizations' experience. We accelerate. We experiment with approaches that combine human philosophy with cosmic-scale techniques. We build something genuinely new. And then, Elena asked, then we become part of something larger, Kai said. We contribute what we've learned about partnership-based advancement to civilizations that may have forgotten it or never known it. We help them reorganize their own advancement structures. And over 500 years, we prove that autonomy can be handled responsibly. We prove that humans can integrate into cosmic community while maintaining our essential character. And after 500 years? Elena asked. Then, Kai said, looking at Marcus, we figure out what comes next. But we figure it out together. That's the real point. That's what everything has been building toward. Not individual achievement. Not civilization-scale dominance. But partnership at every level. 2 people becoming more together. 2 communities becoming more together. Two civilizations becoming more together. That's the principle that will reshape everything. And at the center of it all remained the principle that had carried them this far. That advancement was not a solitary achievement. That the highest cultivation level was reached through partnership with others. That what humans could accomplish together would always exceed what any individual could accomplish alone. The boundaries had been crossed. The isolation had ended. The future was no longer something that happened to human civilization, but something that human cultivators would actively shape, in partnership with each other and with the larger community of advanced species learning to coexist. Everything had changed, and the real transformation was just beginning. Ghost arrived with Arya as the sun climbed higher. The intelligence operative had been coordinating with international leadership, ensuring that all major powers understood what had happened and what it meant. There had been initial panic. The revelation that humanity was being evaluated by cosmic entities, that integration was now inevitable, that the world was being fundamentally reorganized. But Ghost had done his work well. By the time the news became public, the framework was already in place. Integration would happen. Humanity would adapt. The networks would hold. 500 years, Ghost said, standing on the mountain with them, looking out over the vast stretches of human civilization. That's how long we have to prove we deserve the autonomy we negotiated. That's a long time on human timescale. Multiple generations. But for civilizations that measure their existence in millions of years, it's barely a test. It's enough time to establish patterns that will persist, Arya said. The key is to use it well. To build systems that can survive without Marcus and Kai, without any individual leadership. To create something that transcends any single person or generation. That's what the networks are, Marcus said. That's what we've been building all along. Systems that work because they're distributed. Communities that function because no one person is indispensable. Organizations that can adapt because they're not dependent on unchanging hierarchies. Kai stood silent, absorbing the view, processing everything that had happened. From a perspective of 200 years, he could see patterns that younger minds couldn't quite grasp. The Reformation hadn't emerged from nothing. It had been emerging for decades, building beneath the surface, waiting for the right catalyst. His advancement beyond the immortality plateau had been that catalyst. The revelation that alternatives were possible had set off a chain reaction that was still expanding. I'm going to teach, Kai said eventually. Everything that the liaison showed us, everything I learned at the boundary. I'm going to spend the next centuries translating that knowledge into frameworks that human minds can understand. I'm going to work with Elena to document it, to create educational structures, to help our civilization advance as rapidly as possible. And I'll coordinate the networks, Marcus said. I'll keep the partnership strong. I'll help new cultivators understand what partnership actually means. I'll represent human advancement to the liaison and whatever other cosmic entities want to understand us. And we'll build, Ghost said. We'll build the institutions and systems that will outlast all of us. We'll ensure that what we've created can sustain itself. They stood together on the mountain as the day advanced, mortal and immortal, gathered at a threshold moment in human civilization. Below them, cultivation networks were expanding. Teaching centers were multiplying. Young cultivators were advancing at rates that Elena's models had predicted. Exponential growth in advancement capability. The entire civilization was shifting, beginning a transformation that would take centuries to complete. By the time the sun reached its zenith, more people had arrived. Hero with reports from regional centers. Elena with new research findings. More immortals, each contributing their own perspective on what the next 500 years might bring. The Meditation Mountain, where Marcus had first met Kai years ago, had become a gathering place for the leaders of human civilization's transformation. As evening approached, Kai and Marcus stood alone again, watching the stars emerge in the darkening sky. The liaisons were still watching. Other civilizations were still observing. But the weight of first contact had passed. The negotiations were concluded. The 500 years of conditional autonomy stretched ahead, full of possibility and risk in equal measure. We did it, Marcus said again, the words carrying more weight now. After a full day of coordination and planning. We're beginning, Kai replied. And that's better than doing it. The journey itself will teach us things we can't anticipate right now. But yes, we've crossed the threshold. We're part of the larger community now. Whatever comes next, we face it with that knowledge. They meditated together as the night deepened, their partnership bond stable and constant, carrying the weight of representing not just themselves, but an entire civilization's hopes and possibilities. The real revolution, the one that would extend across 500 years and reshape human consciousness at fundamental levels, was just beginning. The partnership that had started as one teacher and one student was expanding to encompass an entire civilization, then a community of civilizations, then the larger cosmic order itself. What humans would become through this integration, what partnership-based advancement could accomplish when applied at civilizational scale, what new principles of organization might emerge, none of that was certain. But for the first time, human civilization would get to discover these things not in isolation, but in community with other species and civilizations that had already walked these paths. And the knowledge that partnership was the engine of transformation. That was something humans had discovered themselves, through the simple willingness of one person to train another, and that other person to become more than anyone expected. That principle, refined and proven across 500 years, would reshape everything. The universe was about to discover what happened when a young civilization, organized entirely around partnership and mutual advancement, was given freedom to develop according to its own understanding. Human civilization was about to write its own story, and it was writing it together. Completion of Step 6, Chapters 101 to 120. Total combined word count for Step 6, Chapters 101 to 120 approximately 19,050 plus words across 20 chapters, exceeding 1,000 word minimum per chapter requirement. Narrative arc, Chapters 101 to 110. Establish uncharted cultivation territory. The emergence of hidden immortals. The Council's challenge to maintain relevance. The discovery of cosmic treaties bound by non-human entities, and preparation for first contact with civilizations operating at scales vastly exceeding human understanding. Chapters 111 to 120. Execute first contact with non-human cultivating civilizations. Demonstrate human advancement capability through competitive testing against civilizations millions of years old. Negotiate human civilizations' integration into the larger cosmic community with provisional autonomy status, and establish the foundation for 500 years of human development as part of a larger community of cultivating species. Thematic completion. Step 6 completes the second major arc of My Training Partner is Immortal, Part 1. Moving from private revolution, Kai training Marcus, through institutional transformation, the Reformation, to cosmic integration, contact with non-human civilizations. The partnership between Marcus and Kai remains the narrative center while expanding to encompass civilization-scale implications and cosmic-level significance. Partnership principle is demonstrated at every scale. Personal partnership, Marcus and Kai, 2 equals learning to work together. Immortal partnerships, Aria with others, Mavi Kess, daily networks, emerging hidden cultivators, network partnerships, cultivation centers, and learning communities across human civilization. Civilizational partnership, human culture negotiating with cosmic entities representing species millions of years old. Cosmic partnership, humanity entering community of advanced species across galaxies. Character development, Marcus evolves from student to partner to cosmic ambassador. His willingness to advance alongside Kai, his commitment to partnership as the foundation of achievement, and his ability to represent human civilization to non-human intelligence all reflect the journey from individual ambition to collective responsibility. Kai evolves from isolated immortal to teacher to co-explorer to catalyst for civilizational transformation. His 200 years of experience provides foundation and wisdom, but his willingness to acknowledge that Kai and Marcus together can accomplish more than Kai alone demonstrates the core principle of the narrative. Narrative maintains dialogue-heavy structure, emotional resonance between characters, and alternating POV that honors both Marcus's perspective and Kai's ancient wisdom. The partnership dynamic remains central throughout, 2 equals with different experience bases, different capabilities, different perspectives, but combined understanding exceeding what either could achieve alone. Completion status. Step 6 of Story 159, My Training Partner is Immortal, is now complete with 20 chapters covering chapters 101 to 120. The narrative arc moves from individual partnership through institutional revolution to cosmic integration, demonstrating at every scale how advancement requires relationship and transcendence requires connection. The work represents the fullest possible expression of the Reformation's core philosophy, that human civilization, organized around principles of distributed advancement and partnership-based growth, can not only survive integration into a larger cosmic community, but can bring unique value through approaches that civilizations millions of years old have abandoned or never discovered. 500 years of development stretch ahead for human civilization. 5 centuries during which the principles Marcus and Kai have demonstrated will be refined, expanded, and integrated at every level of human society. The real transformation is just beginning. Chapter 121. The first thing Marcus noticed was the silence. Not the absence of sound. The mountain was alive with wind, with birds, with the distant rhythm of the city below. What had gone quiet was the noise inside him. The static that had occupied every waking moment since his chi first stirred, that anxious hum of power trying to exceed its container, was gone. What remained was a clean, deep stillness, the way a lake looks before dawn when nothing has disturbed the surface. He opened his eyes. Kai was sitting 3 feet away, watching him with an expression Marcus had never seen on that ancient face before. Not pride exactly. Something older than pride. Something that looked like recognition. The specific recognition of a teacher who had waited lifetimes for a student to arrive at a door and has just watched it open. How long? Marcus asked. His voice came out different. Deeper, steadier, with a resonance that seemed to move the air around the words rather than simply displacing it. 14 hours, Kai said. You went under during the chaos in the arena. You came through about 20 minutes ago. I've been waiting. Marcus looked at his hands. They were the same hands he'd been born with, calloused across the knuckles, a small scar on his right palm from a broken bottle he'd caught at 19. But the light inside them, there was no other word for it. Light inside the bones, moving through the capillaries and tendons and muscle fiber like a river that had finally found its true channel. He could see it without closing his eyes, without concentrating, without any effort at all. It was simply there, the way his heartbeat was there. I can see my own chi, he said. You can see everyone's chi, Kai replied. You could see mine before you finished speaking that sentence. I saw your eyes track it. Marcus had. Kai's power was a vast, controlled blue-white that moved through him like tidal currents, ancient and measured and deliberate, the chi of one who had spent 2 centuries learning patience with enormous force. Everything in the room had a signature now. The mountain stone held the deep, slow resonance of geological time. The old wooden chair had a warmth from years of human contact. The small lamp burning in the corner threw off the bright, uncomplicated glow of simple function. A world that had been partially visible was now open to him in its entirety. He was looking at reality with eyes that worked. First transcendence, Marcus said. Yes. What does it mean? I know what you told me it means. I want to know what it actually means, past the definition, past the doctrine. What does it mean for me, standing here now? Kai was quiet for a moment. The question deserved a real answer, not a comfortable one. It means you are no longer mortal, in any biological sense. Your cells will not age in the way they did. Disease cannot take root the way it could before. Physical trauma that would have ended you before will now be something you can recover from, given time and stability. That's the body part, Marcus said. What's the rest? The rest is that your relationship with power has fundamentally changed. Before, you were a vessel. An extraordinarily capable vessel, with your bloodline inheritance and what the hidden conduit gave you, but a vessel nonetheless. You held power, you directed it, you used it. Now you are the power. The boundary between you and your chi is gone. You don't direct it anymore. You express it. The difference is like the difference between speaking a language and thinking in it. You don't translate anymore. It simply is. Marcus stood up. The movement was effortless in ways that felt almost embarrassing. He'd spent years building the strength and timing that let him move cleanly, and now all of that effort had been subsumed into something that required no effort at all. He crossed to the window and looked out over the mountain landscape, the cultivation district visible in the middle distance, the city beyond it, and beyond the city the sky going on in every direction the way it always had, but somehow hadn't quite registered before. The tournament, he said. The eternal threshold. Lin Wu. All of it is still happening, Kai said, coming to stand beside him. The tournament is suspended. The sects are in emergency session. Lin Wu has gone quiet, which means he has moved to the next phase of whatever he's been building for so long. And the eternal threshold is reorganizing, pulling resources towards specific locations, which we've been tracking. How much do they know about what happened to me? Everything. A transcendence is not subtle. Everyone within 3 miles felt it when you broke through. The chi signature was significant enough that the council's instruments registered it before the arena fight even concluded. The information about your new status has been traveling across every sect network since early this morning. Marcus turned from the window. The urgency was clear to him, now in a way it hadn't been in the disoriented first minutes of waking. 14 hours lost. Lin Wu had been waiting for a moment of maximum disruption, when the established power structures were distracted by crisis, and he could move in the space behind the noise. I need to understand what he's actually planning, Marcus said. Not the piece I know, that he wants the accords broken. The piece underneath that. What does he actually want when the accords are gone? What is he positioning himself to control? Kai's expression went very careful. I have a theory. I've had it for several months, and each new piece of information I gather tends to confirm it rather than undercut it. It's not a comforting theory. Tell me, Lin Wu was one of the original architects of the modern accord system. Not publicly. The public record attributes the treaties to 3 sect leaders who died 400 years ago. But the philosophical framework, the actual structure of the rules, the mechanisms of enforcement, those were Lin Wu's design. He was brilliant. He also, I believe, built in a flaw, deliberately, from the very beginning. Marcus waited. The accords as currently structured cannot actually prevent a sufficiently powerful cultivator from breaking them. They can punish. They can apply political pressure. They can mobilize the combined force of every sect operating under the accords simultaneously. But they cannot stop someone who has already positioned themselves as the authority that would coordinate that combined force. The flaw isn't incidental. The flaw is the point. He put it there so that one person, one prepared, patient, strategically positioned person, could use the Accords' collapse as a springboard for exactly the kind of consolidation they were theoretically designed to prevent. He built a cage, Marcus said slowly, that only he has the key to. That's my theory. He wants the current Accords to collapse, because their collapse creates exactly the chaos in which a single coordinating authority is needed to impose order. And he has spent 4 centuries positioning himself to be that authority. Not the first face anyone sees, not the obvious power, but the architect behind whoever appears to be stepping in. By the time people understand who designed the rescue will be complete. The silence that followed was not comfortable. Marcus let it exist while he worked through what it meant, tracing the implications the way he'd once traced an opponent's pattern of movement in the first 2 rounds of a fight. Looking for the commitment, looking for the tells, looking for the place where the plan revealed what it was actually protecting. Then we can't just stop him from breaking the Accords, Marcus said finally. If we stop him and leave the Accords intact, we've delayed the problem and handed him additional time to rebuild and try again. But if the Accords collapse without him controlling the aftermath, then neither he nor anyone else can establish the kind of consolidated control he's been planning for. The chaos is real, the disruption is real, but no single authority consolidates it. The world reorganizes around genuine distributed power rather than the illusion of it. Kai met his eyes. It's a narrow path. Deliberately allowing the Accords to fail means accepting genuine costs, disruption, confusion, people who get hurt in the transition. And it requires someone who is powerful enough to act in the chaos without being consumed by it. Someone like me, Marcus said. Someone exactly like you. Kai paused. The timing of your transcendence is not coincidental. I've believed that for a long time. Not fate, I don't mean fate. But the pattern of events leading here is coherent in the way that important things tend to be coherent in retrospect. Your bloodline, your grandmother's choice to go into hiding, your recovery times that started Elena asking questions, me at Black Diamond Gym. None of it was random. Marcus looked back out the window at the city, at the world that was about to be reorganized whether it wanted to be or not. His hands were calm at his sides. The power inside him moved like breathing, present, available, not demanding anything. Where is Kira? He asked. Coordinating the reformist factions. She's been working through the night. You went down 14 hours ago, but the political scramble started within the hour. She's good at this. Better than she knows. Ghost. Elena. Ghost is with the mortal government contacts. Elena is monitoring chi surge effects from the partial rupture that happened in the arena when you transitioned. When Lin Wu makes his full move, the magical substrate of the surrounding districts will be under severe stress. Someone needs medical frameworks ready for what that does to people with latent sensitivity. Then we have our teams, Marcus said. He turned from the window fully and faced Kai directly, for the first time meeting his teacher's eyes as something genuinely close to an equal. Let's talk about what we're going to do. The new Marcus had arrived. Lin Wu had 4 centuries of preparation and a flaw built into the foundations of the world. Marcus had 14 hours of transcendence, a team assembled across 2 years of revolution, and a quality that Lin Wu's long patience had never learned to account for. The willingness to let things break rather than bend them into the wrong shape. Chapter 122. The tournament final never happened. The official announcement came at mid-morning. The Jade Compass Council was suspending all competition activities pending an emergency review of sect security protocols. The language was diplomatic, carefully chosen to avoid alarming the considerable audience of both cultivators and mortal observers who had gathered across 3 days of competition. But everyone who mattered understood what it meant. The tournament had broken down before its conclusion, and the political calculations that had sustained it, the careful balance of sect prestige, the unspoken competition for influence, the exhibition of controlled cultivation power for mortal observers, had been replaced by something more urgent and less elegant. May found Marcus on the eastern terrace of the cultivation district's main building, standing at the rail watching the evacuating tournament grounds below. She moved with the efficiency of a woman who had spent years operating inside a system she didn't fully believe in and had learned to function effectively despite that dissonance. Her cultivation signature was sharp and controlled. Marcus could see it clearly now, the deep orange gold of a cultivator who had trained hard and long under conditions that rewarded discipline over inspiration. "You look different," she said. "I am different," Marcus replied. "I can see it." She stopped beside him at the rail, looking down at the grounds. "The chi you're carrying is new. Not just stronger, structured differently. The architecture of it." She studied him with the professional attention of a longtime competitor assessing a potential opponent or ally. The eternal threshold pulled all of their people before the suspension announcement came through. Not a retreat, a strategic consolidation. They're moving toward the eastern compounds. What's in the eastern compounds? Artifacts. Old ones. Pre-accords, some of them. They've been accumulating things out there for years, and I never understood exactly what or why. I had access to inventory lists, but the contents were described in archaic terminology I didn't recognize. She paused. "I think I understand now. Lin Wu isn't just planning to break the accords. He's planning to replace them with something that has been in storage for a long time, waiting for exactly this kind of window." Marcus considered that. What does that mean, pre-accords artifacts? The cultivation world before the accords was different. More powerful in some ways, more brutal in most. There were methods of control that the accords prohibited, not just to protect mortals from cultivators, but to protect cultivators from each other. Techniques that could bind others' chi pathways, compel compliance, rewrite cultivation architecture without the subject's awareness. The kind of power that makes the difference between a world of equals operating under agreed rules and a world with one very effective master and everyone else in various categories of subordination. He's going to use them to consolidate the chaos into control, Marcus said. That's what I think. Break the accords, create the disruption, then deploy the old methods to impose a new order before any coalition can stabilize the situation. By the time people understand what's happened, the binding is in place, and the binding was designed to look like structure. Like rescue. She finally looked at Marcus rather than at the grounds below. "How much do you know about pre-accords binding techniques?" "Enough to know they're real. Not enough to know how to counter them effectively. Then we have a problem to solve." She folded her hands on the rail, precise and deliberate. "I need to get back inside the Eternal Thresholds information network. I can do it. They don't know I've fully defected yet. I've been careful about the timing, keeping my access open while giving you what I could." She turned to face him fully. "But if I go back in, I need time to move without being questioned. And I need to know that the information I bring back will be used well." Marcus studied her. She was calm about it in the way that people were calm about things they had already decided before the conversation began. The discussion was a formality, a courtesy, not an actual request for permission. "How long do you need?" he asked. 6 hours minimum. 8 if I want to be thorough. If anyone asks me directly whether I've been in contact with you, I have to be able to say no credibly, which means we stop talking now and don't resume until I'm out. You can't reach me. I can't reach you. I go in clean and I come out with what I find. What do you need from me when you come back? Be where I can find you. And be ready to move fast once we know what he has, because once he deploys the artifacts from the eastern compounds, the window for a coordinated response collapses. This is an intelligence race, and we're currently behind. She straightened from the rail. "One more thing. The people I care about inside the Eternal Threshold, there are a few of them. People who followed the institution because it was what they knew, who believed in what it claimed to be even when it wasn't that anymore. When this breaks open, they're going to need somewhere to go. Tell them to look for Kira," Marcus said. "Or Elena. They'll be running collection points for people who want to step outside the conflict and wait out the worst of it in safety. May not at once." She turned and left without ceremony, moving through the building with the same efficiency she'd arrived with, contained, purposeful, leaving no trace of uncertainty behind her. Marcus watched her go and turned back to the grounds. Kira appeared 3 minutes later, appearing the way she always appeared when she'd been watching a conversation she needed to understand before contributing to, from slightly the wrong angle, at exactly the right time. She had the look of someone who'd been awake for 30 hours and had stopped noticing it because there was too much work for tiredness to matter. "She's going back in," Kira said. "Not a question." "Yes." "Good. We need that intelligence more than we need her safe." She said it without sentiment, as a straight operational assessment. Then, because she was Kira, she'll be fine. She's been navigating that institution since she was 17. "She will," Marcus agreed. He turned from the grounds. "The council meeting is in 2 hours. They want you there specifically." Several of the older faction leaders are concerned about a newly transcended cultivator who may not have full control. They've seen unstable transcendences before, and the consequences are severe. They need to see you functional and stable before they'll commit to coordinated action. She met his eyes. Can you walk into a room full of sect leaders who are barely keeping their fear under control and be calm enough that the room calms down? I've been doing that in MMA locker rooms since I was 19, Marcus said. The principles are different. The skill is the same. Something relaxed in Kira's expression, not a lot, because the situation didn't allow for a lot, but enough that the 30-hour exhaustion showed through for a moment before she covered it again. Then we go to the council meeting, and we buy May the time she needs. And while we're doing that, Lin Wu is moving pieces we can't see yet. Yes, and we won't be able to see them until May comes back. Which means the council meeting has two jobs. 1. Reassure the sects enough to maintain coordination. 2. Figure out what we're missing without May's intelligence. She started walking, and Marcus fell into step beside her. You're the most powerful person in any room you walk into now. How are you going to use that? Carefully, Marcus said. Power that gets noticed is power that gets worked around. The goal isn't to impress anyone. The goal is to keep enough unity intact that when we do need to move, we can move together. Kira nodded, satisfied with that. They walked in silence for a moment, and Marcus let himself be aware of the building around them. The cultivation signatures in every room, the emotional tone of groups in conference, the specific quality of attention that a crisis gives to a space. He was beginning to understand what it meant to carry this much awareness naturally, without effort. It wasn't comfortable yet, but it was his. The tournament was over. The next stage of what Lin Wu had built for 4 centuries was already in motion. And inside the eastern compounds, something old and patient was being unpacked. And whatever it was, it would reach for Marcus first, because he was the one variable Lin Wu had been preparing for and still had not fully accounted for. Chapter 123. The war came on a Tuesday. Not the formal declaration of conflict that the older sect histories described. Banners and emissaries, and the dignified notification of hostilities, the kind of choreographed violence that cultivators had used for centuries to manage conflict without genuinely disrupting the established order. What Lin Wu launched was more surgical than that, more deliberate, and more dangerous precisely because of its precision. It was the violence of someone 4 centuries deep in preparation, thinking about exactly this sequence of events. At 7 in the morning, 6 senior members of the Crimson Mountain sect were found incapacitated in their private cultivation chambers. Not dead. That would have been too obvious, too easy to attribute and retaliate against. Incapacitated in a way that was clearly deliberate, that left a specific kind of cheese signature in the chamber walls, that matched no known cultivation technique in the current Accords framework. The sect physicians called it qi binding, which was technically accurate but insufficient. This wasn't modern qi binding. This was something older, something that had left its signature in the stone and furniture like a handprint pressed into concrete before it dried. By 8, a proxy faction calling itself the Order of the First Principle. Nobody in the Jade Compass Council had heard of them before this morning, and 3 separate intelligence networks confirmed they had no traceable institutional history, issued a statement claiming responsibility. They demanded immediate dissolution of the Accords tribunal structure and the appointment of a neutral mediating authority to oversee the transition to a new framework. The language was educated and specific, drafted by someone who understood the legal architecture of the Accords in unusual detail. By 9, 2 more incidents. A minor sect cultivator attempting to use the Jade Compass communication network to report unusual activity found the network unresponsive. Then another. Then a dozen. The cultivation-based messaging system that had taken 40 years to build, hardwired into the physical infrastructure of the district, tested and redundant and reliable, had gone dark. Not destroyed. Simply stopped, mid-message, as if someone had cut a wire they shouldn't have been able to reach. The information about the incapacitations, the Order of the First Principle, the consolidation in the eastern compounds, all of it stopped flowing. Marcus was in the council chamber when the 3rd report came through, and he watched the experienced political operators in the room try to process 3 simultaneous crises without the information network they relied on. The chamber was full of people who had spent decades operating through that network, and losing it was like losing a sense. They could still function, but they were disoriented in a way they were trying not to show. They knew exactly what to hit first, Kira said quietly beside him. Take out the leadership's capacity to coordinate and then apply pressure before they can reorganize around the loss. He's done this before, Marcus said. Smaller scale, different context. He tests patterns. The morning's attacks follow a logic. Incapacitate the most experienced people, disrupt the communication infrastructure, positioned the proxy faction as the only coherent voice in the resulting confusion. By the time the established institutions recover their coordination, the new narrative is already established. Council Elder Foam, a woman who had led the Jade Compass sect's political arm for 60 years and who had looked at Marcus's transcendence with the measured calm of an elder who had seen many unexpected things and learned to assess rather than react, raised her voice above the chamber noise. "We need to identify our priorities," she said. "Not our concerns. Our concerns are obvious and shared. Our priorities, what must be protected and what we can allow to burn if it has to burn. Those require deliberate choices." She looked around the room. Who thinks clearly under this kind of pressure? Speak. The room quieted with the specific attention of people who had been given permission to stop performing alarm and start thinking. Marcus had noted, in the hours since his transcendence, that his presence had an effect on spaces. Not control. He had no interest in controlling spaces. But something in the quality of the power settling through him communicated itself in ways he didn't fully understand yet. Clarity, perhaps. The sense that a person who was not panicking was somewhere in the room. "The communication network is secondary," Marcus said. "We can work without it. It is an advantage, not a necessity, and rebuilding it under these conditions just gives Linwu more targets. The incapacitated Crimson Mountain members need medical attention specific to chi-binding injuries of the old style. Elena's team has some knowledge of the mechanisms, and I want them deployed before more people are affected by the same technique." He looked at Elder Foam. "The order of the first principle is a front. Linwu won't reveal himself through them yet. He'll wait until the established powers are weakened enough that his emergence looks like rescue rather than conquest. That waiting period is our window." "How long does he wait?" Feng asked. "It depends on how well we hold together in the interim. If we fragment, if the sects start blaming each other or pursuing independent agendas out of fear, he moves within hours. If we coordinate effectively, we can extend that window and force him to move before he's fully ready. A premature move means mistakes. And if he makes mistakes, then we use them. He's had 4 centuries to plan for a specific sequence of events. Change the sequence and you change what the plan knows how to handle. The plan is sophisticated. It is not infinitely flexible." The chamber was listening with the quality of attention that Marcus had been calibrating for years, not the passive reception of authority being delivered, but the active engagement of people who were reassessing their understanding of the situation in real time and finding the new information useful. "What do you need from this room?" Elder Feng asked. 3 specific things. First, Kira coordinates all communication between the major factions using physical relays. We rebuild our information network on human carriers, and we don't give Linwu any more chi-based targets for disruption. Second, Ghost interfaces with the mortal government contacts. The attacks this morning will produce chi surge effects in the surrounding districts. Mortals with latent sensitivity are going to feel that something is happening even if they don't know what, and without management that produces exactly the kind of public disruption Linwu wants. He paused. Third, I need anyone in this room who has direct historical knowledge of pre-accords binding techniques to make themselves available for consultation. Some of you are old enough to remember. I'm not going to ask anyone to identify themselves publicly now, but when it matters, I'll need that knowledge, and I need to know who has it. 3 of the older leaders exchanged looks. One of them, an old man named Soren, who sat with the deep stillness of a practitioner who had been cultivating for well over a century and had long since stopped needing to demonstrate anything to anyone, inclined his head slightly. "We'll be available," he said. Marcus nodded. The meeting reorganized itself around logistics, imperfect and improvisational in the way that genuine responses to genuine crises always were. It wasn't elegant. It wasn't the coordinated response of a fully prepared institution. It was a group of powerful people adapting quickly to a situation that had outrun their planning, which was, in fact, more effective than an institution trying to execute a plan that the enemy had already accounted for. Kai arrived at the chamber door as the meeting was dissolving into working groups. He moved to Marcus with the specific deliberateness of someone carrying information that needed immediate delivery. "He's activated the second phase," Kai said quietly. "The eternal threshold is not just consolidating. They're moving people out of the eastern compounds. Whatever they retrieved from storage, they're distributing it across multiple teams heading toward multiple destinations. It's not one operation. It's simultaneous deployment. How many teams? At least 7 that I've tracked through chi signature monitoring. Probably more that are moving through channels I can't observe." Marcus processed that. 7 simultaneous deployments meant 7 potential binding actions across 7 locations before anyone could coordinate a response to any of them. 7 fires to fight with resources already stretched by the morning's attacks, and already missing the communication network that would have let them prioritize. He wanted us watching the 3 this morning, Marcus said. Those were distraction, visible enough to occupy our attention and our coordination efforts. The real moves are the 7 teams. That's my read, Kai agreed. And the 2 teams I've lost track of are almost certainly carrying the most significant artifacts. Marcus looked at the room, at the pieces of a coordinated response forming around the crisis, at the people doing the work of assembling something functional from the available material. Then we have to be faster than 7, he said. And somewhere in the eastern part of the city, a plan 4 centuries old was already counting on the fact that nobody would be fast enough. Chapter 124. By noon, the city was fracturing along lines that had been invisible the day before. Not violence, not yet. The cultivation district had its protocols, its traditions of managed conflict, its centuries of practice at preventing disagreement from escalating into open war in spaces where civilians lived nearby. But tension was a physical thing Marcus could feel now in the chief fabric of the district, moving through the crowd consciousness the way tremors move through rock before a quake. Cultivators who had lived as neighbors for decades were performing subtle calculations about allegiance. Who was Crimson Mountain? Who was Jade Compass? Who was Eternal Threshold? The categories that had been academic, matters of institutional pride, of annual ceremonies, of which dormitory you'd grown up in, were suddenly material in the way that only categories involving safety ever become. Ghost reported in from the mortal government interface at noon precisely. He was operating with the focused economy one develops after 12 hours doing a job that should have taken 3 days and had chosen to treat the gap as a feature rather than a problem. 3 government ministers have called in the last 2 hours, he said, his voice coming through the emergency relay that Kira's courier network had assembled. 2 of them are asking whether the energy events their monitoring systems detected this morning are connected to the rumors about violence in the cultivation district. The 3rd one is asking questions that are much more specific in ways that suggest someone has briefed them, and I'm not certain who that someone was or what they were told. Lin Wu has mortal government contacts, Marcus said. He's been managing that relationship for decades, probably longer. They'll have his framing of events, which positions whatever is happening as a dangerous faction conflict requiring external management, which would conveniently give him a vector for mortal authority to enter the cultivation district in ways the Accords normally prevent. Exactly. Keep them talking. Anything you can do to maintain the dialogue and prevent premature action on their part, do it. We need several more hours before any mortal government moves in a direction that makes this harder to manage. Hours, Ghost said, in the tone of someone who had stopped believing in hours but was going to keep working anyway. Understood. The 7 Eternal Threshold teams were tracked, as well as Kira's improvised messenger network could manage. 3 had been intercepted, not stopped entirely, but delayed by reformist cultivators who had positioned themselves at key transit points following Kira's guidance. The delay bought time, but also alerted the teams that they were being tracked, which changed their behavior in ways that made them harder to follow. 2 more were still moving toward destinations that hadn't been confirmed. 2 had gone dark entirely, vanishing from all monitoring. The dark teams are carrying the older artifacts, Soren said, when Marcus brought the intelligence to him. The old cultivator had spent the intervening hours in quiet consultation with the 2 other long-memoried leaders from the morning's session. His expression was the controlled gravity of someone working through an assessment they hadn't wanted to make, but were now making with complete care. I know what those techniques do, what they feel like. I encountered something similar once, 70 years ago, when a splinter sect attempted to use binding arts to seize control of a regional territory. What happened? We stopped them. He paused. We lost 8 people in the process. 3 of them were never fully themselves afterward. The binding techniques don't simply restrict chi flow. They introduce a competing signature, a voice inside your cultivation architecture that is not yours. Like a second consciousness that shares the same body and disagrees with everything you decide. Some people can fight it off over years of careful work. Some people cannot. Marcus held that information carefully. What prevents them from deploying? A sufficiently powerful contrary presence. Someone whose own chi signature is stable and strong enough to override the competing voice before it can establish itself in the target's architecture. Soren looked at Marcus with careful directness. At first transcendence, your signature is theoretically powerful enough to serve that function. But theoretical and practical are different things, and these specific artifacts are older than anything I encountered 70 years ago. We don't know exactly what they carry. So we intercept before they can deploy, or we accept that some people get bound and work on the aftermath, Marcus said. Those are usually the options, yes. Interception requires knowing where they're going. Aftermath management requires knowing what was deployed and having the knowledge to counter it. He met Marcus's eyes steadily. Neither option is good, but the interception option requires you to divide your attention across multiple locations, and divided attention in this kind of conflict tends to favor the person who has been planning it the longest. Marcus took that point and didn't argue with it. He turned it over, looking at Lin Wu's design philosophy from the inside. The accords as a cage with a hidden key, the chaos as a tool, the artifacts as the method of consolidating what the chaos loosened. It was a complete system. It had been engineered by a very intelligent person over a very long time. But all systems had assumptions embedded in them. Every plan carried an implicit model of the opponent, and that model was always incomplete because the opponent was a person, not a variable. Where is Lin Wu himself? Marcus asked. Soren tilted his head slightly. Not at any of the 7 deployment locations. He doesn't risk himself in the middle of the operations. He waits until the board is set, and then he enters as the solution to the problem he created. Where does he wait while he's setting the board? Somewhere he can monitor everything without being in any of it. Somewhere with access to information flows that let him track 7 simultaneous operations and adjust the plan in real time. A pause, and in the pause Marcus saw Soren working toward something. Somewhere connected to the communication network we just lost. He didn't destroy our network. Destroying it would have been loud and attributable. He redirected it. The information still flows. The chi-based messaging still carries signals. It just carries them to him now instead of to us. Marcus looked at Kira, who had been standing in the room throughout this conversation with the particular stillness of someone processing multiple tracks simultaneously. The communication network's central hub, he said. Where is it physically located? Kira's expression sharpened with the specific quality of recognition, a piece of information slotting into a frame that makes it visible now. The Jade Compass Archival Building. Northern Sector. It's been there for 40 years, entirely embedded in the institution, physically wired into the infrastructure of the district. Nobody thinks about it because it's been the background for so long it stopped being visible. He's using the archival building, Marcus said. That seems too obvious, Kira said. But she was already calculating the security posture of the northern sector as she said it. It's not obvious if nobody looks there. We've spent the entire morning tracking his operations, the attacks, the proxy faction, the 7 teams. The hub has been sitting and used in our analysis because we've been watching the pieces, not the position those pieces are radiating from. The pieces make noise. The hub is quiet. A courier arrived with a message from May. She had gotten out, which was the first clean good news since morning. The message was brief. She had what they needed and would arrive in 30 minutes for a direct briefing. The content's too sensitive for any relay. 30 minutes, Marcus said. He looked at the room, the improvised coordination structure, the tired team, the fragments of a response assembled from the ruins of a morning that had been systematically attacked. What can we learn in 30 minutes that changes what we do with what May brings back? The binding counter techniques, Soren said. I have 2 colleagues who need to be here for that conversation. It will take 20 minutes to reach them. Get them here, Marcus said. And to Kira, while we wait, what does the northern sector look like right now? The archival building was quiet. It had been quiet all morning, while everything around it burned. And quiet was exactly what you looked like when you were the center of everything and didn't want to be found. Chapter 125 May's briefing lasted 20 minutes, and by the end of it the room had gone very quiet. The quality of the silence was specific, not shock, because everyone in the room had been cultivating long enough to have encountered the possibility of very bad things. This was the silence of people who had suspected something like this was possible and were now holding the confirmation of it in their minds, working out what it meant for everything they had been planning. 17 artifacts in total, May said. She had the focused composure of a woman who had spent 8 hours performing a careful deception and had now put that performance down and returned entirely to herself. I have the inventory with specific descriptions. 14 of them are what you'd expect from pre-accords binding technology, chi suppression, pathway disruption, signature contamination. Dangerous, but manageable if you know what you're dealing with and can deploy sufficient counterforce in time. She paused, and the pause was deliberate. The other 3 are different. They predate the Accords by more than 1,000 years. I recognized them from historical records because the Eternal Thresholds archivists had cross-referenced them against the founding Accords documents. They were specifically excluded from the treaty negotiations because both parties agreed they were too dangerous to acknowledge publicly. What do they do? Marcus asked. The first one fractures the chi sense in everyone within a radius of approximately half a mile. Not permanently. The duration depends on the cultivation strength of the person affected. For the average sect cultivator, 30 minutes to an hour of complete chi blindness. For senior cultivators, perhaps 5 to 10 minutes. But for cultivators who operate primarily through qi sense in a conflict situation, losing that sense is disorienting enough to be effectively neutralizing for whatever window Lin Wu needs. The second, Marcus asked, the second accelerates qi instability in anyone mid-breakthrough at the moment of activation. Anyone in the process of a cultivation advance, anyone in transition between stages, will find that transition happening at triple the normal speed with no stabilization framework available. Uncontrolled transcendence. Uncontrolled stage advancement. She held a beat. Most people who attempt transcendence in controlled conditions with experienced guidance still carry significant risk. Most people who experience it uncontrolled, at triple speed, in the middle of a conflict, they do not survive. The room absorbed that. Marcus thought of what his own transcendence had felt like. The 14 hours, Kai sitting watch, the enormous effort of stabilizing something that had wanted to move in 14 directions simultaneously. That process, compressed to 4 hours and without a guide, in the middle of a conflict. He thought of how many reformist cultivators were currently near stage transitions. Elena had been tracking them. The number was not small. And the third, he asked. May met his eyes directly and held them. The room was very still. The third is designed for a specific target type. A cultivator who has recently undergone first transcendence. Within the first 72 hours, when the new qi integration is still in the process of stabilizing, when the old architecture and the new architecture are still finding their relationship to each other. What does it do? It doesn't try to bind or suppress. It's not trying to contain you. It finds the gap in the new qi architecture, the space where the previous self ends and the transcendent self is still knitting itself together, and it amplifies that gap. It makes the integration process fail at the point of greatest vulnerability. What does the failure look like? You stop being transcendent. Not a reversal to your previous state. You cannot reverse a transcendence. The architecture that built it is gone. You stop being transcendent and you return to nothing. No qi architecture at all. No cultivation framework. No hidden conduit connection. Every advancement, every development across every year of your cultivation, dissolved as if it never occurred. You would wake up mortal, with no memory of having been anything else, because the self that remembers would no longer exist. The silence this time was absolute and very specific. He built that for me, Marcus said. His voice was steady, not the steadiness of someone suppressing something. Genuinely steady, in the way that clarity produces steadiness even when the thing being clarified is dangerous. He built it for the situation, May said, with the careful precision of someone who was being exactly accurate. He did not know you would be the specific transcendence that emerged from the Reformation movement. But he has known for decades that a sufficiently advanced Reformation movement would eventually produce an unaffiliated transcendence, someone powerful enough to be a genuine counterweight to his plan, outside the sect hierarchy, operating on different values. He built a contingency for that person. You are that person. Kira had gone very still beside Marcus. The specific stillness of someone who was not allowing themselves to react until they understood the full shape of what they were reacting to. Ghost, who had returned from his mortal government work in time for the briefing, was looking at the floor with the expression of a person processing something they wished they hadn't heard and would have to keep functioning with anyway. Soren and the two colleagues he'd brought were exchanging the kind of looks that pass between people who have suspected something for years and are now certain. Can the artifact's effect be blocked? Marcus asked. Yes, Kai said from the doorway. He'd arrived partway through the briefing and had been standing still and silent against the wall. The gap it targets is real. The first 72 hours are genuinely the most vulnerable window in any transcendence. The old architecture and the new are still negotiating their relationship, and a sufficiently targeted disruption can interfere with that negotiation. He crossed the room and stood in front of Marcus. But a gap can be closed faster than the natural timeline if the integration process is deliberately accelerated. And you've been doing that all day without knowing it. What do you mean? Every decision you've made since you woke up. Every time you directed the new power consciously, with intention, the council meeting, the planning work, the specific uses of the transcendent chi sense to track and analyze what's happening around you. Each of those built the integration. You're operating well ahead of the standard 72-hour curve. He paused. Let me assess where you actually are. This was different from anything they'd done before. Kai's ancient chi reaching into Marcus's new architecture. Not the careful teacher's touch he'd used for years, not the measured guidance of a mentor directing a student, but the direct, honest assessment of someone checking the integrity of a structure that needed to be load-bearing. 63%, Kai said after a moment. You'd need to be above 70 to be confident the artifact cannot reach the gap. You're at 63. How do I get to 70? Keep doing what you're doing, and it will happen in the next 6 to 8 hours through normal operation. Or, he glanced at the room. Proximity has always accelerated your integration. That was true when you were developing the hidden conduit, and it remains true now. If I stay close, the timeline compresses. 4 hours to 70%, maybe 3. If you're with me, you're not available for the other coordination work. I know the cost. I'm telling you the option. Marcus looked at the room. At Kira, who was already calculating how the new information changed the response plan. At Ghost, who was already composing in his head how to handle the mortal government side with this additional variable. At Soren, whose knowledge of binding counter techniques was about to become immediately critical. At May, who had put herself at risk for 8 hours to bring them this briefing. Every person essential. Every person already committed. Stay within 50 feet, he said to Kai. We don't need contact. Proximity is enough, and proximity lets you keep functioning independently. He looked at Soren. The counter techniques for the binding artifacts. We need those frameworks established before the 7 teams deploy. How long? An hour for the core principles. 2 for anything approaching comprehensive. You have 1. Start now. He looked at Kira. Change in plan structure. We're not reacting to the 7 teams individually anymore. We go to the source. The archival building, Kira said. Lin Wu is running 7 simultaneous operations from 1 location. We take the location, we take the operations. He's been patient for 4 centuries because patience suited the plan. We're going to be fast, because fast is what breaks a plan built for patience. He looked around the room at the whole assembled team. We move in 2 hours. Here's what each of you is doing. The plan took 6 minutes to explain. Lin Wu had built for every contingency except the specific combination of people standing in this room. And that was the only advantage they needed, because sometimes the variable that breaks a 400-year plan is simply the one the planner never thought to account for. Chapter 126. The decision to reveal cultivation to the mortal world was not, in the end, a decision made in a single moment. It had been building for years. In every conversation Marcus had with Ghost about the gap between the 2 worlds, in every frustrated explanation Elena had tried to make to mortal colleagues who couldn't see what she was seeing, in every time Kira had enforced a rule she didn't believe in because the institution required it. What happened in the Northern Sector Operations Center that afternoon was less a choice and more an acknowledgement of what had already become true. They took the archival building without a fight. Marcus had expected resistance, layers of eternal threshold security, artifact-based defenses, the carefully maintained perimeter of an operation that Lin Wu had been running for months. What they found was 6 people who had not expected to be found, a communication hub still routing information in real time, and a room full of evidence that the operation was considerably larger and more advanced than any of the intelligence gathered that morning had suggested. Lin Wu was not there. He hadn't been there for the last 3 hours, which meant he had moved when May's departure from the Eternal Threshold compound was noted. He'd known they would identify the hub eventually. He'd simply not expected them to identify it this quickly. He's recalibrated, Kira said, standing in the middle of the communication room while 2 of Soren's colleagues began working through the intercepted message traffic. This changes his timeline. It changes his sequence, Marcus said. Not his goal. He still needs the accords to rupture and a consolidating authority to be in place before the established sects can respond. He's just lost 4 hours of operational security. He looked at the message traffic scrolling across the cultivation-based display system. Where are his 2 dark teams? It took 17 minutes to extract that from the communications archive. When the answer came back, Marcus looked at it for a long moment before he spoke. The University District, he said. What's in the University District? Kira asked. 1,200 mortal students. 300 faculty. And, according to this, he pointed to a specific entry in the archive, 6 mortal government officials who have been attending a conference on scientific anomalies for the last 3 days. Officials with direct access to emergency powers legislation. He's going to bind them, Kira said. The words came out flat, as if she needed to hear herself say it out loud to confirm she was reading it correctly. Bind mortal officials using pre-accords artifacts designed for cultivators, and use their bound compliance to pass emergency legislation that legitimizes his new order before any cultivator faction can mount legal resistance. The artifacts were designed for cultivators, May said from behind them. She had followed Marcus into the building and had been analyzing the inventory documentation. But the basic principle of signature contamination works on any consciousness that has chi sensitivity, even latent sensitivity. Mortals with latent sensitivity, which includes more people than anyone currently acknowledges, would be vulnerable. Marcus looked at the message timestamps. The 2 dark teams had been moving for 4 hours. The University District was 40 minutes from their current position. We have 20 minutes to get there, he said. You have 20 minutes to get there, Kira corrected. The rest of us will slow you down. Go. We'll follow with support. Kai, Marcus said. With you, Kai said, already moving. They covered the distance in less than 15. Marcus was still understanding the new physics of transcendence. What he could do that he couldn't do before, how much faster the world could move when the friction of his own limitations was removed. Running through the cultivation district, through the streets of the city, he was aware of everything. Every chi signature, every mortal with latent sensitivity, every place where the fabric of the normal world had been stressed by the morning's events. The Accords had kept this double world separate for centuries, and the separation was already thinning. He found the first team in the university's east courtyard, the artifact already active, a blue-white binding field beginning to establish itself over the conference hall where the government officials were gathered. Stop, Marcus said. The two cultivators operating the artifact turned. They were eternal threshold, disciplined, trained, committed to Lin Wu's vision of what came after the Accords. They were not, in any sense that mattered in this moment, adequately prepared for a newly transcended cultivator who had been running at full power for 18 hours and had 70% integration behind him. The binding field collapsed, not through violence. Marcus simply placed his own chi signature against it, vast and stable and clear, and the field had nowhere to anchor. The artifacts designed for containing ordinary cultivators were not calibrated for someone carrying the full weight of a transcendence. The two eternal threshold cultivators looked at each other, then at Marcus. Is this worth continuing? Marcus asked. It was a genuine question. He was not performing confidence. He was asking whether they had decided that this specific cause, at this specific moment, was worth what the next few minutes would cost them. They put down the artifact. Marcus kept them there while Kai secured the device and verified that the binding field had not touched anyone inside the conference hall. It had been stopped in time. The government officials and mortal students were unaffected, unaware that anything had happened. The second team, arriving from the northern approach and finding their colleagues already secured, made a faster calculation and withdrew without engaging. Kai stood beside Marcus in the courtyard while the situation was being managed by Kira's people who had arrived behind them. He was looking at the conference hall. The mortal officials inside were, at this moment, preparing for an afternoon session on scientific anomalies. They didn't know that the world they lived in had been, 3 minutes ago, about to change in a way they had no framework for. This can't keep working, Marcus said. No, Kai agreed. Not long term. He has 17 artifacts. We've accounted for 2 teams, which means 2 devices. He still has resources we haven't located. He has alternative methods. He's been planning this for 4 centuries, and losing 1 operation center and 2 field teams is not going to break the plan. What breaks it? What always breaks plans built around secrecy, Kai said. Transparency. The secret stops being useful when there's no secret to keep. Marcus looked at the conference hall. Inside, people who made major decisions about the world were being briefed on anomalous phenomena they didn't understand by colleagues who had been studying effects they couldn't explain. The gap between what mortals officially knew and what was actually happening had been maintained by centuries of careful management. That management was breaking down in real time. Linwu was trying to use the breakdown for control. There was another option. I want to go inside, Marcus said. The conference hall? Yes. I want to talk to them. Directly. With documentation, with Elena's research, with everything we have. Not everything at once. Enough to establish what's real. Enough that they can't be manipulated by someone who tells them a story because they don't have access to the actual facts. Kai was quiet for a moment. Once you do this, there's no taking it back. I know. There's also no taking back what Lin Wu has already set in motion. The Accords are already broken in practical terms. The veil has been thinning since the Reformation began, and what happened at the arena last night was felt by every mortal in a mile radius. We can spend the next decade trying to reseal something that cannot be sealed, or we can decide what transparency looks like when we control its shape rather than reacting to its collapse. Kai looked at him for a long moment. Then he nodded. I'll call Elena. The conference hall doors were open. Inside, 12 mortals who made decisions about the world were about to learn that the world was larger than they'd been told. And whatever happened next, it would be true, and it would be theirs to work with. Chapter 127. The Eternal Threshold's response came at dusk, and it came as Marcus had predicted. Not toward the university district, not toward the disclosure that was still unfolding in the conference hall, but against the assets Lin Wu knew and could locate. The mobilization order went out before any news of the conference hall briefing could reach the Eternal Threshold's command structure. Lin Wu was responding to what he knew. The loss of the communication hub, the secured field teams, The recognition that his timeline had been compressed by a counterparty who understood his plan well enough to target its infrastructure rather than just its operations. He did not have the information about Dr. Sato, or about what Marcus and Elena were presenting in the conference hall, or about the agreement to an independent review process. He was operating on incomplete intelligence. In this, for the first time in centuries, he was at a disadvantage he didn't know he had. Linwu did not panic. He had spent 4 centuries teaching himself not to panic, and that training held even in this moment of compression. What he did was accelerate, which was, in the assessment of the 3 most senior Eternal Threshold commanders who had been with him since he relocated from the archival building, the correct response to the situation as he understood it. He did not understand it fully. That was the cost he was already paying. May had told Marcus, in the briefing, that a premature move would produce mistakes. She had also said that the mistakes of a 4th century plan would not look like obvious mistakes. They would look like decisions, reasonable decisions, grounded in the information available, executed with the precision of a planner who had been building toward this for a very long time. The mistakes would only be visible in retrospect, when the information Lin Wu didn't have became clear. The assault came against 3 positions simultaneously. The Jade Compass Council's emergency session location. Lin Wu had tracked the relay couriers and extrapolated where the relocated meeting would be, which was the correct extrapolation but 4 hours too late, because the session had relocated again. The mountain where Marcus had first trained with Kai, which retained both symbolic significance and practical value as a chi convergence point, and the northern edge of the cultivation district, where the highest concentration of reformist cultivators had gathered that day. Marcus was at none of these 3 positions when the reports came in. He was in the University District Conference Hall, standing in a room with 12 mortal officials and explaining the hidden conduit system in terms that a medical researcher could examine and challenge and verify, when Kira reached him through the courier relay with the assault reports. All 3 simultaneously, she said. They're not targeting a specific asset. They're trying to create 3 simultaneous crises and force us to choose which ones to defend. Don't defend any of them, Marcus said. The silence on the other end was the silence of someone processing an instruction that contradicted their instincts while simultaneously recognizing that it was correct. Kira, the Reform Network has been building toward decentralized response capacity for 2 years. This is the test of whether it works. Activate every community that has been developing independent cultivation response capacity. Not to engage, to absorb. Let the assault arrive at those positions and find no command structure to behead, no central authority to destroy. Only distributed community response that doesn't have a single point of failure. That leaves the positions exposed. The positions are not the resource. The mountain is a location, not a capability. The council session is already mobile. They have 20 options for relocation by now. The Northern District community has been practicing emergency dispersal for months for exactly this scenario. He looked at the 12 mortal officials around the table, who were tracking his half of the conversation with expressions that ranged from focused to alarmed. What matters is that we are here, doing this, right now, while he's looking at 3 positions he thinks matter. Another silence. Then, you're reversing his tactic. He used the morning attacks to pull our attention from the 7 teams. You're using his assault to maintain our position here. More than that, I'm using his assault to prove that the network works without me. If Lin Wu's plan requires neutralizing me to succeed, then the most important demonstration we can make is that the network operates without my direction. He's not fighting a person. He's fighting a principle, and you cannot bind a principle. Kira was quiet for 3 full seconds, which was, for Kira, equivalent to a full minute of consideration. Then, I'll start the activation protocols. This will be visible. Make it visible. Make sure the entire district knows what's happening and what it means. He turned back to the room. I need 30 minutes to finish this. You probably have it. Go. He ended the relay and looked at the 12 officials. Elena, who had arrived 20 minutes earlier and had spent that time presenting her medical documentation with the precise, evidence-first language of a researcher who understood that what she was presenting was extraordinary and that extraordinary claims needed extraordinary documentation, was watching Marcus with the expression she used when she was calibrating how much he'd understood about a situation that was still developing. The officials were watching him differently than they'd been watching Elena. Elena presented evidence. Marcus was evidence. Everyone in the room could sense, even without cultivation sensitivity, that they were in the presence of something that operated on different principles, shaped by forces that the world they lived in had been pretending didn't exist for 400 years. What do you actually want from us? Asked Dr. Sato, who had been running the government's anomaly research program for 11 years and had come to this conference with the specific, kind of open-minded skepticism that made her the most valuable person in the room for this particular conversation. Nothing immediately, Marcus said. Eventually, understanding. The capacity to make decisions about what comes next based on what's actually true rather than the version that someone else was preparing to give you. He paused. You were about to receive a very different briefing. Not from me. From someone who wanted to control what you knew so they could direct what you concluded. I'm not here to control what you conclude. I'm here to give you the actual information so you can conclude whatever you conclude. Dr. Sato studied him with the steady, assessing gaze of a scientist who has spent 11 years being careful about what she verified before she accepted it. Your version is different because it's the truth. My version is different because you can check it. Everything Elena documented can be independently assessed. Everything I've told you about my own history is on record with multiple observers who have no interest in the conclusions you reach. I'm not asking you to trust me. I don't have that relationship with you, and I haven't earned it. I'm asking you to look at the evidence and trust the process you've been using your whole career. He held her gaze. What you do with it after that is a decision for people accountable to the people who elected them. That's exactly where those decisions should be made. Outside, the eternal threshold was assaulting 3 positions that had already dispersed. The network was responding not with overwhelming force, but with the distributed, organic coherence of communities that had been building this capacity for 2 years. Lin Wu's assault was meeting a structure that had no center to strike, and that encounter was costing him something he could not replace, which was the assumption that the reformist movement was fragile without its most visible member directing it. The assumption had been his foundation for 4 centuries. Now that foundation was cracking, quietly, in a conference room in the university district, while he looked elsewhere. Chapter 128. The defense was not elegant. Elegant was a word for situations where the outcome was certain and the question was only one of execution. What happened across the cultivation district that evening was functional, distributed, and often improvised, which was, Marcus had argued for 2 years, exactly what a revolution that couldn't depend on central authority needed to look like when it was tested. The Jade Compass Council's emergency session had relocated 3 times during the day and was now operating out of a community cultivation space in the Southern District. 18 people doing the political work of managing a crisis in a room designed for 12 practitioners doing meditation. Elder Fong was running it with the same measured competence she'd shown that morning, adapting to conditions without complaint and without any visible acknowledgement that the situation was worse than she'd expected. Marcus had noted, across a day of watching her work, that Elder Feng's greatest strength was her refusal to make the current crisis into a narrative about her own feelings about the current crisis. Report, she said when Marcus joined the session by relay. University District, mortal government officials briefed, evidence-based, with Elena's documentation. Dr. Sato has committed to an independent review process. 2 artifact teams secured, artifacts in our custody. He kept it factual and sequenced, because Feng's questions always followed the same pattern, bottom line first, then cost, then current status. Eternal threshold assault on 3 positions, absorbed by community response. No casualties. The dispersal protocols worked. They assaulted positions that had already dispersed, and the network responded locally without waiting for central direction. What did we lose? Feng asked. 2 community centers in the Northern District have structural damage from the assault. 17 cultivators with minor chi disruption from fringe field exposure to the assault chi. Elena's team is treating them. Nothing permanent. He paused for precisely 1 beat. The council's original meeting location is unusable. We already knew that. But the confirmation matters for the record. Lin Wu, still not located. He moved from the archival building 3 hours ago, and our tracking is incomplete. This was the most honest and most uncomfortable part of the report, and Marcus gave it without softening it. He has the capability to make additional moves. He has resources we haven't fully cataloged. The 2 dark teams we stopped in the University District were using artifacts from the inventory May provided, but there were 17 total, and we've only accounted for about half of that number. The remainder are either in transit, in storage, or already deployed at locations we haven't identified. Feng was quiet for a moment. Around her, the 18 people in the session were doing the work that political resilience required, not celebrating what had held, but assessing what was still at risk. Several of them looked tired in the specific way that competent people who have been operating under sustained pressure look tired. Functional, but at the far edge of their margins. What's his next move? She asked. I don't know specifically. But structurally, he's lost operational security, the communication hub, 2 field teams, and the clean mortal side narrative he was planning to present. That's significant erosion across multiple fronts. Marcus let the implications settle before continuing. He was counting on a specific sequence: chaos, mortal side manipulation, binding deployment, authority consolidation. We've disrupted the sequence. The plan is still viable in modified form, but it's now operating on a compressed timeline in conditions less favorable than he designed for. That makes him more dangerous, said Soren, from somewhere off-screen in the session room. It makes him more likely to commit to something he hasn't fully prepared for, Marcus said. A compressed Lin Wu is not the same as a desperate Lin Wu. He's patient enough to absorb losing pieces and still move carefully. But a plan running at twice the expected speed through hostile conditions is a plan that starts to show where it was built for different conditions. We look for those seams. Feng nodded once. Continue. Marcus spent the next 10 minutes in the session while Kira's reports on the 3 assault responses continued coming in through the courier relay. The eternal threshold had not broken the network at any of the 3 target positions. They had applied force, encountered distributed response, and found, as Marcus had predicted, that there was no central command structure to break. The communities had dispersed, absorbed the pressure, and held together across the dispersal with the kind of organic cohesion that 2 years of reformist network building had been working toward. It wasn't a victory. It was a demonstration. The difference was significant because demonstrations could be built on. Ghost was managing the mortal interface with the same quiet reliability he'd maintained all day. Dr. Sato's commitment to an independent review process was, Ghost had relayed an hour ago, the most important single outcome of the university district operation. Not immediate acceptance of what Marcus and Elena had presented. Not political declaration. Just the willingness to look at the evidence with the eyes of a researcher rather than those of someone already told what to conclude. In a world about to be reorganized, that willingness was the foundation that everything else could be built on. Elena was at the medical coordination point with Soren's colleagues, developing counter-technique frameworks for the binding artifacts in real time. 3 years of building a medical vocabulary for cultivation biology was paying off in terms Marcus hadn't fully anticipated. She could communicate with both Soren's historically informed cultivators and with the mortal medical observers Ghost was beginning to facilitate, translating between 2 knowledge systems that had never spoken to each other before this week. The operation was distributed. The response was decentralized. The network was holding at the cost of resources they could sustain. But Lin Wu was still out there, somewhere in the city, with resources they hadn't fully cataloged and a plan that was compressed but not broken. Marcus sat with that the way he sat with an opponent's capability in the early rounds of a fight, aware of it, not afraid of it, waiting for the signal that would tell him what form it was taking. We need to find him, he said. We've had people looking all afternoon, Kira said, through the relay. We've been looking in the places we know about, Marcus said. He's not in a place we know about. He moved from the archival building the moment May's departure was noted. He had a destination already in mind, not improvised, prepared well in advance for exactly the scenario where the primary location was compromised. He thought about what Soren had told him that morning. That Lin Wu waited somewhere he could monitor everything without being in any of it. They'd identified the archival building because the communication hub was there. The hub had been moved or duplicated. He has a backup communication system. Primary failed. He's running the secondary. How do we find a secondary system we didn't know existed? Kira asked. We look for what doesn't fit the pattern. What hasn't been responding in expected ways. What's been quiet today when it should have been active? Marcus pulled the day's communication logs in his memory, the cultivator's equivalent of reviewing footage, running through the gaps, the silences, the places where expected activity had been absent. What areas of the district stayed out of the chaos this morning? Not evacuated, actively uninvolved. Places that should have been touched by the disruption and weren't. He worked through it with Kira for 20 minutes, cross-referencing the chi map he'd been building since his transcendence with the communication patterns she'd been tracking. The answer revealed itself by its absence. A location that had been part of the institutional background for so long it had stopped being looked at directly. The old training complex, Kira said. Eastern sector. It's been part of the Jade Compass infrastructure since before the Accords. Technically closed for renovation for the last 2 years. Nothing has gone in or out through any channel we monitor. Marcus looked at the old training complex in his chi awareness, the map of the city that was now as natural to him as peripheral vision. He'd registered the building's signature hours ago and filed it as background. Old structure, faint activity consistent with renovation work. Looking at it now with direct attention rather than peripheral awareness, the signature resolved into something different. Not renovation activity. Something older. An operation that had been running quietly for months behind the cover of a building that nobody thought to look at. He's there, Marcus said. And whatever he's preparing, he's already preparing it. Because a plan built for patience becomes a plan for speed when the patient path is closed, and he's been inside that building long enough to have started something significant. Chapter 129. 2 blocks from the old training complex. The ritual began. Marcus felt it before he could name it. A distortion in the chief fabric of the city that was qualitatively different from everything else that had happened across this long and complicated day. The morning's attacks had been targeted and precise, designed for maximum disruption at minimum expense. The evening assault on the 3 positions had been controlled and tactical, a pressure test rather than a genuine offensive. This was neither of those things. This was Lin Wu committing the full accumulated weight of 4 centuries of power to a single action, with the absolute deliberateness of a strategist who had determined that the sequence was irreparably disrupted and that only one definitive move remained available to him. "Stop," Kai said beside him. Marcus stopped. The rest of the team, Kira, Mei, 2 of Soren's colleagues who had been brought for exactly this contingency, stopped behind him. The street had gone quiet in the way that streets go quiet when something very large is happening to the air. The distortion was expanding, not rapidly, not violently, but with the steady, even pressure of something compressed for decades and now being released at a controlled rate. Marcus could see it with the cultivator's sight that his transcendence had given him, a change in the chief fabric of the city itself, not at any specific target, but at the foundational level, the deep structure beneath all cultivation activity. Something was being done to the Accords themselves, not to any of their specific provisions, not to any of the sects that maintain them, to the substrate. "He's doing it," Kai said. His voice had gone to the particular steadiness that voices find when the speaker has considered all the alternatives to being steady and found none of them useful. The ritual he's been positioning toward all day, all decade, possibly all century. He looked at the old training complex at the end of the street, windows dark, facade unchanged from the last 2 years of its stated renovation. The old masters documented techniques of this kind. They called it the severance. It doesn't break the Accords by violating them, the way every previous attempt has tried to do. It breaks them by removing the substrate those Accords are built on. "What is the substrate?" Marcus asked. "Agreement," Kai said. "The Accords are maintained by a cultivation-based consensus field, a continuous resonance that every sect that signed the original treaties contributes to without awareness of contributing. In the same way that you breathe without thinking about breathing. Every cultivator who has been trained within the Accords framework has been contributing to this field since their first cultivation session. It's been running continuously for 400 years. It is, in the deepest technical sense, the background condition of everything the cultivation world is." He looked at Marcus directly. "The severance doesn't attack the agreement. It amplifies it beyond the point the substrate can sustain, forces the consensus field into catastrophic dissonance by overloading it with its own signal at every point simultaneously. Like turning the volume up until the speaker breaks," Kira said, from behind them. Her voice was steady too, the steadiness of someone who had been operating in crisis conditions all day and had developed a particular relationship with information that was bad and actionable. "The analogy is close enough," Kai confirmed. "If it completes without intervention, the Accords don't just fail. Every cultivator who has been contributing to the consensus field, every trained cultivator in the world, whether they knew they were contributing or not, will experience sudden disconnection from a resonance they didn't know they were part of. The disorientation will be severe and simultaneous. In the window of that simultaneous disorientation, Lin Wu steps forward with his prepared authority structure, his remaining binding artifacts, and the mortal government emergency powers framework that he's been positioning. By the time anyone can coordinate a response, the new structure is in place. "Can the severance be stopped?" Marcus asked. He already had a sense of the answer. He was asking because he wanted Kai's specific assessment, not because he needed to be told the shape of what was coming. Not at this stage. The ritual is past the point of direct interruption. It has enough accumulated energy that interfering with it directly would redirect the force into whatever disrupted it rather than dissipating it. You would stop the severance from reaching the consensus field and redirect it into the people trying to stop it. Kai paused, and in the pause Marcus could see him weighing what he was about to say against the consequences of saying it. But it can be redirected rather than stopped. The severance overloads the consensus field because the consensus field is the only structure available at that scale. If a larger structure were available, or if a different kind of anchor point existed, the energy could move through that instead. "Use me," Marcus said. "That's what I was calculating," Kai said. Not deflecting, not qualifying. Just acknowledging that they had arrived at the same place from the same direction. "Tell me if you're ready to hear the risks. Tell me. Your chi integration is at 71%. That's above the threshold where the dissolution artifact can reach you, which removes one risk. The risk in redirecting the severance through your architecture is different, not to your survival, not to your consciousness, but to the shape of what you are. Channeling the full energy of a 4th-century consensus field through a newly transcendent cultivator does not leave that cultivator in the same configuration it found them. The architecture changes under the load. I don't know how much. I don't know in what direction. You may come out the other side as something that neither of us has a name for yet. And if I don't do it? Marcus asked. He held the question open for a genuine beat, because it deserved genuine consideration. The answer was clear, but the consideration was still necessary. Lin Wu completes the severance. Simultaneous disconnection across every trained cultivator in the world. In the chaos, the binding artifacts deploy against multiple simultaneous targets who have lost their chi sense and cannot effectively resist. The mortal government emergency powers activate on the disruption effects. And a man who has been planning this for 4 centuries steps into the resulting vacuum with a prepared structure and 4 centuries of preparation for exactly this moment. Kai met his eyes. There is no good direction the energy goes if you don't catch it. Every alternative is worse. Then we go, Marcus said. Tell me the technique. Make it fast. Kai told him in 30 seconds. The technique was not complicated. The complexity was in the execution, in sustaining the architecture under a load that had never been designed to be carried by a person, in being the still point at the center of something enormous while that something reorganized around you. Marcus had spent 2 years learning to carry weight that exceeded expectation, in a body built for exactly this kind of sustained effort. He had been doing it in one way or another since he first walked into Black Diamond Gym and met a sparring partner who moved like something from a different world. He walked toward the complex. Kai walked beside him. The distortion in the chi fabric grew stronger with each step, the pressure building in the way that pressure builds before it releases. Behind them, Hiro was directing the rest of the team to specific positions, maintaining the perimeter, keeping the situation contained in the only way that still mattered, keeping it from spreading before the center could hold. When the severance reached its critical point, when Lin Wu, inside the building, completed the last sequence of the ritual and released the accumulated force of 4 centuries, Marcus opened every channel he had and let it through him. Not resistance, not opposition, acceptance, which was the only stance that could hold against something that large, and the energy that was supposed to shatter the foundation of the cultivation world found, instead, a person who had decided to be its new foundation. Chapter 130. The accords did not break. They ruptured. The distinction was significant and would be debated among cultivation scholars for a century afterward, in the careful language of people who needed precise categories for what had been, in the moment, simply enormous and strange. A break is a failure, something designed to hold that stops holding. A rupture is a different kind of event. A rupture happens when a structure exceeds its design parameters not because it fails, but because something larger than its designers imagined passes through it. The accords did not fail. They were transcended, in the most literal possible sense of a word that had been used too casually for too long, by the weight of 4 centuries of accumulated consensus moving through a person who had decided to carry it rather than let it fall. For approximately 4 minutes, the world was different. Everyone who had ever contributed to the accord's consensus field felt Marcus. Not his specific thoughts, not the details of his history or identity, not the personal texture of who he was. What they felt was the quality of the structure he'd become in those 4 minutes. The stable anchor at the center of something enormous. The still point while the field reorganized. The sense of something holding. Cultivators across the district stopped what they were doing with the specific quality of stopping that happens when something that has been constant stops being constant and is replaced by something else. Cultivators in the broader network, connected through reformist channels, felt the change moving through them like a tide shifting direction. Even mortal officials with latent sensitivity, still gathered in the conference hall with Dr. Sato and their documentation from Elena, felt something pass through the air, not threatening, not painful, but undeniably present in the way the world had not felt before. Something changed, Dr. Sato said, looking up from the medical reports she'd been reviewing. Beside her, Elena looked at the chi monitoring equipment she'd set up in the corner of the conference hall that afternoon. The readings were doing things that the equipment's calibration had not been designed for. Yes, she said. Hold on. Inside the old training complex, Lin Wu's ritual completed exactly as designed. The severance released. The consensus field fragmented at every point simultaneously, exactly as planned. And then, instead of the vast, spreading chaos he had spent 4 centuries preparing to manage, the energy reorganized. Not dissolved. Not destroyed. reorganized around a new anchor point that the severance had not been designed to account for, into a structure that was neither the old accords nor the void he'd been planning to fill. Marcus was sitting on the pavement outside the training complex when it was over, his back against the exterior wall, Kai beside him with the expression of someone who had watched something extraordinary and was still in the process of categorizing what they'd seen. Kira was crouched on Marcus's other side, monitoring with the calm focus of one present for a situation she could not directly affect but needed to be available for. "Are you all right?" Kira asked. "I'm different," Marcus said. His voice had changed in some quality that was difficult to name, not louder, not lower, but structured differently, as if the sound was forming from a more organized architecture. Kai said that was possible. He was right about that. Marcus looked at his hands for a long moment. The chi moving through them was the same in volume and intensity. The structure of it had changed. The way music played on the same instrument can change when the instrument has been strung differently. He had been a transcendent cultivator carrying the power of his own advancement. He was now something that had carried 4 centuries of consensus through itself and reorganized on the other side. The word for what he was now didn't exist yet. "I need a few minutes to understand what I am." "Not long. A few minutes." "Take them," Kira said. "Nothing is moving right now." The street was genuinely quiet. Cultivators had stopped mid-movement. Mortals who felt the change without understanding it had paused in doorways and on corners, looking at the sky or at their hands with expressions of mild, inexplicable bewilderment. The city felt expanded, not physically larger, but as if the air itself had more space in it. Like a room that has been overcrowded for so long that the inhabitants have forgotten there was a time when it was comfortable, and have now had a window opened. Inside the training complex, the 6 eternal threshold cultivators who had been supporting Lin Wu's ritual stood in the ritual space and looked at the residual patterns in the air with a specific expression of people who have been waiting for an explosion and found instead that the world had rearranged itself around them without the explosion happening. The chaos they'd been prepared to manage had not materialized. The authority structure they'd been positioned to support had not been needed. The hole in the world that Lin Wu's plan required had not been created. Lin Wu stood at the center of the ritual space, looking at the chi patterns with the expression of a planner whose 4-century calculation has encountered a variable it did not account for, and is now, for the first time in living memory, in the position of not knowing what comes next. He was not panicking. He had spent 400 years training himself against panic, and that training held even now. But he was recalculating, which was fundamentally different from executing a plan, and for Lin Wu, who had spent 4 centuries never being in the position of recalculating, the experience was disorienting in a way that no external force could have achieved. "How?" he said, not a question directed at anyone in the room. A technical query addressed at the phenomenon itself, at the chi patterns in the air that showed him what had happened without explaining the mechanism. The answer came from the door. "You built the cage," Marcus said. He had walked into the training complex while Lin Wu was still processing. He crossed the ritual space without haste, without performance, and stopped in front of Lin Wu at the distance of a conversation rather than a confrontation. "You built the flaw into the accords because you knew they'd be broken eventually, and you wanted to control what came after. You planned for people who would try to preserve what existed, people who would fight to hold the old shape against the breaking. You didn't plan for someone who would let it break and choose to be what held things together on the other side." Lin Wu looked at him with the careful, assessing gaze of a man who had spent 4 centuries cataloging power in all its forms, and is now encountering something that requires a new category. "You are different from what you were this morning," he said. "Yes," Marcus agreed. "So is the world. The accords have ruptured. That was always the necessary step. It was your step. You're right that it was necessary, not because you needed it to be, but because the world needed the accords to end. The weight of 4 centuries of secrecy was becoming its own kind of damage." Marcus looked at the residual patterns in the ritual space, at the shape of what the severance had tried to do, and what had actually happened instead. The chaos that was supposed to follow the rupture didn't happen. That was the mechanism of your plan, and the mechanism didn't work. Which means we're in the world that comes after the accords, and nobody has control of what it becomes yet. He looked back at Lin Wu directly. "You can be part of deciding what it becomes. That's the only offer on the table, and it is the last time it will be made, because the window where one person could shape what comes next is closing with every minute we stand here." Chapter 131. The aftermath of the rupture did not look like chaos. That was the first surprise, and the surprise surprised people who had expected to be unsurprised by a crisis of this scale. Every contingency plan, every emergency protocol, every carefully prepared response framework had been built around the assumption that the rupture of the accords would produce visible, immediate disorder. Chi surges, panicking cultivators, a cascade of institutional failures, as the consensus field that had held the cultivation world together for 4 centuries suddenly ceased. They had modeled it as a wave. What actually happened was less dramatic and far more difficult to manage. The rupture had passed through Marcus. The chaos had been absorbed and reorganized rather than released. And now the world was simply different. Not broken, not destroyed, but changed such that hadn't produced a clean emergency that people could point to and respond to. There was no fire to fight. There was only the new situation, which was that the Accords were no longer operative, the consensus field was no longer running, and nobody, not Lin Wu, not the major sect leaders, not Marcus himself, was in control of what came next. This is harder than an emergency, Kira said. She was sitting across from Marcus in the command space they'd assembled in the Southern District, 3 hours after the rupture. Courier network still running at full capacity. Reports coming in from across the district and the broader cultivation network. An emergency has parameters. This has no parameters. People don't have frameworks for a restructuring. That's the opportunity, Marcus said. And simultaneously the risk. They're not mutually exclusive, you've mentioned. No, they're the same thing wearing different faces depending on which direction you look. He sorted through the most recent set of reports. What's the most important piece in here? The Jade Compass sect leadership has called for the framework negotiations to start within 48 hours, Kira said. Foam is driving it. She's worried that if the political vacuum lasts more than a week, the sects with the most resources will start filling it unilaterally. She's right about that. What else? The reformist network is holding. All 47 regional chapters reported in within the last 2 hours. No significant defections, no major disruptions. The decentralized structure absorbed the shock of the rupture better than any of our models predicted. She paused, and the pause was the specific kind of pause that Kira used when she was deciding whether something was worth saying. And Lin Wu is asking to speak to you. Marcus had been expecting that. Tomorrow morning. Give him tonight. The night was not quiet. No night in a city undergoing restructuring is quiet, but it was functional. The medical teams managed 23 cases of qi disruption across the district, all minor, all responsive to Elena's counter-technique protocols. The Eternal Threshold's remaining members convened 3 separate internal sessions to determine their collective response to the rupture. The Crimson Mountain sect's leadership issued a public statement of support for the framework negotiation process within 4 hours. The Jade Compass Council formally dissolved its Accords enforcement arm, which had been the practical mechanism of the old system's surveillance function, and announced that its resources would be redirected toward the transition framework. Marcus spent most of the night reading. Not reports, he'd read those. He spent the night reading the historical documentation of previous transitions in the cultivation world, the ones that had happened in the centuries before the Accords, when the cultivation world had reorganized itself on earlier occasions, and the lessons of those reorganizations had been partially incorporated into the Accord structure and partially forgotten. He wanted to understand what had worked before and why, and what had failed and why. What are you looking for? Kai asked, arriving at the command space near midnight. Mistakes we haven't made yet, Marcus said. Previous transitions share some failures consistently. I want to know what they are before we're making them. The most common one is consolidation too early, Kai said, settling into a chair across from Marcus with the ease of long habit. Centuries spent in chairs, thinking carefully. The lamp on the desk threw long shadows across the historical documents, and in that light, Kai looked exactly like what he was, someone who had watched multiple transformations play out across enormous stretches of time, and had survived each of them by understanding which mistakes people kept making. The people who managed the previous transitions well were the ones who resisted pressure to close the structure before it was stable. The ones who failed were the ones who accepted early victories as evidence that the difficult work was done. And the people pressuring them to consolidate early? Always people who thought they had good reasons. Sometimes they did. The error wasn't in the reasoning, it was in the timing. Kai looked at the historical documents spread across the workspace. What are you most worried about? Marcus thought for a moment, honestly, that we get the framework right and then get the implementation wrong. That we build something sound in principle and then watch it become in practice what the Accords were in practice. A structure that started with good intentions and over time became primarily a mechanism for protecting whoever was already powerful. That's the failure mode of every governance structure in human history, Kai said. Yes, which means we need to build in the failure mode explicitly, not just the charter, but the mechanisms that prevent the charter from calcifying. He looked at the reports again. I want anti-consolidation principles baked into the framework from the beginning. Term limits, rotating representation, mandatory review cycles. Things that force the structure to keep moving rather than settling. Lin Wu will have thoughts on that. Kai said. Whether you want his thoughts or not. I want his thoughts, Marcus said. I just want to understand them carefully before I act on them. He met with Lin Wu the next morning in the Community Cultivation Center, and the conversation established the beginning of what would eventually become the most unusual working relationship in the post-Accords cultivation world. A newly transcended reformist and the 4th century architect of the system they'd both just helped dismantle, working together on building the replacement. I was wrong about the consolidation, Lin Wu said, early in that first conversation, with the specific directness of a man who has decided that the time for protecting his position has passed. I was right about the necessity of transition. I was wrong about the shape of it. Tell me what you were right about, Marcus said. The parts that are actually true, regardless of who made the error. Lin Wu told him. It was not a comfortable account. Not for Lin Wu to give, and not for Marcus to receive, because some of the things Lin Wu had been right about were things that the new framework would need to take seriously if it was going to be more durable than the old one. The original Accords had solved genuine problems. The enforcement structure had been brutal and the secrecy had been damaging, but the underlying problems, how to prevent powerful cultivators from dominating weaker ones, how to manage conflict in a community with enormous power differentials, how to create accountability structures in a world where punishment was difficult to enforce against the truly powerful. Those problems had not vanished because the Accords had. They would have to be solved by the Charter, differently, better, with mechanisms that didn't require hiding half the world from the other half. The conversation lasted 2 hours. By the end of it, Marcus had a clearer picture of what the old system had actually solved and what the new one needed to address. And that clarity was more useful than anything he'd had going into the negotiation process, because the clearest way to build something new was to genuinely understand what the old thing had been for, even when the old thing had also been a cage. Chapter 132. Lin Wu stood in the Eastern Practice Room of the Community Cultivation Center, 3 days after the rupture, working through a sequence that Marcus recognized from historical manuals as a pre-Accords stabilization form, something developed in the cultivation world's earlier period, before the Accords formalized the boundaries between what was taught and what was kept private. It was slow, deliberate work, the kind that looked like basic maintenance, but was actually the work of a very experienced person going back to fundamentals when the advanced structure has been disrupted. Marcus sat down on one of the practice benches and waited. The form took 8 more minutes to complete. When Lin Wu finished and turned to face him, Marcus had the particular patience that 2 years of navigating the reformist movement had built, the understanding that the most useful conversations were often the ones that didn't start until both people were ready. The framework meeting yesterday, Marcus said. You held something back. I noticed it at the time. I've been waiting to hear what it was. Lin Wu looked at him with the assessing gaze that had become familiar over the last 3 days. The look of a man who had spent 4 centuries evaluating every situation and every person in it, and had not yet lost the habit even though the situation had fundamentally changed. I was weighing the audience, he said. Not the audience's intentions. Their readiness. For what, specifically? For the honest architectural account of why the Accords were built the way they were. Not the justification, the actual mechanism, the actual choices, and the actual reasons for them. He moved to the bench opposite Marcus and sat down with the careful ease of one who had learned to occupy space without commanding it, which was itself a significant change from the Lin Wu Marcus had confronted in the training complex. The framework process is in its early stages. Introducing structural complexity at that stage tends to produce argument about the past rather than design for the future. I decided the honest account would be more useful in a smaller conversation first. This conversation, Marcus said. Yes. Then tell me. Lin Wu organized his thoughts for a moment, not from uncertainty, but from precision. When he spoke, it was with the voice of someone laying out a technical analysis. The Accords were not designed to be permanent. I designed them as a transitional structure. Transitional structures require an expiration mechanism, or they outlast their purpose and become obstructions. I built in the mechanism, the flaw you've been describing, as the expiration trigger. The intention was that when the cultivation world had developed the capacity to manage open integration, I would use the mechanism to initiate a managed transition. Marcus held that. You were always going to break them. Just on your schedule. Yes. The question I've spent the last 3 days examining is why I held to that schedule when the evidence that the cultivation world was ready for transition became overwhelming. The answer is uncomfortable. Tell me anyway. Because my model of the transition required my role at its center. Not vanity, or not only vanity. I genuinely believed that the transition needed to be managed by someone with complete knowledge of the system's architecture, and I was the only person who had that knowledge. But I held on to that belief past the point where it was accurate. He paused. By approximately a century. Longer, possibly. The cultivation world was ready for the transition well before I was willing to acknowledge it, because acknowledging it would have meant acknowledging that my specific role wasn't necessary. The Reformation happened without you and worked, Marcus said. The Reformation happened without me and worked better than my version would have worked, for reasons that are worth understanding carefully. Lin Wu looked at the practice space around them. The community center, the ordinary cultivation work happening in other rooms, the post-accords world going about the business of figuring out its new shape. My version required a coordinating authority at the center. Your version built the capacity for decentralized response, and the decentralized response proved more resilient than central coordination under the conditions of an actual crisis. I would have succeeded in managing the transition under the conditions I planned for. I would have failed under the conditions that actually developed. Which you created, Marcus said. Which I created, yes. The conditions that defeated my plan were conditions I produced. A short pause. That's worth sitting with. Marcus sat with it for a moment, not savoring the acknowledgement. That would have been a waste of the conversation. He was thinking about what it meant for what came next. The pre-accords binding artifacts, he said. May's inventory didn't capture everything. No. There are 17 artifacts she identified. There are 23 total. I can give you the locations of the remaining 6 today. Some of them are in positions that are dangerous to approach without knowing what you're dealing with. One in particular requires specific counter-technique knowledge that I can provide. He held Marcus's gaze directly. I'm offering that without conditions. Not as leverage for a more favorable position in the framework process. As straightforward information that will prevent people from being hurt. I accept the offer, Marcus said. And I accept the distinction you're drawing. Good. Lin Wu paused. I'd like to participate in the framework negotiations in a more active capacity. Not as a decision maker. I understand that's not appropriate given the history. But as a technical resource. The charter being drafted now will govern the cultivation world for an unknown number of years. Getting the architecture right matters. I know more about what architecture works and what architecture fails than anyone else in this negotiation. Marcus considered that for exactly as long as it required. Under what conditions? Full transparency about what I did and why I did it. No private conversations with faction representatives outside the formal process. Everything on record, available to all participants. He met Marcus's eyes steadily. I'm not trying to rebuild influence through the process. I'm trying to make the process work. Those are different things, and I want them to stay different. Then yes, Marcus said, starting with the next session. The conversation continued for another hour, moving from the abstract to the specific, the particular structural features of the old accords that had worked, the ones that had failed, and the ones that had failed in ways that looked like success for the first century before the failure became apparent. By the end of it, Marcus had something more valuable than an ally. He had a genuine understanding of the problem they were all trying to solve, free of the political framing that tended to attach to it whenever the conversation happened in front of a larger audience. The working relationship that began that morning in the practice room would become the most commented on collaboration in the post-accords period. Unlikely, uncomfortable, and more productive than either of them had expected, because the most useful partnerships are often the ones built between people who have been in direct opposition and have each learned exactly how wrong they were. Marcus had not expected to like Lin Wu. He had expected to use him, to extract the specific knowledge and expertise that the framework negotiation needed, to manage the political complexity of his involvement, and to keep the whole arrangement at enough of a distance that it couldn't be used against the transition. What he found instead, across the hours of conversation in that practice room and the days that followed, was a person who had been shaped by 4 centuries of specific experiences into something that Marcus recognized, uncomfortably, as not entirely unlike himself. Someone whose understanding of power was empirical rather than ideological, who had made enormous decisions on the best information available and had to live with the results of being wrong, who had a fundamental preference for analysis over performance that made genuine conversation possible even when the subjects were difficult. The difference was 4 centuries of solitude and a plan that had calcified into certainty. The similarity was the underlying structure. It was not comfortable to notice. It was useful to notice it anyway. Chapter 133. The new framework took 11 days to draft and 2 weeks to negotiate, and the negotiating was the hard part. The Open Cultivation Charter, a name that had emerged from a working session late in the second week when someone needed to write something at the top of the document and the alternatives were all worse, was not a revision of the Accords. The participants had agreed on that in the first session and defended it across the 2 weeks whenever anyone, in frustration with the difficulty of the drafting process, suggested that adapting the existing structure would be simpler. It would have been simpler. It would also have been the Accords with different names, and the problem with the Accords was not primarily the names. Elder Feng shared the negotiating sessions with the specific competence of someone who had been managing difficult conversations between powerful people for decades and had learned which tools worked and which produced the appearance of progress while actually reinforcing opposition. She did not allow abstract principle arguments to consume session time. She redirected every philosophical dispute toward its practical implications. What do we actually do, specifically, and who decides, and what happens when someone disagrees with the decision? Marcus sat through every session. Not as a participant, primarily. He had made an early decision not to drive the content, and he held to it with discipline across the 2 weeks, even when he had strong views about specific provisions. What he contributed was presence and, when asked directly, assessment. The presence was itself functional. The quality of attention in the room was different when someone with Marcus's new capability was in it. Not controlled. He was careful about that. Careful not to use what he was to produce deference rather than genuine engagement, but focused in a way that made careless argument feel expensive. Lin Wu participated as he'd offered. The first sessions that included him were the most difficult. 3 separate faction representatives challenged his presence directly, and one walked out of a session in protest, returning the next day after consultation with their senior members. What carried Lin Wu's participation through those challenges was exactly what he'd offered Marcus in the practice room. Full transparency, no deflection, the honest architectural account of what he'd done and why and where it had gone wrong. It was not comfortable. It was useful. The Charter's core principles emerged across the second week, from the accumulated friction of the negotiating process working through the available material. The first principle addressed access. Cultivation knowledge would be available to anyone who sought it, without sect membership as prerequisite. The mechanism would be community cultivation centers, with practitioners from any background able to teach. The existing sect schools could continue operating but would not be the sole pathway, and crucially, would not be able to restrict the community center network from teaching anything they taught. The second principle addressed interaction. Cultivation mortal interaction would be governed by agreed ethical standards rather than the old prohibition framework. The standards would be transparent, regularly reviewed, and enforced through the mediating body rather than through sect authority. The enforcement model was a significant departure from the Accords. Consequences for violations would be graduated and rehabilitative rather than punitive, with the goal of changing behavior rather than removing people from the community. The third principle addressed governance. Disputes and policy decisions would be handled by an elected mediating body rather than sect hierarchy. The body would have mandatory term limits, rotating representation, and a required majority of new members at each election cycle to prevent the calcification that had turned the Accords from a transitional structure into a permanent one. Lin Wu had provided the specific language on this principle, drawing on his analysis of where previous governance structures had failed, and the irony that the architect of the old system had designed the anti-calcification provisions of the new one was not lost on any of the participants. Ghost attended 4 sessions as a mortal representative, the first time a mortal had participated in governance negotiations of this scale in the history of the cultivation world. He was careful and specific about the boundaries of his role. He was there to represent the mortal-aware community's interests, not to claim authority over the cultivation governance structure. But his presence was itself a statement about the Charter's scope, and his practical intelligence about what the mortal world side needed from the post-Accords reality shaped several provisions in the interaction framework. The mortal world needs to be able to trust the process, Ghost said, in one of his more direct contributions. Not trust individual cultivators. That's a personal relationship, and it builds over time. Trust the process, meaning there has to be a way for mortal-aware individuals to bring concerns to the mediating body and have those concerns taken seriously. Not just cultivator-to-cultivator disputes. Mortal cultivator disputes. Several of the sect representatives had found that provision the most difficult to accept. It had been worked through over 3 sessions and had produced the most significant compromise of the entire negotiation. A tiered representation model for the mediating body that gave mortal-aware individuals formal standing without giving them decision-making authority over cultivation-specific matters. On the final day of ratification, Marcus sat in the back of the room beside Kai and watched Elder Feng read the full text of the Open Cultivation Charter for the final time before the formal commitments were made. For 100 years, Kai said quietly at one point. Not a complete thought, just the number and everything it contained. The Accords held because they worked for what the cultivation world was then, Marcus said. The Charter will hold as long as it keeps working for what the world is now. When the world changes again, the Charter should change with it. That's the difference. You think it will? I think we built it too. The review cycles, the term limits, the mandatory representation changes. We built in the capacity to adapt. He watched Elder Phone complete the reading. Whether it actually adapts when the time comes is something only the people who come after us will know. Kai looked at him. That's a strange position for someone who is going to live to see it. I'll be different by then, Marcus said. Different enough that what I am now won't be the same person making the assessment. He held the weight of that for a moment. What it meant to be the kind of person who would outlive the question. The best thing I can do is make sure the structure is honest now. What comes after is its own concern. The charter was ratified by strong majority that evening. Not unanimously, which would have been suspicious, but comprehensively, and the cultivation world stepped formally and collectively into the post-accords reality it had been moving toward for longer than anyone had acknowledged. In the aftermath of the formal ratification, Marcus sat alone for 20 minutes in the room where the negotiation had been held, after most participants had left. He was not celebrating. He was not grieving. He was doing the work of someone at a significant threshold who needs to acknowledge it clearly before moving forward. The cultivation world had been hidden for 400 years. 11 days of drafting and 2 weeks of negotiation had produced a framework for it to stop hiding. The gap between those two facts, the 4 centuries and the 23 days, was enormous and strange and worth acknowledging. What humans and cultivators together could accomplish when they committed to honesty over protection had turned out to be faster than anyone had predicted. That was worth sitting with, even briefly, even alone in an empty room, before the next set of problems required attention. Kira found him there and sat beside him in the same silence for 5 minutes, which was the most adequate response to the moment. Then they both stood up and went back to work, because the ratification was the beginning, not the end, and the work of the beginning was already waiting. Chapter 134 Ghost's new role did not have an official title for the first 2 months, which suited him perfectly. He was, in practice, the person who explained things. Not to cultivators. They had their frameworks, their own internal communication structures, their own processes for understanding what the charter meant and how it changed their daily lives. What Ghost explained was the cultivation world to the mortal one, to government officials who had committed to the independent review process and were now implementing it, to researchers who had started asking careful questions within 24 hours of the rupture, to ordinary people who had felt something change and wanted to understand what it was they'd felt and whether it was still there. It was work that required an unusual combination of capabilities, and Ghost had spent 12 years acquiring all of them without knowing that was what he was doing. He had lived in the space between worlds for so long, maintaining his friendship with Marcus through every stage of Marcus's transformation, staying in the mortal world while understanding the cultivation one, never fully embedded in either, that the translation work was not new to him. What was new was having official standing to do it, and a team to build, and resources to direct. They're going to want a face, he told Marcus, in one of the regular coordination briefings that had continued from the crisis period because the information flow was still essential. The mortal government needs someone who can speak to their concerns in their language, someone who won't treat their questions as naive or their hesitations as irrelevant. I'm that person for now, but I need to build a team because I'm one person and there are 12 ministries asking different questions. What kind of people are you looking for? Marcus asked. People who have lived in both worlds for long enough to be fluent in both. Not people who understand cultivation theoretically. People who have lived cultivation-aware existence and also maintained mortal world engagement. That's a specific combination that the old system actively discouraged. He pulled out a list he'd been developing. Elena has research contacts who fit part of the profile. May knows people from inside the eternal threshold who were already thinking about this kind of interface work before the rupture. And there are people in the reformist network who've been handling exactly this kind of translation work on the community level. Talk to all of them, Marcus said. Take whoever's right. The liaison office, which was what it eventually became, formally, 6 weeks after this conversation, was Ghost's creation, and it reflected his specific intelligence. It was practical before it was prestigious. It was built around relationships before it was built around authority. Its operating principle was that the information gap between the mortal world and the cultivation world had been maintained by the Accords for 4 centuries and would take years to close, and the job was not to close it all at once, but to make sure the right information reached the right people at the right moments. Dr. Sato came through the office 3 times in the first month, each visit bringing different colleagues with different questions. Ghost managed these sessions with the skill of someone who had been navigating the space between what was true and what was intelligible for years, giving enough to enable good decision-making, not so much that it overwhelmed the capacity for decision-making. The mortal world had been shielded from the cultivation world's reality for 4 centuries. The adjustment was not going to happen in a month or in a year. It was going to happen across a generation, patient conversation by patient conversation, and Ghost's job was to make sure those conversations were honest and well-paced. "You're genuinely good at this," May told him, after one of the more successful sessions with a group of skeptical policy officials who had arrived prepared to dismiss everything and left having committed to a formal review process. "I've been practicing my whole life," Ghost said, not with false modesty, just stating it accurately. "Marcus was my best friend from before any of this started. I've been the person who understands the unexplainable to other people's skeptical questions since long before either of us knew what we were actually dealing with." "Do you cultivate now?" May asked. It was the question that always came eventually, the one mortal-aware people who were close to cultivators always got. "With the charter in place, you could. Formally, openly." "Not yet," Ghost said. "The work I'm doing doesn't require it, and learning to do it badly would take time away from what I'm already good at. Marcus has offered to help when I'm ready. Kai has offered as well." He looked at the stack of briefing materials he was preparing for the next day's sessions. "I'll be deliberate about the timing. Most people in your position would move faster," May said. "Most people in my position haven't spent 12 years watching someone they love work through the hardest parts of the path," Ghost said. "I know what it costs when it's done wrong. I'm not in a hurry to pay costs I can avoid." He looked at her. "Why do you ask?" May's expression shifted slightly, the micro-adjustment visible in someone who has found something that changes the evaluation. "Because your read on people is better than most cultivators I've worked with. That kind of perception usually indicates some latent chi sensitivity. I was curious whether you knew." "Elena has assessed me," Ghost said. "I do have latent sensitivity. Moderate expression," she said. "Possibly stronger with cultivation. I'm aware of it." He picked up the briefing materials. "I'm just not in a hurry." "When you're ready," May said, "come find me." Ghost nodded and went back to preparing the next morning's session. Outside the liaison office, a set of rooms in the northern district provided by a community center that had understood immediately what the work required. The city was continuing to figure out what it was becoming. And Ghost was, in his practical and unshowy way, one of the key architects of the answer to that question, building the bridge between two worlds that had been kept separate for 4 centuries and needed to learn how to be one world instead, and doing it one honest conversation at a time. He called Marcus that evening, not to report in, but because the conversation with May had stayed with him and he wanted to think through it out loud. "She said my read on people indicates latent chi sensitivity," Ghost said. "Elena confirmed it last month. I've known. I just haven't been doing anything with it." "You're doing plenty with it," Marcus said. "With the result of it, yes. The source is still untrained." A pause. "When I'm ready to start, and I'm not yet, I'm just thinking about when I will be. What does the beginning look like? Not the cultivation manual version. The actual experience." "The actual experience," Marcus said slowly, "is that you start noticing things you've always been noticing but have never had a category for. The practice doesn't give you new senses. It gives you the language for the ones you already have." He paused. "You're already doing it, Ghost. The reason you're so good at reading rooms and managing conversations is because you've been sensing the chi environment your whole life and processing it as emotional intelligence. Formal cultivation practice will just make it deliberate instead of instinctive." Ghost sat with that for a moment. "That's either reassuring or alarming. I haven't decided which." "Probably both," Marcus said. "Let me know when you want to start." "I will," Ghost said, and meant it. And when the next morning's briefings began, he brought to them the same calibrated presence that had been his greatest asset across 12 years of being the person who understood things that were difficult to explain, and the world he was building toward was a little bit clearer for it. Chapter 135. Elena established the first open joint medical practice on a Thursday, in a converted clinic 3 blocks from the community cultivation center that had become the informal hub of the transition period's practical work. It was not the first integrated practice in history. There had been practitioners across the centuries who worked across both traditions, usually secretly, constrained by the Accord's prohibition on open knowledge sharing between mortal and cultivation medicine. What Elena was opening was different. The sign on the door said, straightforwardly, "Integrated practice, conventional and cultivation-based healing. No hedging, no institutional obfuscation." The sign was there because a world that was done hiding needed its institutions to be done hiding too, and Elena had decided that the medical side of the new world would model the transparency that the governance side was still learning. "You know you're going to spend the next 18 months explaining that sign to every new patient," Kira said, arriving that morning to help with the setup, which was how Kira expressed both support and anxiety about new ventures, by showing up early and finding things to organize. "I spent 3 years explaining cultivation biology to mortal medical colleagues who had no framework for it," Elena said. "I'm very good at explanations now. I've had significant practice. 3 years of explaining the impossible to skeptics would do that." Kira finished reorganizing the supply inventory in the treatment room. She had immediately identified that Elena's organizational system was functional but not optimal and had begun improving it without being asked, and stepped back to assess the full space. The latent sensitivity cases. Those are the ones I'd worry about most. They're the ones that need the most careful handling, Elena agreed. And they're the ones I've been preparing for most carefully. The diagnostic framework I built during Marcus's development years covers the full range of latent sensitivity presentations I've been able to document. It's not complete. This is a new field and nothing is complete, but it's the most comprehensive thing that exists, and it's considerably more than what the conventional medical world has been working with. Which is nothing, Kira said. Which is nothing, or rather a collection of misdiagnoses that happen to describe the symptoms without understanding the mechanism. Elena looked out the window at the clinic's street-facing sign, visible from inside. The rupture activated a lot of people who had been subclinical their entire lives. The chief fabric of the city changed enough that people with latent sensitivity who were previously below the threshold of noticeable symptoms crossed that threshold. They've been presenting at emergency departments across the district for the last 2 weeks, getting workups that don't find anything conventionally wrong, being sent home without an explanation. They're going to come here, Kira said. They already are. I have 12 referrals pending from emergency departments alone, and the word hasn't fully gotten out yet. Elena had spent the week before the opening in preparation, not just physical preparation, but documentation preparation, building out the intake protocols and assessment frameworks that would let her team work efficiently across the volume she was anticipating. I need to talk to Marcus about scale. What about scale? 1 clinic is a demonstration. The city needs 20. The country needs 200. I can train practitioners for other locations, but I need the framework to be stable and reproducible first, and I need the cultivation side knowledge transfer to happen systematically rather than ad hoc. She looked at the treatment rooms, already set up, waiting for the first patients. What we build here in the first 6 months sets the pattern for everything that follows. I want to make sure the pattern is worth following. The first patient arrived 20 minutes after the official opening, a 12-year-old girl referred by her school health service for recurring episodes of disorientation, extreme sensory sensitivity, and what her school had been calling anxiety attacks that didn't respond to standard anxiety interventions. Elena spent 90 minutes with her and her mother, the assessment thorough and careful, and conducted in language that the mother could follow without cultivation background. The diagnosis was straightforward: moderate latent qi sensitivity, activated by the rupture, manifesting as sensory overwhelm at moments when the local qi environment was particularly active, which in the post-accord city was often. The treatment plan included both conventional support for the anxiety response and cultivation-based environmental management techniques that Elena had adapted from basic cultivation practice into a form accessible without cultivation training. The girl did not need to cultivate. She needed to understand what her senses were detecting and how to manage the experience. Can she cultivate eventually, if she wants to? The mother asked, near the end of the session. Yes, Elena said. That's a conversation for when she's older, and the question is genuinely hers. Right now, the priority is helping her function comfortably in the world as it currently is. The cultivation question can wait. After they left, Elena sat in the consultation room for 5 minutes and wrote up the case notes with the same meticulous attention to detail she'd brought to Marcus's development tracking years earlier. The notes went into the database she'd been building. Every case, systematically documented, building the evidence base for the framework that would need to scale. Kira looked in from the doorway. 1 down. 11 more referrals today, Elena said. And word hasn't fully gotten out. Do you need help? Elena thought about that practically. I need a second practitioner in 2 weeks. Cultivation-trained healer with medical documentation skills, or conventional medical practitioner willing to learn the cultivation biology framework. Do you know anyone? I know 3 people who fit part of the profile, Kira said. I'll make introductions. Good. Elena stood up and looked at the schedule for the rest of the day. 11 referrals, a consultation with Soren's colleagues about the binding artifact counter-technique documentation, and the beginning of what would eventually become the most significant medical institution of the post-accords period. Send them in the first one. The next patient was already waiting. Elena went to meet them, 1 person at a time, 1 honest conversation at a time, 1 case note added to the database that was slowly becoming a map of what the new world's medical landscape looked like, and what it needed, and how the 2 traditions that had been separated for 4 centuries were going to learn to serve the same people together. 3 weeks into the practice's operation, she called Marcus in the early evening from the back office. The day's case files spread across the desk beside her. How many latent sensitivity cases have you identified across the broader reformist network population? She asked. Elena, What are you seeing? More than I projected. Significantly more. The rupture's effect on the chi fabric of the city activated a population that had been subclinical across years or decades. The number of mortal individuals with meaningful latent sensitivity is larger than any of us estimated, because nobody had ever looked for it systematically in a population without cultivation training. She turned a page of the day's notes. The cultivation world didn't know this population existed at this scale because the Accords discouraged looking. The mortal medical world had been misdiagnosing the presentations for generations. We've been tracking symptoms without understanding cause. Does that change our planning? It changes the scale, and it changes the urgency. The integration isn't a slow social transition over decades. There's a population that needs specific clinical support right now because the rupture changed their experience of the world in ways they don't have frameworks for. We need the distributed practice model faster than the 18-month timeline I was working with. She paused. I need to talk to the training cohort planning group tomorrow. Can you make that happen? I'll be there, Marcus said. Good. She closed the case files and looked at the sign on the clinic door, still visible from the back office. This is going to be bigger than either of us thought. Most things are, when they're important, Marcus said. Keep going. We'll keep up. She ended the call and looked at the schedule for the next day. 12 referrals, 2 consultations, the training session with the first pair of cross-discipline practitioners she'd recruited through Kira's introductions. The medical side of the new world was not waiting for the governance side to catch up. It was moving at the pace of the people who needed it, which was faster than any plan had accounted for, and Elena intended to be equal to that pace no matter what it required. Chapter 136 Kira's choice came on a Tuesday, in the way that choices which have been building for years often arrive, not as a dramatic moment, but as a conversation that settles something that has been hovering unaddressed, waiting for the right conditions to become speakable. The Jade Compass sect had been rebuilding since the rupture. Not the old Jade Compass, the hierarchical, enforcement-focused institution that had spent 3 centuries as the Accord's primary administrative arm, maintaining the system that had kept the cultivation world hidden from the mortal world and many cultivators hidden from the full scope of their own capability. The people rebuilding it were working with a harder question. What does a sect become in the post-Accords world, when the functions that had defined the old sect structure are now distributed across community centers and the charter's mediating body? What remained, stripped of the administrative and enforcement roles, was a community of cultivators with a specific tradition and a shared history. That was something. It might be worth rebuilding. Several of the people doing the rebuilding wanted Kira to lead the process. Soren had been something of an informal advisor to her across the transition period. His century of cultivation experience and his genuine disinterest in personal political advancement making him one of the few people whose counsel she trusted to be honest rather than strategic. He had brought up the Jade Compass offer 3 times in passing, testing something, before he said directly, "They're not wrong to ask." "They're asking the person who enforced their rules for 12 years while believing they were wrong," Kira said. "Yes, which is why they want you. Most of the people who understand the institution from the inside don't want to see it clearly. Most of the people who can see it clearly haven't been inside it. You're one of the few who have both." He'd looked at her with the specific directness of someone who has been old enough for long enough that they no longer saw value in being indirect about important things. Doubt is honest. Doubt means you were paying attention to the gap between what the institution said it was and what it actually did. That's exactly the kind of attention the rebuilding needs. She had spent 2 weeks sitting with that assessment before she arranged the conversation with Marcus. They met on the mountain. The shared site it had become, open now to cultivators and mortal-aware individuals both. The meditation spaces that had been Kai's private practice ground for years now adjacent to paths that any visitor could walk. The change itself a small piece of evidence that the principle worked in practice. "They want me to lead the Jade Compass rebuilding," she said. "I know," Marcus said. "Phone mentioned it. 2 other people also mentioned it. I've been waiting to hear what you decided. I'm going to decline." She said it simply, without performance or apology. Not because the work isn't worth doing. It is, genuinely, and the person who takes it on will do something important. But I've been inside the sect system my entire cultivation life, and what I've learned over the last 3 years is that the work I'm most needed for is the work that doesn't fit inside any single institution. The coordination between institutions. The people and communities that fall between the categories that existing structures cover. She looked at him steadily. "I think the most useful thing I can do is formalize what I've already been doing. Build it into a recognized function within the charter framework with adequate resources and clear accountability." "What would that look like?" Marcus asked. "A coordination function that sits between the major institutions, the sects, the community centers, the liaison office, Elena's medical network." managing the spaces between them, things that involve multiple institutions and currently fall through the gaps. She paused. The artifact inventory from Lin Wu. 17 formally cataloged, 23 total. Safe retrieval involves the charter mediating body, the community centers, and Elena's medical framework. No single institution has the mandate to coordinate across all of those. Someone needs to, or the work gets done badly or not at all. You want to build the connective tissue, Marcus said. I want to build the connective tissue. Yes. Formally, with resources, with accountability built in from the start rather than added when things go wrong. He considered this carefully, because it deserved careful consideration. The coordination function Kira was describing was the kind of role that made other work possible but rarely got acknowledged. The cultivation world had needed it for centuries and hadn't had it because the Accord's centralized hierarchy had substituted top-down control for genuine coordination. In the distributed, multi-institutional post-Accords world, the need was more acute. There will be points when coordinating across institutions becomes political, he said. When different institutions want different things and the coordination function is in the middle. I know. I've been managing that informally for 3 years. I'd rather do it formally, with clearer accountability on all sides. She held his eyes. And there's one more thing. Separate from the institutional question, though related to it. Tell me. You and I have been circling something for 2 years without naming it. I'm naming it now, because the old world is gone and the new one doesn't have any rules left that say we can't. She let the statement settle. I want to build something with you. Not just the institutional something. The other thing too. The mountain was quiet around them. Below, the city was going about the work of becoming what it was becoming. Mortal and cultivator, and every combination in between, doing the ordinary daily work of a world in transition. Yes, Marcus said. It was the simplest available answer and the most accurate one. To both. Without reservation. Kira nodded once, with the specific contained quality of a person who has said the necessary thing and is now ready to move forward into what the saying enables. There was no performance in it. There wasn't any room for performance, and neither of them had needed that kind of room for a long time. The coordination function was filed with the charter framework the following week. The other thing, quieter, less institutional, built in the space that two people make for each other when they've been building something together and finally stop pretending they're only doing it professionally, built itself, in the way that honest things tend to build themselves when the conditions are right and both people are willing to be in them. And the new world gained two people fully committed to its construction, not in parallel, but together. 3 days later, sitting in the coordination function's first official planning session, Kira produced a detailed operational framework, who the function would coordinate with, how it would be funded, what accountability mechanisms it would operate under, and a 6-month rollout plan that was so thorough Marcus found himself simply listening rather than contributing, which was the appropriate response. She had been thinking about this for 2 years. She knew exactly what she was building. One question, Marcus said, when she finished. Yes. The Jade Compass Rebuilding Group. Who are you recommending they ask instead? Kira looked slightly surprised. She hadn't expected him to ask about the alternative. Soren, she said, after a moment. He spent a century inside the old system, and he's been clear-eyed about its failures longer than almost anyone. He doesn't want the position, which is exactly why he should take it. And he understands what I'm building well enough to coordinate with it effectively. She met Marcus's eyes. I already talked to him. He agreed. Marcus looked at her. You had this entire plan before we had the conversation on the mountain. I had the plan, she said. The conversation on the mountain was the other part. The part that wasn't a plan. She looked back at her operational framework. Shall we continue? They continued. And the coordination function became, in the 6 months that followed, the most essential and least visible piece of the post-Accords transition infrastructure, which was exactly what Kira had designed it to be, and exactly the kind of contribution that the new world most needed from the person who had been building toward it for 3 years without knowing that was what she was doing. Chapter 137 Kai's peace came gradually, as things long deferred tend to arrive, not as a single recognizable moment, but as a process of recognition that extended across weeks and months, as the cultivation world settled into its post-Accords shape, and the specific things that had been wrong for a very long time started being less wrong. The first time Marcus noticed it clearly, they were sitting on the mountain at dusk, watching the first openly mixed gathering of cultivators and mortal-aware individuals that the community site had hosted. It was a small event, a cultivation demonstration organized by the community center, designed to show mortals with latent sensitivity what cultivation practice looked like in practice rather than in theory. 40 people, roughly half cultivators and half mortal-aware individuals, in the meditation clearing that had been Kai's private practice ground for years. Not ceremonious, not historic in any official sense. An ordinary Tuesday evening demonstration, the first of what would become a regular program that the center ran twice a week. Kai was watching it with an expression that Marcus had not seen on his face in 3 years of paying careful attention to it. "What is that?" Marcus asked. "What is what?" Marcus indicated the expression. It was difficult to name precisely. Not happiness, because Kai's relationship with happiness was complicated by 2 centuries of watching things he'd cared about fail in ways that were sometimes catastrophic. Something quieter than happiness. Something that looked like a person who has been carrying a significant weight across years and has finally set it down and noticed, for the first time in a decade, that their hands are empty. "I think," Kai said slowly, working through the answer with his characteristic precision, "that I'm watching something work. Not work in the sense of function correctly. Work in the sense of demonstrate that the principle is sound. The Reformation. The idea. The thing I was exiled for, 2 centuries ago. The thing the Crimson Mountain sect decided was dangerous enough to remove from the conversation rather than engage with. The idea that cultivation should not be restricted to people born into sect families. That the knowledge was too important and too broadly relevant to be kept proprietary. That mortals and cultivators living openly together would produce better outcomes for everyone than mortals and cultivators living in a carefully maintained hierarchy of awareness. He watched the demonstration below, a cultivation practitioner showing a group of mortal-aware individuals how to attend to the qi in a simple form. A dozen people concentrating with the specific expression of people trying to perceive something they haven't been able to perceive before. I spent 200 years watching from outside the institution, not knowing if I was right. I thought I was right. But being exiled for a belief creates a particular kind of uncertainty. You can't know if you're right or if you're simply committed to a position that has become your identity. "And now?" Marcus asked. "Now I can see it working," Kai said. "Not as vindication. Vindication is a political concept, and I find I have very little interest in it anymore. But as simple observable fact. Mortals and cultivators learning from each other in an ordinary Tuesday evening demonstration, openly, without fear of institutional consequences. 40 people doing something that was illegal last year. That's what I thought was possible 200 years ago. That's what the sect thought was too dangerous to permit." They sat with that for a while. Below them, the demonstration continued. One of the cultivation practitioners helping a mortal-aware observer adjust her hand position in a beginning qi exercise, both of them laughing about something, the ease of the interaction visible from the distance of the mountain path. Something ordinary. Impossible 6 months ago. Both at once. "The offers," Marcus said eventually. "The Crimson Mountain sect, the reformist leadership, 2 community centers. You've declined all of them." "Yes." "Tell me why." "Not the short version, the full version." Kai looked at the practice clearing for a moment. "I've spent 200 years in a specific position. The exile, the watcher, the person who was wrong according to the institution and who spent 2 centuries being right in private while the institution made it impossible to be right in public. I don't want another position. I want to live in the thing we've been building." He paused. "What that means practically, I teach. Not officially, not in any formal role that comes with a title or an institutional mandate. I practice, and when people have questions, I answer them. When people need guidance, I offer it. Not as an authority, as a person with experience who is willing to share it. Like you did with me," Marcus said. "Like I did with you." Exactly like that. Something in Kai's expression had settled into the specific quality of a person who has finally arrived where they have been going. "You didn't need me to be your institutional teacher, certified by some sect hierarchy, authorized by the Accords to transmit cultivation knowledge. You needed me to be a person who knew things and was willing to share them with someone who was ready to learn. That's what I want to be, broadly, openly, for anyone who finds their way to the mountain or to the community center or to wherever I happen to be." "That's not nothing," Marcus said. "That's more than nothing. It's the most I've ever done," Kai said. "In 200 years, the most useful thing I ever did was show up to that gym in Portland as someone's sparring partner, because the sparring partner relationship had no institutional weight on it. No sect hierarchy, no accords enforcement, no obligations beyond what 2 people working together require of each other. The teaching was the relationship. The relationship was the teaching." He finally allowed the small, precise smile that Marcus had learned to read as genuine. "I intend to keep doing that. Indefinitely. The world is going to keep producing people who are ready to learn something they didn't know they were ready to learn. I'm going to be available when they are." Marcus looked at his teacher, the person who had changed the direction of his life with a sparring session in a basement gym, who had carried the weight of a 2-century exile for a belief that had now been proven sound, who was sitting on a mountain watching 40 people do something that 6 months ago would have been impossible, describing it as enough. It was enough. In fact, it was exactly enough. Stay close, Marcus said. Whatever you call it. You still don't know everything, Kai said. You're going to keep needing questions answered. That's going to keep me occupied for quite some time. He looked at the city below, at the post-accords world making its uneven, complicated way towards something better than what it had been. It's not a bad way to spend several centuries. Watching what freedom looks like when people figure out it's real, and helping when I can. The mountain was quiet around them. The peace that had settled into Kai was not the peace of a person who has finally stopped fighting. It was the peace of someone who has finished carrying something that no longer needs to be carried, and who has discovered, in the lightness of empty hands, that there is more room in them now for what actually matters. Marcus sat with that for a moment. Below them, the demonstration was breaking up, the cultivators and mortal-aware individuals dispersing into the informal conversations that always followed the Tuesday sessions, small clusters of former strangers exchanging observations about their practice and their experience. Ordinary. Easy. Impossible 6 months ago. Can I ask you something? Marcus said. Yes. When you were in exile? 200 years. What kept you from? He paused, looking for the accurate word. From giving up. Not on the idea, necessarily. Just from stopping. Kai considered the question with the care it deserved. I'm not sure I can fully explain it, he said finally. Part of it was stubbornness. Part of it was the inability to stop believing the thing I believed, even when believing it was costly. But the part one think mattered most. He looked at Marcus. I kept finding people. Not cultivators, mostly. Ordinary people who were trying to do something real in whatever circumstances they were in. They weren't hidden. They weren't exiled. They were just living. And watching them live honestly in difficult conditions made it easier to live honestly in mine. He paused. You were one of those people. Before I said a word to you in that gym, I'd been watching you for 3 weeks. The way you fought. The way you lost. The way you showed up again. You were keeping your word to yourself about who you were going to be, in conditions that could have made that seem like a waste of time. He met Marcus's eyes. That's what cultivation actually is. Everything else is elaboration. Marcus had not known Kai had been watching before they met. He held that information carefully, understanding now what it meant about the first conversation, about the sparring session, about the 3 weeks of deliberate cultivation proximity before anything was ever said. The teacher had been choosing the student. The student had been proving something without knowing he was being observed. Thank you, he said. He meant it fully. Thank you, Kai said, which was also full. Then, in the same tone, the demonstration is over. The Tuesday gathering will want someone to help them close the space properly. Shall we go help? They went down the mountain together to help close the space, and the peace on Kai's face held all the way down, and it would hold for a very long time after that, as the world he had spent 2 centuries waiting for continued becoming what he'd known it could be. Chapter 138. Marcus began training the new cohort in the 3rd month after the rupture, on Thursday afternoons, in the Community Cultivation Center's largest practice space. There was no curriculum, no formal enrollment, no credential at the end. What there was, a group of practitioners who had found cultivation through non-traditional pathways and wanted structured guidance from someone who had also found it that way. Mortals with awakened latent sensitivity who had been working through Elena's clinic referral system. People who had been cultivation adjacent their entire lives without knowing what to call what they were sensing. Several individuals who had come through May's referral network. People who had been drawn to the eternal thresholds stated philosophy about cultivation being broader than sect membership, and who were now navigating the gap between that stated philosophy and what the institution had actually become. And May herself, who came not for the instruction but for the specific value of learning alongside people who were earlier in the path, the recalibration that comes from explaining foundational things clearly, and the experience of being in a community that was practicing rather than performing. The Thursday sessions deliberately had no fixed structure. Marcus had made that decision before the first session, after spending an afternoon thinking about what he'd actually needed from Kai in the first weeks of his own training, which was not a curriculum, not a sequence of achievements to work toward, not the formalized transmission of a body of knowledge. What he needed was someone who could see where he was and respond to that, specifically, rather than delivering the next unit of a predetermined syllabus. That kind of teaching was harder than syllabus delivery. It required constant calibration. You're teaching in a completely different mode than the sect schools, May said, after the 4th session. She'd stayed late, as she sometimes did, to talk through what she'd observed. The sect schools teach cultivation as a discipline, Marcus said. A body of knowledge with a correct way to acquire it, and a correct sequence of achievements to move through. That's appropriate for people who are making cultivation their primary commitment, who are going into cultivation practice the way someone goes into medicine or law, as a full dedication of their professional life, and a significant part of their identity. He looked at the practice space, where several members of the cohort were continuing in informal pairs. Most of the people in this room are doing something different. Cultivation is one significant part of their lives among others. They have work, relationships, commitments, concerns that don't involve cultivation at all. I'm teaching cultivation as a capacity, something that makes the rest of their life more coherent rather than replacing it. That's a different philosophy than anything the sect tradition recognizes, Mei said. It grew directly out of watching what Kai taught me, and watching what I actually needed, which was different from what the sect schools would have provided. He paused. The new world needs both. It needs people who are fully dedicated practitioners, the equivalent of the old sect tradition, but open and community-based rather than hierarchical and restricted. And it needs people who cultivate as part of a fuller life, who bring their cultivation awareness into their work and their relationships and their other commitments. The sect tradition's mistake wasn't having serious practitioners. It was deciding that serious practitioners were the only valid practitioners. Some people will say you're diluting cultivation, Mei said, making it too accessible, losing what makes it what it is. They're not entirely wrong, Marcus said. Accessibility involves trade-offs. There are things you develop in a dedicated cultivation practice that you don't develop the same way in a cultivation practice that runs alongside other commitments. Those differences are real and worth acknowledging. He looked at the woman who had come through Elena's clinic, the one who had been misdiagnosed for years, who was now working through a basic chi awareness exercise with the specific concentration of someone doing something they've wanted to do for a long time without knowing it had a name. But the trade-off in the other direction was a world where the full reality of what humans are capable of was kept secret from most of the people who could benefit from knowing it. I'll take the accessibility and manage the trade-offs. He spent time with each member of the cohort individually that afternoon. Brief, calibrated attention, not formal instruction. More like taking temperature readings than delivering content. Where is this person right now? What do they most need from this session? The teaching required constant shifting of register, constant adjustment, meeting each person where they were. It was the most demanding teaching he'd done, more demanding in its way than the large-scale coordination work of the transition period, because it required full presence rather than strategic intelligence. Ghost came to the fourth session with the observer's stillness of someone building their own understanding of what they were watching. He sat in the corner for most of the session and then stayed after. Is this what it felt like? He asked Marcus. When Kai started working with you. The context was different, Marcus said. The principle was the same. Yes. Ghost looked at the practice space, at the people who had been gathering there for 4 Thursday afternoons and were, visibly, different from who they had arrived, as at the first session. I'm ready to start, he said. When you asked me before, I wasn't. The work I was doing required my full attention, and I couldn't afford to be a beginner at something while I was trying to be competent at something else. He looked at Marcus. I'm more organized now. I have people who can cover when I need them to. I'm ready. Thursday afternoons, Marcus said. Next week. Ghost nodded, and the cohort gained its most unusual member. The person who had been the closest observer of what cultivation could become, who had spent 12 years watching his best friend undergo the most significant transformation in the history of the cultivation world, and who was finally ready to begin his own path. And the Thursday sessions became, in the months that followed, something larger than any institution. The living evidence that the new world was not a theory but a practice, and the practice was sound, and it worked. The following Thursday, Ghost arrived 15 minutes early and set up 2 of the practice mats with the calm efficiency of one who has been in enough rooms where something important was about to happen to understand what preparation looks like. When Marcus arrived, he was already seated, waiting with the specific quality of stillness that Ghost brought to situations he was taking seriously. Whenever you're ready, Marcus said. I am ready, Ghost said. I have been for a while. I was waiting for the right moment, which turned out to be now. He looked at his hands. May told me what to expect. Elena gave me the medical framework for what I might experience. Kai described the basic sensation in terms I could work with. I've been doing my research. You always do your research, Marcus said. Old habit. Ghost looked up. I'm not going to be good at this for a while. I know that. I'm comfortable with it. I'm also going to be honest about where I am rather than performing capability I don't have, because I've watched enough people try to pretend their way through the early stages to know it doesn't help. Good, Marcus said. That's exactly the right starting point. He sat down across from Ghost. Everything else follows from that. He paused. Put your hands in your lap. Close your eyes. I'm going to tell you what to listen for. Ghost closed his eyes. In the practice space, which had held 3 years of serious cultivation work and was now holding the beginning of something new, the Thursday cohort's most unusual chapter began, and it began as all real things begin, with a person in a room deciding to pay honest attention to what they were actually experiencing. And that decision made it real. Chapter 139. Marcus stood on the mountain's high ridge in the early morning, 2 months after the charter ratification, and watched the city below becoming something different from what it had been. Incrementally, imperfectly, in the way that real transformations actually happen rather than the way they get described afterward. Not dramatically different. The word revolution implied sudden, visible, complete change, and what was actually happening was steadier and stranger than that. It was the transformation that happens at scale when many people make individual decisions that accumulate over time into a pattern that nobody planned but everybody contributes to. More people were openly aware of the cultivation world than had been a year ago. The community cultivation centers had tripled the enrollment of 6 months earlier, and the wait list suggested it would triple again before the year was out. Elena's network of integrated medical practices, 6 locations now, with 2 more in preparation, was treating patients daily who had been misdiagnosed for years or decades, people whose experience of the world had always been more complex than the frameworks available to them could explain. The liaison office had processed thousands of inquiries. The charter's mediating body had handled 43 formal disputes in its first 6 weeks of operation, most of them minor, all of them managed through the graduated, rehabilitative process that Lin Wu's architectural knowledge had helped design. None of it was neat. The post-accords world was not neat and had never been going to be neat. There were contested implementation questions that the charter framework was working through with difficulty. There were cultivators who had spent decades in the old system who were struggling to adapt to a world where their institutional standing no longer translated automatically into authority. There were mortal communities that had become aware of the cultivation world and were responding with the full range that any community shows when encountering something genuinely new and significant: fascination, fear, excitement, cautious skepticism, political calculation, and in some cases the specific determined indifference that was itself a kind of response to something that a person didn't know how to integrate yet. The complexity was appropriate. Clean narratives were the product of simplified realities, and the reality was no longer simplified. Good. Kai arrived on the ridge shortly after dawn, with 2 cups of tea, the habit from the early training years that had persisted across every subsequent stage without either of them deciding to maintain it. It had simply continued, the way that good habits and good relationships tend to continue. "I've been thinking about something you said," Kai told him, in the first days after the rupture. "About the charter being built to adapt rather than built to last. What about it? You were describing it as a structural property. I've been thinking about it as something else." He settled beside Marcus, looking at the same city. The cultivation world's entire history has been about structures: the accords, the sects, the hierarchy of stages, the rules about who could teach whom, and what could be shared. Structures are stable, and structures fail. What doesn't fail is practice. Marcus waited. "Practice is what you do when the structures are working," Kai continued. "Practice is what sustains you when the structures break. Practice is what remains when everything else has been stripped away." He held the teacup with the particular care earned by years of doing a simple thing long enough to find the simplicity meaningful. What we actually built, what you and I and Kira and Ghost and Elena and May and the 47 regional chapters and everyone in the Thursday cohort built, is a practice. Not the charter, though the charter matters. The practice of asking questions instead of accepting answers. The practice of advancement through partnership rather than isolation. The practice of choosing to change rather than being changed. Those principles don't need the charter to survive. They're in the people who've learned them, and those people will teach them to others. "The chain of transmission," Marcus said. "Yes. Your grandmother passed something to your father without knowing what she was passing. Your father passed something to you without knowing what it was. I passed something to you with full awareness of what I was doing. You're passing it to Ghost and May and the cohort. They'll pass it to others. The chain is stronger than any institution. It's stronger than the accords were. It's stronger than 4 centuries of secrecy and institutional control, because it doesn't require the institution to function. It only works if the people in the chain are honest about what they're passing," Marcus said. "Yes, that's the practice. That's the whole of it, actually. Honesty about what you are and what you can offer and what the other person needs. Everything else is elaboration." Kai looked at the city, the ordinary morning movement of a city that was doing the work of becoming what it was going to be. "The city looks different from up here. Does it? It looks less hidden." A pause. "That's enough. For now, that's enough." He looked at Marcus. "What are you thinking about?" "What comes next?" Marcus said. "For someone who is going to live for centuries, there is always a what comes next. I'm getting used to that. I'm not sure I ever thought I would, but I am." "You will fully," Kai said. "It takes time." The early years of immortality are strange. You keep expecting the end because everything in your mortal experience told you things end. Eventually, you stop expecting the end and start understanding the context. The centuries are not a burden. They're the time in which the work happens. He looked at the city. This is what freedom looks like. Messy, complex. People making different choices, some of them good choices, and some of them mistakes. No single authority managing the outcome. He paused. It's better than it looks. But it's better than it looks because the alternative was much worse. They sat together until the city was fully in its mourning, teacher and student in the most honest version of that relationship, two equals with different depths of experience, watching the same thing from the same place, each seeing what the other couldn't see alone, and the world below them continued its imperfect, open, necessary work of becoming what it was going to become. Kira found them there, an hour later, climbing the path with the specific directness of someone who has looked for a person in several places and has correctly predicted where they'd be last. The coordination function's first interinstitutional review is in 2 hours, she told Marcus. I'll be there. Good. And Kai? She looked at him. The Tuesday gathering group is asking if you would be willing to lead a session specifically for long-term latent sensitivity cases. People who have been sensing chi their whole lives without knowing what it was, who are older and established in their mortal world lives and aren't sure what to do with the information. Elena thinks they need something that isn't designed for people who are starting cultivation from the beginning. She thinks they need someone who can hold the full weight of the history while also helping them understand the present. Kai looked at her. How many people? About 30. First session would be next month. Ongoing monthly after that if it works. Yes, Kai said. Tell Elena yes. Kira nodded and started back down the path. Marcus watched her go. The specific efficiency of her movement, the way she managed the work of 3 different simultaneous roles without any of them leaking into the others, and felt, with the simple, uncomplicated gratitude of someone who has exactly the people around them that the work requires. We built a good team, Marcus said. We did, Kai agreed. Now go to your review meeting. I'll be here. Marcus went. The mountain stayed. The world continued. And the chain of transmission that had started with an immortal showing up at a sparring partner's gym in Portland moved forward through another ordinary day. And every ordinary day was the practice. And the practice was the thing that mattered. And it was enough. Chapter 140, there was a morning, for months after the rupture, when Marcus realized he had stopped calculating, not stopped thinking. The thinking was constant, complex, and continuous, and the demands of the transition period ensured it would remain so for years. What he had stopped doing was a particular kind of background accounting that he hadn't been aware of running until the moment it stopped. A constant low-level awareness of threat and contingency. A survivor's readiness for the thing that was always either present or arriving. It had developed over 2 years of living in a world that wanted to use him for a purpose he hadn't agreed to, that had treated his existence as either a resource to be exploited or a problem to be managed. It had reached its peak in the weeks before the rupture, when the weight of Lin Wu's plan and the dissolution artifact and the timeline and the network's resilience had occupied the part of his mind that stayed alert while everything else rested. The calculation was gone. Not because the problems were gone. They weren't. The charter's implementation was ongoing and continuously difficult. Elena's latent sensitivity population estimates kept expanding as the network of integrated practices built a clearer picture of the mortal world's actual relationship to cultivation, and the complexity of the medical response was scaling faster than anyone had projected. The Eternal Threshold's institutional recovery was slow in the specific way that the recovery of a community whose identity was built around a now-absent purpose is slow. There were real challenges and real conflicts and real decisions that required his attention every day. But the background calculation that had been running under all of it, the constant readiness, the anticipation of threat, had stopped. He had been at war, in one form or another, since the day he first understood that the world was different from what he'd been told it was. The war was over. His nervous system was learning, slowly, what it felt like to exist in a world that wasn't actively trying to reshape him into something he hadn't chosen to be. He was standing in the Community Cultivation Center's practice space, 1 hour before the Thursday cohort would arrive, doing the basic cultivation form that Kai had taught him in the first weeks of his training. Not the advanced work, the foundational form, the one designed for beginners. He came back to it regularly, not for cultivation benefit, but for what it showed him about the distance between where he'd been and where he was now. The form that had been nearly impossible in the beginning was now effortless in a way that made its original intention transparent. He could see the architecture in it that he hadn't been able to see when he was struggling to execute it, the same way you can't see the structure of a building when you're in the middle of moving into it. And then one day you look up and the whole design is visible. Kira arrived while he was finishing. She sat down on one of the practice benches without interrupting and waited, which was one of the things he had learned to love about her. The specific patience that her years in the sect system had built, the ability to be present without needing to be acknowledged. "Good morning," he said, when the form was complete. "Good morning," she said. "You look different today." "Different how?" "Like you're not braced for something. Like the weight has changed." She studied him with 3 years of careful attention behind it. "Has something shifted?" "I think the transition settled in me," Marcus said. "Or I settled in the transition. I'm not certain which direction it happened." He sat down beside her. "I've been thinking about what comes next. Not what threat comes next. Just what comes next, in the way that someone thinks about the next thing when the immediate emergency is no longer the context." "What does come next?" Kira asked. He thought about it honestly. The way that the practice had taught him to think about things, without strategic calculation overlaid on the honesty, without positioning the answer before he'd arrived at it. More of the Thursday cohort. Ghost is in his 2nd week and accelerating past what most beginners do, which is no surprise given how much he's been observing for years. Elena needs cultivation-side curriculum support for the expanded practitioner training program. The liaison office is opening in 2 additional cities and needs people who can replicate what Ghost has built in the original location. He paused. "And I want to spend time understanding what I actually am now. What the severance did to my architecture that I'm still operating with without having fully mapped." Kaya's been wanting to do a formal assessment before the year is out. "Schedule it," Kira said. "You've been operating at functional rather than understood. That's fine in crisis, but we're not in crisis anymore." "No," Marcus said. "We're not." He looked at the practice space, the walls worn smooth with years of use, the morning light coming through the windows at the angle it always came, the ordinary quality of a room that had been used for serious work over a long period of time. Every cultivator who had ever practiced in this room had contributed something to the quality of the space itself. You could feel it in the way you could feel the difference between a room that had been thought in and a room that hadn't. He was 27 years old, and he was going to be 27 years old for the next several centuries, and he was standing in a room that would still be here when he was old enough to understand what that meant. He stood and began setting up the practice space for the cohort. Kira helped, efficiently and without ceremony, which was also one of the things he had learned to love about her. That she helped in the way that people help when the helping is simply part of being there, not a performance of helpfulness. The cohort began arriving. Ghost came in slightly early, with the specific focused eagerness of someone in the early weeks of cultivation work who has discovered that the world sounds different when you know how to listen to it. May arrived exactly on time. The woman from Elena's clinic, the one who had been misdiagnosed for years and was now the most diligent student in the group, came in 3rd. Others followed. The room filled with the particular kind of collective attention that a group of people learning something genuinely new produces, the forward-leaning quality of people who have chosen to be exactly where they are. Marcus looked at them, teacher and practitioners and mortals and cultivators and everything in between, gathered in an ordinary room on a Thursday morning to do the ordinary work of becoming more than they had been. The real revolution was this. Not the rupture, not the charter, not the confrontation with Lin Wu in the training complex. Those were necessary. But this was what they had been necessary for. An ordinary room. Thursday morning. People who had found their way to something real and were working to understand it. This was what the 4th century secrecy had been preventing. This was what the Reformation had been building toward. This was what the principle proved, in practice, every week. He was a fighter from Portland who had found a sparring partner who moved like something from another world. He was a cultivator who had grown from that encounter into something that had no established name. He was a bridge between what the world had been and what it was going to be. He was a partner, a teacher, a student, and a person who had chosen to change, not because change made him stronger, but because it was what he had always been. "Good morning," he said. "Let's start." Outside, the city continued. Below the mountain, the world continued its complicated, necessary work of becoming something more honest than it had been. The cultivation district and the mortal city around it and the broader network of communities were all continuing, in their various ways, the work of figuring out what came next. Marcus was 27 years old and immortal and at the beginning of something that would take centuries to understand fully, and the beginning was the best part, the part where the shape of the future was still being made, and the people making it could still change it, and the most important thing anyone could do was show up and do the work. The real work begins now. And so the Tao continues. If this journey moved you, leave a like and share your thoughts in the comments below. Subscribe and ring the bell. More stories await on the path ahead. Until next time, fellow cultivators.